He reflected on how much time had passed since his journey began. At a bustling, modern train station, people on foot and on horseback moved along the platforms. A pair of sneakers rested neatly atop a folded jacket, left unattended on the ground. A voice called out for someone to smile for a picture. The young man wondered to himself if he had arrived at the correct location. While he considered traveling to another station, a system prompt on his phone asked if he wanted to register his profile. A moment later, a message confirmed that his profile had been successfully updated. The screen lit up, announcing he had seen the starting life again ending, acquired a new skill, and achieved the 199th ending, sparking his immense excitement. With a surge of cathartic relief, he realized his long and arduous quest was finally over. He laughed aloud, triumphantly believing he must have been the only person in all of Korea to witness every one of the 99 game endings. Nearby, an elderly man observed him, musing on how easily young people were entertained and questioning his daughter-in-law's strict parenting. The old man offered a gentle smile as a sleek blue train blurred past in the background. In a sudden change of heart, he decided his daughter-in-law had been right all along and resolved to confiscate his own grandson's phone. The young gamer, unaware of the old man's thoughts, was now left wondering what he should do next. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from his mother, who immediately asked where he was. She pressed on, demanding to know which train station he had ended up at this time. Her voice filled with worry, she asked if he was at a homeless shelter again, warning him that his father was furious. He replied with a playful tone, informing His Majesty that he was at Seoul Station. The boy's smug expression turned to shock as his smartphone was suddenly snatched from his hand. His mother's furious voice erupted from the phone she now held, berating him for gaming 2 days before his college entrance exam while a neighbor's argument echoed in their home. She screamed with years of pent-up frustration, questioning if 6 years spent on that wretched game hadn't been enough. He desperately professed his love for her and promised to be home soon, but she only responded with threats of dire consequences. The mother continued her lament, overwhelmed by her frustration and despair over her son's behavior. After she hung up, his parents discussed texting him to arrange a ride home, wondering if he had enough money for a taxi. His father then called, asking if he needed a ride and warning him that his mother was so angry she had started doing planks to cope. The boy apologized, promising he would finally quit the game and return home. Lee Jinho, a teenager with glasses and freckles, stared intently at his smartphone screen. A notification informed him that he had witnessed the conclusion of 99 different lives. The message continued, declaring that his true reset life would now begin, leaving him utterly confused. He recalled that Reset Life was an incredibly advanced location-based augmented reality game, so notoriously difficult that its community had long since vanished. He remembered the frustration of trying to find help online, only to discover the official homepage was gone and guides were non-existent. Painful memories surfaced of his schoolmates ridiculing him, calling him a noob for playing what they considered a trash game. He had been completely captivated, traveling to real locations like the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office just to check in for the game. His friend had once called him a gaming addict, marveling at his dedication to spend all his allowance on transportation costs just to play. Jinho reminisced about the alternate lives he had led, from a prosecutor in court to a street performer who topped the Billboard charts. Through the game, he had admired and desperately strived for the accomplishments he felt were unattainable in his real life. For 6 long years, the game known as Reset Life had been his entire world. It dawned on him with a jolt of excitement that this was not the end after all. He began to wonder what this new chapter could be, speculating about a secret story or a new character creation phase. A download completed, presenting him with a reward, the choice to inherit a single skill from his past playthroughs. He decided that if the game was truly continuing, he would gratefully accept any bonus he could get. With a sense of purpose, he considered his options carefully, knowing he had to choose the absolute best skill. He selected the one skill he felt he needed most at that moment, only to find the screen frozen and unresponsive. Panic set in as he feared the game had crashed, but then a message appeared, confirming he had acquired the secret skill reality transformation and his 100th life was about to begin. The description for his chosen skill, National Top Student, explained that academic success was overwhelmingly a matter of innate talent. The scene shifted to a quiz show, where the host prepared to ask question number 21. The host provided historical context, explaining that the incident in question had triggered the Shinmyeongjo, a Korean military conflict. He then posed the question, asking for the name of the American merchant vessel that was burned in July 1866. A flash of insight struck Jinho as he instantly knew the answer. The host showered praise on the gaming enthusiast, Lee Jinho, for his immediate response and asked if he was certain of his answer. He replied with unwavering confidence, stating that he fully believed his answer was correct. During a break in the filming, Jinho finally let out a long, weary sigh. He admitted to himself that he was surprised by all the sudden attention he was receiving from his classmates. His peers surrounded him, expressing their amazement at his previously hidden academic talents. He found the feeling of being respected rather pleasant, pondering if this was the need for esteem Maslow had written about. His friend, Park Jae-jun, suddenly burst into the restroom, theatrically accusing a demon of possessing Jinho's body. Jae-jun continued his charade, attempting a mock exorcism, while Jinho, annoyed, told his crazy friend to close the door. After the interruption, their conversation took a more serious turn. Jae-jun skeptically recapped Jinho's explanation, questioning if he had truly memorized countless text files from the game just to obtain the National Top Student skill. He then clarified that it was true, as that bizarre condition was genuinely what was required to acquire the skill within Reset Life. In that moment, he felt an undeniable certainty that the power of this skill was fundamentally changing him. Even as his mother checked on him late one night, he was aware that the power had rewired his brain. He thought back on the 6 years he had dedicated, body and soul, to the world of Reset Life. Realizing nothing in life was free, he had studied with fierce determination, feeling a tired but deep satisfaction after his exam. Jae-jun looked at his friend with new eyes, commenting on how much he had changed and wondering if this was his true self emerging. Jae-jun earnestly pledged to support him all the way to the final round. Jinho thanked his friend as they discussed Jae-jun's dance performance scheduled for the show's break time. They excitedly planned a celebratory feast with the potential scholarship money, with Jinho teasing his friend about his seemingly superhuman metabolism. The teacher excitedly asked if he had seen his preliminary scores for the college entrance exam. Jinho casually remarked that he was the only one in their class to get a perfect score, mentioning that he hadn't found the test very difficult. Jinho was taken aback, admitting that since even his own mother hadn't believed his results, he hadn't expected his teacher to either. At home, his parents celebrated his perfect score so loudly that even the neighbors, who often complained about their arguments, overheard their joyous laughter. He apologized to his parents for having only shown them the side of him that was consumed by gaming. His father cheerfully brushed it off, proposing a toast to his genius son's bright future at Korea University. His parents then asked about his plans before starting college, suggesting he could tutor, as relatives were already clamoring for his help. Jinho surprised them by announcing his intention to take a solo trip for a while. He was now focused on a new skill, where there's a will, there's a way, which promised a transformation that knowledge and exercise couldn't provide, a change in appearance. This demanding ritual had to be performed before the wish-granting Gwanbong stone Buddha statue at Seonbonsa Temple. Jinho considered the insane conditions, remarking to Jae-jun that it was still better than the previous skill's prerequisite of being struck by a falling sign. Jinho admitted that in the game he had cheated, simply creating 108 copies of a single photo of himself bowing. He knew, however, that since his skills had become real, such shortcuts would no longer be an option. He silently cursed himself for not building up his physical stamina first, as the steep, rocky path to Gatboy was incredibly taxing. He felt completely drained from the hike alone and had managed to perform only 3 of the required 108 bows. He remembered the sting of his old nickname, 4 Eyes, and how another student had cruelly mocked his appearance. The memory continued with him reluctantly taking a photo for the bully, only to be shocked by his own face in selfie mode. The bully had laughed, mistaking his genuine shock for a self-deprecating joke. But Jinho knew it had been no joke, he had been genuinely startled by his own reflection. He reflected on the fear he felt when looking in a clear mirror, as it forced him to confront the self he disliked so intensely. A deep yearning washed over him to be reborn with clear skin and a fast metabolism like his friend Park Jae-joon. Yet, he immediately corrected the thought, he didn't want a new life, but rather to change himself while remaining the son his loving parents knew. She confessed with regret that she had neglected him during that period, believing it was why he had retreated so deeply into his games. Her true wish, she explained, had always been for him to live a healthy, happy life filled with friends and fun. Through her tears, she told him how proud she was that he had grown up so wonderfully on his own, and that she loved him. Jinho made a silent vow to his parents that he would return from his journey as a son they could be even prouder of. He respectfully confirmed that he was, offering his sincere gratitude to the monk for all the guidance he had received. The story opened at the bustling Incheon International Airport, where a crowd was gathering with palpable excitement. The cries intensified as they desperately tried to catch his eye, begging him to look in their direction. Amid the frenzy, security guards worked to maintain order, politely asking the passionate crowd to step back. However, it was confirmed that their assumption was incorrect. The news sparked disbelief, with people questioning how anyone could mistake an ordinary person for a celebrity, even with sunglasses on. One of the fans defended the mistake, insisting that seeing the man's face would make them understand, before apologizing for the confusion. The realization rippled through the crowd as they learned he wasn't famous, though many had been certain he was a rookie actor. Ultimately, they concluded that with a face that handsome, the misunderstanding was completely understandable. Meanwhile, Jinho received a text from his friend Jae-joon, who playfully accused him of being a traitor for enjoying Italy by himself. Jae-joon's follow-up message gave Jinho one last chance to admit to plastic surgery, jokingly threatening him with a countdown. He continued by comparing Jinho's transformation to an unscratched lottery ticket that seemed too good to be true. He reflected on how his skill, where there's a will, there's a way, wasn't some magical 77-day cosmetic shortcut. Instead, it was a process of continuous effort, like a lotus flower growing from the mud to finally reveal its brilliant bloom. He soon discovered she had slipped him another note with her contact details, leaving him to marvel at the incredible power of his new appearance. It dawned on him that the number of notes he had received from strangers already outnumbered the total contacts saved in his phone. His thoughts then drifted to a recent conversation with his mother, who had been happy to hear the other students on the trip were his age. Jinho had felt a surge of confidence, believing that being both smart and handsome would surely make it easy to socialize. Despite his transformation, not a single person had spoken to him, and he couldn't figure out why. It turned out that Jinho had completely overlooked a fundamental element of social dynamics. He thought demonstrating his fluency in Italian would make them approach him, but it only made them whisper about how he excelled at that, too. For Jinho, who had just emerged from his isolated life, this simple rule of human relationships was baffling, and he feared he'd be alone for the whole trip. His solitude was evident as he sat alone at an outdoor cafe table, staring blankly at his phone. He decided to have breakfast early to lift his spirits, but the thought of eating alone quickly soured his mood and diminished his appetite. Yet, the moment he took a bite of his food, his appetite returned with a delicious, surprising vengeance. He savored a freshly baked croissant and a jam with a flavor so unique he had never encountered it back in Korea. He noticed a person in a red hoodie sitting at another table, seemingly alone as well. A moment later, he saw the person glance his way, a faint blush coloring their cheeks. Jinho resolved to shake off his melancholy, reminding himself that he was a new man enjoying coffee in the heart of Milan. His attempt at a sophisticated sip of coffee backfired spectacularly as he choked on the dark, potent liquid. While he coughed from the unexpected bitterness, a beautiful woman's voice explained that in Italy, ordering a café meant getting an espresso. She then asked if the cafe owner hadn't clarified this with him beforehand. Stunned by her beauty, Jinho admitted his mistake, prompting her to compliment his flawless accent, guessing it was why the owner hadn't bothered to ask. She noted how expressive his face was and asked if he was a model or an actor, to which he shyly replied that he was just a student. The woman playfully exclaimed that such talent was being wasted, and he fumbled to return the compliment, telling her she was also very beautiful. She laughed at his timidness and told him to work on being bolder, making him feel as though he had ruined his chance. But just as he felt his hope fade, she leaned in and thanked him for the compliment with a soft kiss on his cheek. She then handed him a note, telling him to contact her if he was interested and to stand up straight to match his handsome face. Jinho stood completely frozen, his mind unable to process what had just happened. As she turned to leave, she added that if she had seen how he looked without his glasses, she would have kissed his lips instead. With a final, playful remark about what a shame it was, she departed. Jinho's mind exploded with disbelief. He couldn't fathom that a woman so bold and beautiful had just hit on him so directly. Shaking himself out of his stupor, he eagerly looked at the note to save her number, but was stopped by what he saw. It wasn't a personal number, but a business card for an Italian model agency. The entire encounter had been a street casting, and Jinho had completely gotten ahead of himself. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice nearby complaining that their food was incredibly spicy. He turned his head with a jolt of recognition. It was Kim Sungmi, the trip's supervisor, who immediately chided him for calling her aunt instead of Nuna, warning him not to provoke her exhausted state. She then commented on how early he was awake, musing that it was a waste to sleep when they were in Italy. Jinho replied that he was also up early, though he admitted it was because he was too excited to sleep well. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Sungmi, with her worldly experience, might be the perfect person to help solve his social isolation problem. However, just as he was about to explain his predicament, their breakfast was served. Sungmi jokingly wondered if this feast was some kind of life reset, marveling at the sheer volume of the order. She relayed to the owner that her companion believed his order was wrong, but the owner calmly stated it was not a mistake. Now thoroughly confused, Sungmi asked why they had received so much food, a terrible suspicion beginning to dawn on her. She feared they had fallen for a classic tourist scam where unordered food is served to inflate the bill. Seeing her expression, Jinho leaned in and asked what the owner had said. Sungmi paused for a moment, playfully asking if she should really tell him, while an impatient Jinho urged her to hurry up because he was hungry. The day began under a brilliant blue sky, where birds soared freely above the lush canopy of a sprawling tree. After the astonishing breakfast, Jinho and Sungmi left the cafe, followed by the owner's repeated and enthusiastic thanks. On their way, Sungmi turned to Jinho and asked why he didn't seem upset by the owner's flirtatious behavior. She elaborated, questioning what was wrong with receiving an unexpected flirtation, which she considered nothing more than innocent goodwill. She added that the encounter was quite pleasant, and someone who had been hit on by a beautiful model scout earlier that morning had no reason to be worried. A little flustered, Jinho quietly acknowledged that she had witnessed his meeting with the scout. Sungmi reflected internally on what a rare individual he was, marveling at the innocence of someone who could seemingly have the whole world if he wanted it. Her thoughts then drifted to a poignant metaphor of a large elephant conditioned by the small chain that bound it as a calf, wondering if his shyness was a result of past limitations. Deciding to offer some guidance, she presented herself as a broadcast writer and asked him what he believed was the most important element in broadcasting. Jinho considered this for a moment before suggesting that beautiful celebrities, good cameras, and effective lighting were the key components. He explained his reasoning, stating that strong visuals were essential to capture the public's eye, which ultimately translated into views and high ratings. Sungmi agreed that he understood the basics, but then challenged him by asking if visuals were the only secret to a hit show's massive ratings. She began her lesson by breaking down the word broadcast itself, explaining it as a combination of broad and cast, meaning to throw something widely. She clarified that once you have captured someone's attention, you must then cast your message out to them. To illustrate her point, she reminded him of how the model scout had first used her stunning appearance to get his attention before presenting him with her business card. She then used the cafe owner as another example, who had used generous service to capture her attention before delivering his flattering message. However, she warned that such attempts didn't always succeed, painting a picture of how awkward it would be if a gift of flowers was met with disgust. An image flashed through her mind of a girl complaining that a boy with glasses had just confessed his feelings to her. The imaginary scene concluded with the girl's friend reacting with revulsion, a scenario Sungmi acknowledged was a real possibility. Despite the risk of rejection, she emphasized that the important thing was that the message had been conveyed. She concluded her advice by asking him if the act of communicating one's intentions wasn't what truly mattered in the end. Sometime later, the group's white tour bus was parked before a magnificent, classical-style building, ready for the next part of their trip. Jinho stood quietly, thoughtfully mulling over Sungmi's profound advice. Nearby, another student struggled aloud with the unfamiliar Italian pronunciation system, finding it completely different from English. Just then, Jinho gathered his courage and approached Sungmi once more. He posed a hypothetical question, asking what one should do if the other person didn't just dislike the gesture but actively disliked the person making it. Sungmi responded bluntly, questioning why anyone would waste time with someone who dislikes them, calling such an act disrespectful to both parties. She paused for a moment, letting the weight of her words sink in before adding a final thought. She then smiled, reassuringly telling him that he didn't need to worry about such a problem. The fourth day of their language study trip in Italy commenced. Some of the other Korean students were beginning to feel homesick, openly craving dishes like cold rice with ramen and kimchi stew. One student jokingly suggested they pray at a nearby cathedral, theatrically asking God in broken Italian to make it rain kimchi stew. As they messed around, their attention was caught by the sight of Jinho, who was now interacting with some of their peers. They watched with a mix of surprise and amusement, noting his efforts to be social and feigning a need to be saved from the awkward sight. A narrator's voice explained that Sungmi's advice had clearly been successful, prompting curiosity about the problem Jinho had mentioned, as it now seemed completely resolved. Her words had managed to draw out Jinho's latent assertiveness and courage, which did not go unnoticed by the other students. One of them remarked in surprise that even a guy like him, who they initially pegged as an arrogant young master, was capable of approaching others, and that his newfound bravery was inspiring. A girl with long hair turned and gave a meaningful look to her friend standing beside her. She then quietly suggested that perhaps they should try talking to him as well. While his new approach garnered positive attention, it also inevitably sparked jealousy from some of the boys, even as the girls flocked to him, demanding photos and even offering contact lenses. 2 hours later, the photo requests had not subsided, with one girl eagerly pulling him aside for yet another picture in front of a pretty building. 5 hours into the tour, Jinho was utterly exhausted, having been used as a photo accessory at every new scenic spot, silently begging for someone to rescue him. In a surprising twist, one of the male students approached him with a look of respect, called him a true man, and offered him a bottle of water, which Jinho accepted with bewilderment. Ironically, he found himself becoming closer with the boys than the girls, as he lamented the relentless photo sessions that occurred every time the scenery changed. Another boy chimed in, philosophically stating that being that handsome essentially made him a walking photo shoot. A third boy mused that being only moderately good-looking was the ideal, though he was quickly reminded that even moderate looks needed to be of a certain standard. Suddenly, a girl's sharp voice cut through the air, demanding that someone get that bastard and questioning what the boys were doing. Without hesitation, the boys rallied together, shouting a protective warning for everyone to leave their Jinho alone. In that instant, a mysterious blue and purple aura began to radiate from Jinho's body. He was overcome with a peculiar sensation that he could only describe as feeling like he was wearing ill-fitting clothes. An inexplicable compulsion washed over him, making it feel uncomfortable to do anything but stand up perfectly straight. As the feeling intensified, a sudden realization hit him, and he turned to the others to ask if they had uploaded their photos together onto social media. One of the boys casually confirmed they had, nonchalantly asking how many likes the pictures had gotten. At that confirmation, everything clicked into place for Jinho. His mind raced back to a guide he had once read on the Reset Life forum, which detailed the secret to unlocking a skill called the best. He recalled the first condition from the forum post, which required the player to get a modeling offer and upload a photo of the business card to their profile. He then remembered the impossibly difficult second condition, achieving 10,000 likes on a photo posted to the game's internal social network, a feat that caused many players to give up entirely. The skill was described as being designed for an existence born from modeling, a talent that lay dormant until it was recognized by the masses. His thoughts were briefly interrupted by the sight of a delicious-looking cup of gelato nearby. He understood now that he had just unlocked the best skill, a development he never thought possible. 1,000 questions flooded his mind as he wondered what the limit was, whether he could acquire all 99 skills, and if there would be any negative side effects. He felt an incredible rush, like a gamer receiving exclusive rewards from a game's closed beta, open beta, and a daily attendance event all at once. Unbeknownst to him, a couple of his classmates watched from a distance, confused as to why Jinho was sitting alone and dramatically reciting lines as if he were in a commercial for gelato. Jinho abruptly shook his head, dismissing his own over-the-top internal monologue. Just then, a loud argument nearby drew the attention of the students, who turned to see if a fight had started. A frustrated director was berating a model on set, demanding more confident and dynamic poses and rejecting every attempt the model made. Reaching his breaking point, the director threw his hands up and declared that he was quitting the shoot effective immediately. He then stormed over to a representative from the modeling agency, coldly informing them that the shoot was over and that they should take their model and leave. The director furiously swore he would never work with that agency again, and raged that they had sent him such an incompetent model for the job. As he vented about the simple difficulty of getting a model to do model work, Jinho observed the intense scene from a distance, getting a glimpse into the high-stakes professional world. An assistant to the director cautiously asked if they should reschedule the shoot for the following day, but the director suddenly held up a hand to silence them. A slow, wicked smile spread across the director's face as a brilliant idea took hold. He exclaimed that God must truly love him, and then pointed directly towards Jinho, ordering his staff to bring that Asian man to him. With a look of manic determination, he insisted that they secure him for the shoot by any means necessary. The system detailed the best skill, posing a question about the peak moment of a person's existence, whether it was through hard work, expertise, or wealth. It provided the answer, stating that a person is at their best when all eyes are on them, as some are simply born for the spotlight. The recently fired model, Leonardo, watched from the side and scoffed in utter disbelief. He was infuriated by the idea that they were replacing him, a professional, with someone else. He muttered under his breath, questioning the sanity of replacing him with a complete amateur. Meanwhile, a makeup artist observed Jinho's discomfort with his first-ever full makeup application, which only fueled Leonardo's contempt for the photographer's decision. The crew members acknowledged that while Jinho was handsome, there was something more to him than just his physical appearance. They spoke of an unmistakable aura, a presence that professionals like them could feel instantly, even in a crowded room. There was an undeniable, special quality about him that was hard to define. An assistant approached the director, confirming that the supervisor had officially approved the impromptu photo shoot. The director then turned to Jinho, asking if he was a professional model but clarifying that he would proceed with the shoot regardless of the answer. After a thoughtful pause, Jinho stated that if the question pertained to his formal career, then he was not a professional. A powerful studio light flared to life, illuminating the set like a manufactured star in a dark sky. But, he continued, if the director was asking about his level of skill, he declared with unwavering confidence that he was, in fact, a professional model. Jinho simply explained that his talent had yet to be recognized by an agency. The scene shifted to a symbolic close-up of a weathered hand, its veins prominent with restrained power. In a sudden explosion of force, a thick metal chain was shattered into pieces. The imagery culminated in an elephant standing free in an ethereal mist, the broken end of its shackle still attached to a wooden post. The director could only stare, momentarily stunned into silence by Jinho's presence. His shock quickly melted into pure professional ecstasy as he praised the incredible take. He instructed Jinho to lift his chin for a more arrogant expression, then called for the crew to bring in the props for the next sequence. From the sidelines, Leonardo watched the photo shoot unfold and could already perfectly envision the final product. He saw in his mind's eye the breathtaking photo spread that would capture the public's imagination. He pictured countless readers stopping in their tracks, their gazes completely arrested by the images. The fired model had to admit that when all was said and done, the amateur was undeniably and frustratingly cool. He confessed to himself that he had been waiting for the shoot to fail miserably so he could ridicule the photographer. Instead, all he was left with was a humbling awareness of the immense gap between their levels of innate talent. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to Jinho's life in Seoul, Korea. Water sprayed from a shower head, filling a bathroom with steam. A hand reached down to press the flush handle on a toilet. Freshly showered, Jinho clutched the back of a clean white shirt with his still damp hands. He caught his reflection in the mirror, a thoughtful expression momentarily crossing his face. He paused for a moment, quietly contemplating his recent past. Staring at his own handsome face, he reflected on how his language study trip to Italy had been a series of unforgettable new experiences. He recalled the unexpected photo shoot and his promise to the director to consider another one if he ever came to Korea. He also remembered all the wonderful friends he had made and the bittersweet farewells they had shared. His thoughts then turned to the significant sum of money he had earned modeling and the question of how to spend it. He concluded that, out of everything he had done, one particular act stood out as the absolute best. He fondly remembered the image of his mother smiling happily in her kitchen. The memory was of buying presents for his parents for the very first time, and how his mother immediately insisted on wearing the scarf he gave her. She had proudly announced her intention to show off the gift to everyone, guessing that his father was probably making an even bigger, though quieter, fuss. An acquaintance had approached his mother, congratulating her on raising a son who achieved a perfect score on his college entrance exam. The woman then noticed his father's new watch, prompting him to nonchalantly dismiss it as nothing special. With feigned modesty, his father had then proudly elaborated that it was just a small gift his son bought with money he earned from a modeling job in Italy. Back in the present, his mother's voice broke his reverie. She asked if he remembered her friend, Aunt Jinsuk. Jinho's mind immediately flashed to an image of the annoying woman who consistently belittled both him and his mother. His mother relayed that the same woman was now asking if he would be willing to tutor her child. Jinho thoughtfully considered the request, acknowledging that she was his mother's friend. He then masterfully declined, claiming he didn't want to burden Aunt Jinsuk with high tutoring fees, an excuse his mother immediately saw through. Realizing he had found the perfect way to enact some petty revenge, his mother gleefully prepared to tell her friend that it was unfortunately out of her hands. Jinho then immediately pivoted, asking about another of her friends, Aunt Myeong. He remembered Aunt Myeong as the one person who always stood up for them and defended them against the other's harsh words. He also fondly recalled her as the friend who had always given him the most generous allowance over the years. She had always been their staunchest defender, fiercely protecting them from any criticism. Jinho told his mother that while he wasn't trying to play favorites, he felt a debt of gratitude to Aunt Myeong for her unwavering kindness. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that his national top student skill was allowing him to be a good son in a way he never expected. As he got ready to leave, his mother asked if he was certain he didn't want her to accompany him to his college entrance ceremony. She took note of his attire, and he explained that the suit was a gift from Italy and that his friend Jae-jun had insisted it was mandatory for the event. He recalled his friend's overly dramatic argument that college students were adults, and suits were the ultimate symbol of adulthood. Jae-jun had emphatically declared that because of this logic, all freshmen were obligated to wear suits to the ceremony. His parents had remarked to each other how much things had changed since they were in college. Jinho assured his mother he would call her if his return was delayed. With a final farewell, he headed out for his first day as a college student. He soon arrived on the sprawling university campus, walking past a banner advertising a master's program in engineering. As he walked, a pair of students suddenly stopped and stared at him with expressions of pure astonishment. One of them couldn't help but point him out, marveling at the sight. They were completely baffled as to why he was the only person there wearing a full suit. They whispered to each other, wondering who would possibly wear a suit to an entrance ceremony and speculating that he couldn't be a freshman. One of the students quickly decided that the fashion faux pas was too amusing not to share on the campus social media app. Overhearing their mockery, a wave of humiliation washed over Jinho as he silently swore to get his revenge on Park Jae-jun. In the bustling business administration department, a frantic search began for Lee Jinho, whose absence was noted just moments before he was scheduled to give the freshman representative's entrance pledge. A senior urged her colleague to call him immediately, but he shot back that he didn't have the freshman's number and couldn't even recall what he looked like. She expressed her disbelief that the department head could be so uninformed, prompting him to angrily defend himself by pointing out that Jinho had skipped orientation and had no social media presence. Another senior scoffed at a banner celebrating the new student, deriding the perfect score freshman as an arrogant bastard for choosing a language study trip over their orientation. She continued her rant, imagining the tardy representative was probably just then strolling casually through the main gate, sipping an iced Americano without a care in the world. Turning to her friend Daehye, she vowed that he would have to answer for his tardiness and arrogance the moment he finally showed up. At that very moment, a picture of a mysterious, handsome man in a suit began circulating on the campus anonymous social media page, sparking theories about a drama being filmed. Commenters fervently hoped the man was their junior and expressed their eagerness to see him in person. Unaware of his newfound digital fame, Jinho cautiously approached a group of students to ask for directions. He politely inquired if they were the seniors from the business administration department whom he was supposed to meet. The senior who had been complaining about him moments before was left flustered and tongue-tied by his appearance, barely managing to confirm that she was indeed one of them. He warmly introduced himself as Lee Jinho and sincerely apologized for his tardiness, which she quickly tried to brush off as no big deal. Her male colleague, however, angrily interjected, declaring that it was absolutely not okay to be late for a scheduled appointment. He began to scold the freshman, but his tirade died in his throat as he finally got a clear look at Jinho's incredibly handsome face. A collective gasp went through the group of seniors as they were all momentarily stunned by his striking good looks. Shortly thereafter, Jinho stood on stage, confidently reciting the freshman pledge and promising to devote his body and mind to the pursuit of knowledge. In the audience, one of the seniors murmured that this was the rumored freshman, admitting he was even more impressive than she had imagined. Her friend sighed in agreement, conceding that he was indeed much better than the rumors had suggested. The first senior playfully asked if her friend had fallen for him, to which the other replied with an enthusiastic and shameless confirmation. In a flashback to 10 minutes earlier, Jinho had explained his lateness was caused by losing a contact lens, an excuse the now smitten seniors readily accepted as they marveled at his face. They whispered among themselves, noting that his suit must have cost thousands and wondering why anyone would wear such an outfit to an entrance ceremony. One of them then recalled a campus rumor about a chaebol heir who once wore a tailcoat to a party, and a wild theory started to form. They quickly concluded that Jinho must be an heir from a wealthy family, reasoning his face wasn't publicly known because he wasn't the official successor. The male senior's mind raced with this new, terrifying possibility, realizing that scolding such a powerful individual could have dire consequences. He quickly decided that it was wisest to let the issue of his tardiness slide entirely. Jinho, oblivious to their speculation, then offered a sincere apology for missing the freshman orientation without any prior contact. He explained that he had viewed the language study trip as a once-in-a-lifetime chance, admitting he should have reached out to them in advance. The senior girl reassured him that orientation wasn't mandatory, which prompted a friend to tease her for being the only old-fashioned one among them. When asked how he knew they were talking about him, Jinho sheepishly confessed that their loud conversation had actually helped him find them. Finally, one of the seniors voiced the question on everyone's mind, asking him about the reason for his unusual attire. A wave of panic washed over Jinho as he imagined being ostracized as an attention seeker and doomed to be a loner in college. But then, a sudden flash of desperate inspiration gave him an idea. He confidently announced that he was wearing the suit because he had an interview and photo shoot scheduled with the prestigious magazine Korea, tomorrow. Right after the ceremony. This magazine was known as the premier college publication in the country, one that all ambitious Korea University students dreamed of being featured in. The seniors found this perfectly logical, assuming the university would naturally want to show off a student with both a perfect SAT score and a celebrity-like face. Jinho continued his fabrication, claiming that he had fallen into deep thought after receiving the magazine's offer. He explained that his main concern had been how to properly represent the elite image of the business administration department in his photo shoot, inwardly marveling at how easily the lies came to him. He posed a rhetorical question, asking what kind of clothing would be appropriate for the members of the most intellectual department among Korea's brightest students. There was, he dramatically announced, only one possible answer to such a profound question. He declared with unwavering conviction that a suit was the only attire that would not disgrace the proud reputation of the business administration department. He immediately regretted his over-the-top explanation, thinking to himself that he should have simply blamed the whole thing on a friend's prank. Just as he was cringing internally, the senior who had initially been angry with him solemnly called his name. With a newfound look of deep respect, the senior instructed Jinho to call him Hyungnim from now on. The other seniors praised his supposed school spirit, with one lamenting that not all juniors were like him, which earned him a playful jab for sounding old-fashioned. Later, inside a brightly lit convenience store, Jinho recounted the story to his friend Jae-jun. Jae-jun was doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach as he mockingly repeated Jinho's grand speech about the suit, reminding him who was responsible for the entire situation. He expressed his utter disbelief that Jinho had been gullible enough to actually fall for the prank in the first place. Jinho nonchalantly changed the subject, asking how the Korea, tomorrow photo shoot, which had actually happened the day before, had gone. A brief flashback showed the photographer on set, completely captivated and begging to take just one more shot of Jinho. The photographer had insisted that the vibe was perfect and that he absolutely needed to capture one more photo. An interviewer had tried to cut in, reminding him that they still needed to speak with Jinho, but the photographer was too engrossed to stop. Back in the present, Jinho reported that the shoot went well and showed Jae-jun a thick stack of papers the senior had given him. The papers were a comprehensive guide to campus life, filled with insider information on professors and classes, which the senior had proudly compiled for him after using up all the library's printer paper. After glancing at the guide, Jae-jun suddenly announced that he needed to change his course registration to add a guitar class, much to Jinho's confusion. He explained that it was part of the quintessential Korean dream to travel the country with only a pair of jeans and an acoustic guitar. Jae-jun then described his romantic fantasy of sitting on the campus lawn, strumming his guitar and drinking a beer, convinced it was the epitome of coolness. He asked if Jinho could feel the vibe, and Jinho agreed that he was definitely getting a certain feeling. Jinho clarified that the feeling he got was that Jae-jun's taste was appallingly outdated, comparing him to a relic from the 1980s. Jae-jun retorted that mocking the '88 generation was unfilial, all while Jinho's handsome profile made him look like he was posing for a commercial. Jinho shot back that the most unfilial thing was for someone with Jae-jun's face to walk around with such a terrible fashion sense. He pointedly questioned the logic of wearing a white t-shirt under a red coat, an outfit Jae-jun defended as the perfect combination of cool and clean. The mother reflected on her daughter's rebellious nature at school, where she consistently ignored homework and teachers until they eventually gave up on her. She believed this behavior stemmed from a privileged upbringing, which had led her daughter to feel she could do anything she wanted without consequence. A brief flashback showed a much younger, pigtail-wearing girl arguing playfully over Pokemon with a boy, insisting her mutant status defied game logic after he called her a pink pig who had hit puberty. Meanwhile, in a separate meeting, Jinho had confidently told the mother to trust in the power of his perfect SAT score, a boast she met with a resigned yet hopeful agreement. He then humorously discussed the tutoring fee, warning her not to overpay him lest he never return, which seemed to amuse the woman. Later, the quiet chime of a digital keypad echoed as a finger pressed the buttons, unlocking the door to the family home. Upon entering, the mother was greeted by a housekeeper and immediately asked for her daughter, Jiyoung, who she learned was in her room. Approaching the room, the mother raised her hand and knocked gently on the plain white door. She then leaned in closer, softly calling out to her daughter to ask if she was awake. From within the room, however, there was only a profound and telling silence. Continuing to speak through the door, the mother announced she had arranged for an English tutor to start next week, urging her daughter to try her best this time. She finally revealed the tutor's identity as Lee Jinho, a name that sparked a flicker of recognition as she mentioned he was the oppa who used to visit them long ago. This name triggered a sudden, vivid memory for Jiyoung of a little girl's hand reaching out to touch the back of a man playfully wearing bunny ears. In that same memory, her mother, a woman with dark hair tied back, had watched the interaction with an intensely serious expression. The recollection stirred a deep sense of regret in the mother, who silently questioned her own qualifications as a parent. But inside the room, Jiyoung's expression was one of pure, wide-eyed shock as the realization dawned on her. She quietly processed the news, her heart pounding as she wondered if she would truly get to see her teddy bear oppa again next week. The scene opened on a bustling Saturday at the Dongdaemun Oo Mall. A weary sigh escaped one of the young men wandering through the crowd. He quietly complained about having to walk around Dongdaemun with his friend on such a perfect day. He then jokingly questioned the very purpose of having friends at all. His companion, attempting to lift his spirits, offered to buy him anything he wanted to eat, up to 30,000 won, as an act of friendship and patriotism. The friend then changed the subject, asking what had spurred the sudden decision to get a style makeover, to which Jinho vaguely replied that there were many reasons. He revealed the main catalyst was a particular social media post, surprising his friend who hadn't known he was active online. His friend leaned in, pointing at the phone screen to confirm that the person in the embarrassing photo was, in fact, him. Jinho swore he had only just downloaded the app the day before and had been horrified to discover he had unknowingly become an icon of terrible fashion. He admitted that, ironically, this bizarre reputation had helped him make friends in his university department. His friend remained puzzled, however, asking why he chose Dongdaemun specifically when there were so many other affordable brands to choose from. Jinho boasted with supreme confidence that it didn't matter, as anything he wore was instantly transformed into high-end fashion. Suddenly, his friend looked at him with newfound understanding, wondering why it had taken so long to see the Midas touch Jinho possessed. A memory surfaced in Jinho's mind from 3 years prior, recalling his determination to repay a favor to ADDICT Hyung. Back in that memory, he had burst into a clothing store, questioning the owner, ADDICT, about his plans to quit the business. He had argued that quitting was unthinkable, especially since the new spring collection had just arrived that very day. An employee, however, had confronted ADDICT, pointing out that he hadn't been paid in 3 months and was struggling financially himself. Later, a dejected ADDICT sat alone, consumed by the crushing weight of his failure. He gazed out at the bustling crowds of shoppers, feeling completely alone in his misfortune. He reflected on how he had poured every ounce of his effort into making the shop a success. He lamented that despite his keen fashion sense, taking out loans for models, and even paying for ranking boosts, nothing had worked. The harsh reality was that he was now completely broke, with no money for salaries or new inventory. A heavy, defeated silence settled over him. He finally decided to give up, reasoning that 3 years was a long enough time to have struggled. He bitterly concluded that the world was divided into those destined for success and those, like him, who were fated to fail. His eyes then fell on a person with such a bizarre fashion sense that it reminded him of his own hopeless shop, which not even a legendary designer could save. He mockingly declared that his own store was probably the epitome of such a lost cause. But then, his attention sharpened. He watched with growing confusion as the strangely dressed individual began to walk directly toward his failing shop, before suddenly calling out his name. The person identified himself as Jinho, a name that sparked a distant memory. The scene flashed back 3 years, to a moment where ADDICT was sternly instructing a much younger Jinho. He had warned the boy that the clothing business was far more difficult than it appeared. An eager Jinho had listened intently, respectfully acknowledging his mentor's advice. Pleased with his progress, ADDICT had praised the boy and even promised him a manager position at his future second store. Jinho had then asked ADDICT if he could record a video of him working, wanting to review his own performance at home. ADDICT had admired the kid's ambition, mistaking the Reset Life app for a simple photo tool for practice. Jinho, aware of the misunderstanding, had kept it to himself, valuing ADDICT's kind nature. Back in the present, ADDICT recalled that time, remembering his worry when the diligent kid had vanished without a trace. His eyes widened in disbelief as he finally recognized the young man standing before him. Jinho apologized for his sudden departure back then and asked if he could browse the clothes in the store. Snapping out of his surprise, ADDICT eagerly showed him the latest arrivals. Jinho tried on an outfit and turned to his friend, Park Jae-jun, asking for his honest opinion. Jae-jun suggested that white canvas shoes would complete the look perfectly, prompting Jinho to ask ADDICT if he had a pair. ADDICT watched the two friends with a pensive, almost desperate expression. A moment later, Jinho's feet were shown comfortably fitted into a pair of crisp, white canvas sneakers. He let out a soft sound of admiration for the new look. He smugly asked Jae-jun if he was right about making everything look high-end, a point his friend couldn't help but concede. Jae-jun remarked that the so-called photo shoot from his social media fame wasn't for nothing, a comment that left Jinho confused. As Jinho prepared to purchase the entire set, ADDICT saw a glimmer of hope and realized this might be his last chance. He hesitantly stopped Jinho, asking if he would be willing to do him a small favor. Jinho immediately understood, asking if ADDICT wanted him to work as a fitting model. Overcome with desperation, ADDICT pleaded for just an hour, or even 30 minutes, of his time. Jinho readily agreed, saying it was the least he could do to repay the kindness and guidance ADDICT had shown him 3 years ago. An ecstatic ADDICT immediately fumbled for his wallet, insisting on paying Jinho before he could change his mind, but Jinho refused the payment. ADDICT argued that it was important to be clear about money between them. He paused for a moment, his determination hardening. He then dramatically declared he would go as far as borrowing money just to pay him, begging him not to leave. Sometime later, Jae-jun was seen struggling to carry an armful of shopping bags. ADDICT expressed his profound gratitude, explaining that without Jinho, all those clothes would have been donated to an orphanage the next day. Jae-jun teased Jinho about his new look, comparing him to a wealthy socialite after a massive department store shopping spree. He complained about the sheer unfairness of how Jinho could go shopping and somehow end up making money from it. Jinho retorted that he had felt the same way about Jae-jun's natural good fortune for the past 7 years. He recounted memories from elementary school where Jae-jun received special treatment, like extra ice cream or free drinks, just for being handsome. Jae-jun feigned innocence, questioning if it was special treatment and claiming he just thought he was a lucky person who met generous shop owners. He then arrogantly proclaimed that such preferential treatment felt as natural to him as breathing, a comment which greatly annoyed Jinho. Changing the subject, Jae-jun announced that all the talk of food had made him hungry and insisted that Jinho treat him to a meal. Just as they were arguing, an unfamiliar voice called out Jinho's name from across the street. A young woman ran up to them, expressing her shock and delight at seeing Jinho. She gushed about how long it had been, though Jinho's blank expression showed he had no memory of her. Beside him, Jae-jun muttered under his breath, wondering who this woman was and what nerve she had to approach them so casually. The woman introduced herself as Bora, reminding him that they had been classmates in middle school. Her name triggered a sudden, mortifying flashback of Bora loudly announcing to their classmates that the boy with glasses had just confessed to her. The humiliating memory concluded with her yelling about how gross it was, even as his younger self had desperately insisted she used to like him. Feigning recognition, Jinho lied and claimed he remembered Bora perfectly. Bora gushed about his social media fame as a handsome neighborhood figure, asking how he had recognized her. Jae-jun silently fumed, disgusted that she was only feigning familiarity now that Jinho was handsome and popular. His mind raced back to how she had spread vicious rumors after his confession before conveniently moving away. Unaware of Jae-jun's thoughts, Bora hesitantly suggested that since fate had brought them together, they should catch up. She then boldly asked Jinho if he would like to join her for a cup of coffee. Jinho offered her a polite but distant smile in response. He apologized, regretfully informing her that he couldn't. He explained he was too busy and began to leave, but Bora desperately asked if they could at least exchange numbers. Jinho flatly refused and coldly asked her why he would ever do that. He then added that she, more than anyone, should already know the reason for his refusal. With a final, chillingly polite farewell, he wished her well and walked away without another glance. Jae-jun later questioned his friend's kindness toward her, but Jinho simply dismissed her as an old middle school classmate. Hidden from view, a surge of silent fury took hold as Jinho tightened his grip into a white-knuckled fist. Left behind, Bora seethed with indignation, wondering if he thought she was hitting on him and mocking his new princely attitude. She spat a venomous parting shot, muttering that his handsome face was only a temporary blessing. With a final huff, she denounced him as a complete jerk. Jinho laughed, playing along as he commanded his loyal servant to march onward. The establishment offered a stunning view of the cityscape as the sun dipped below the horizon. As they ate, Jinho mused that after such a blunt dismissal, Bora would likely never approach him again. Jae-jun complimented his friend's cool appearance, wondering why he hadn't started dressing so well much sooner. Jinho reflected that if Bora had only offered a simple apology, he might have actually gone to that cafe with her. He confessed to feeling an lingering emptiness, speculating that it was the pain of a first love, but Jae-jun had a more practical diagnosis. Jae-jun bluntly declared that the feeling wasn't heartbreak, but simply an empty stomach. After a hearty meal, Jinho conceded that his friend had been right, it wasn't emotional turmoil, just pure hunger. Flush with cash from ADDICT, Jinho generously announced that they would eat until they could eat no more. An hour later, the bill arrived at a staggering 140,000 won, prompting Jae-jun to tease Jinho for eating 4 servings by himself. As they walked, they passed a bizarre street cult chanting about putting their faith in the ancestors. Jinho wondered if this strange new group had genuine believers or was just a pastime for the wealthy. A woman from the group approached him, but he waved her away, assuming she was just offering him a wet wipe. Instead, she gave him unsolicited fashion advice, suggesting his current style would look better with his hair down. A nearby woman, overhearing the exchange, loudly declared her newfound faith. A horrified Jinho realized this was the 5th time he had involuntarily dispensed fashion tips to a complete stranger. It dawned on him that while helping ADDICT, he had unlocked an unexpected new skill. The system confirmed the neighborhood fashionista skill earned from gaining 1,000 social media likes and reading 10 fashion magazines. His newly refined aesthetic sense became a curse, filling him with an unbearable urge to critique everyone's hideous outfits. He struggled to calm himself, knowing he couldn't act this way, especially around his university seniors. He forced himself to focus, remembering that today was the crucial club registration day. Arriving at the registration tables, he announced his intention to sign up for a club. The person at the desk looked up, their expression one of surprise. It was one of his seniors, who greeted him warmly and asked what brought him there. Jinho asked if the senior was feeling ill, but his senior just waved him off, telling him to stay back. He repeated that he was simply there to pick up a club application form. The senior suddenly erupted with an incredible burst of energy, shouting about the clubs. He began rapidly listing the various options, from golf and hiking to tennis and soccer. With overwhelming enthusiasm, he eagerly asked which club their dear junior wished to join. Jinho chose the tennis club, a decision that the senior praised as an excellent choice. Jinho was completely baffled by his senior's sudden and extreme high-energy demeanor. The senior then explained that Jinho had become a major topic of interest among the professors. He revealed that the dean's delight over his magazine feature had ignited a quiet but intense rivalry among the faculty. A confused Jinho asked what kind of competition he was referring to. The senior clarified that all the professors were competing to get him into their clubs and had been relentlessly pressuring him about it. He expressed immense relief that Jinho had come on his own, saving him the effort of recruiting him, as professors often acted as club advisors. He told Jinho to call him later and warned him to be careful of the scorned professors, leaving Jinho wondering just how important he had become. He then recalled his business administration professor ominously suggesting he would soon discover the joys of golf. He also remembered his economics professor mistakenly drawing a hiking trail instead of a production curve. Even the day's lunch had been interrupted by a professor staring at him, convinced he had the face of a soccer player. After hearing about his day of being watched, Jae-jun grimly confirmed that this academic pressure would haunt him all semester. Jinho likened the stress to a dating simulation game, which made Jae-jun laugh at the nerdy comparison. His senior then handed him a bag full of equipment, reassuring him that it was all sponsored by alumni. With the gear in hand, the senior prepared to officially welcome him. The reflection of the campus town was captured in a close-up of Jinho's newly determined eye. The senior finally announced his official welcome to the University Tennis Club. From the sidelines, Jinho and another student watched a skilled player practice on the court. A female member of the club gracefully bent down to retrieve a tennis ball. A player's hand skillfully tossed a ball into the air, readying a powerful serve. A blonde-haired student unleashed a formidable serve, his racket a blur of motion. Jae-jun explained to the inexperienced Jinho that a serve so powerful it couldn't be returned was called an ace. Baffled by the new terms, Jinho was told he'd understand everything once he started playing. A shout echoed from across the court as a club member announced Koo Young-jae's success in recruiting Jinho. The news spread like wildfire, with players celebrating their new high GPA member and gloating over the hiking club's loss. A short while later, someone observed that the newcomer, Jinho, had already been practicing for a full hour. Jinho reached his hand up, preparing to catch a ball as it descended. With intense concentration, he swung his racket with all his might. Across the court, a player in a white tracksuit easily returned his shot. As Jinho missed yet another swing, a fellow player casually remarked on how surprisingly terrible he was at tennis. Jinho let out a deep sigh of frustration on the tennis court. He despondently reflected on his poor performance, admitting to himself that his only prior experience holding a racket was for a school evaluation. Despite the constant encouragement from his seniors, he felt his skills were hopelessly lagging behind. From his spot, he watched two other club members expertly play a match on the sunlit court. A tennis ball soared high into the air, a bright yellow speck against the clear blue sky after a powerful return. A moment of silent contemplation passed as he remained motionless, lost in his thoughts. He found himself debating whether he should activate his special skill right then and there. The allure of the tennis prince's skill was immense, as it promised to make him instantly superior to everyone else in the club. He reviewed the unlocked conditions, having already completed the first by holding a racket, all that remained was to achieve 100 rallies. He realized he could easily cheese the requirement by asking someone to go easy on him, a shortcut that could unlock his power in minutes. Yet, the idea of taking such an easy way out filled him with a profound and unsettling discomfort. His white sneaker remained planted firmly on the court's surface as he wrestled with his internal conflict. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration, asking him what he was thinking about so deeply. Startled by the sudden interruption, Jinho stammered an apology as he snapped back to reality. He confessed that his complete failure during his school evaluation made him feel like an unskilled burden to the tennis club. A senior with a unique hairstyle simply stared ahead, listening with a blank expression. In contrast, another senior with an undercut broke into a kind laugh, his eyes squeezed shut in amusement. The senior asked if this was his first club, guessing that someone with top grades must have spent all their time studying while privately admitting had spent his gaming. He offered some advice, explaining that the point of club activities wasn't to be good or bad, but simply to have fun. He continued his thought, lamenting that kids today are so conditioned by competition that they view falling even slightly behind as a disaster. The senior concluded that those who truly enjoy themselves are the ones who excel, a piece of wisdom that struck a chord with Jinho. When offered a rally partner, Jinho politely declined, now determined to practice alone, having realized his anxiety had obscured what was truly important. The scene then shifted to a large, modern house sitting under a sunny sky, with a city skyline visible in the background. Inside, a housekeeper greeted him, confirming he was the new English tutor and asking him to wait for his student, Miss Ji-young. After being offered a beverage, he politely requested a soda. He mused to himself, surprised that his successful Aunt Myeong even employed a housekeeper. A young girl's voice suddenly echoed through the house as she called out for her mother. She then loudly announced that she was home. The girl immediately began asking for someone she referred to as Teddy Bear Appa. The housekeeper, while tidying up the girl's carelessly thrown bag, replied that she knew nothing of a teddy bear but pointed out that her new tutor had arrived. The girl, Ji-young, looked at him with confusion before he greeted her, noting it had been a long time. After a moment, a flash of recognition lit up her face as she finally remembered him. She then confidently and incorrectly declared that he was her mother's secret boyfriend. Ji-young insisted she knew because she recognized him from the background of her mother's phone wallpaper. She angrily questioned why he was there instead of Teddy Bear Appa, cutting him off as he tried to explain. The girl then accused him of using his handsome face to seduce her mother and steal the tutoring job, a bizarre accusation that left him speechless. With a defiant huff, Ji-young stormed off, muttering that she shouldn't have come home early while ignoring the housekeeper's calls. When reminded of her promise to study, she retorted that her mother broke a promise first and that she refused to have her lesson. Suddenly, the tutor's voice cut through her tantrum as he called her a pink pig. He sternly reprimanded her, demanding to know where she had acquired such awful manners. He called out to the pig again, grabbing her attention. She turned and defiantly demanded that he play a game with her. The housekeeper began to apologize for the girl's behavior, but he calmly assured her that it was fine. The housekeeper added that she couldn't ask for more than her child being healthy, showing her lenient attitude. He told Ji-young she would have to wait, promising to play only after he unlocked his skill, which was met with confused silence. A sharp tearing sound suddenly echoed through the room. It was immediately followed by the distinct sound of something shattering on the ground. Ji-young, holding his now broken phone, yelled at him to stop looking at it and play with her now. A sharp, angry sound escaped his lips in response to his broken device. He grabbed her hand, sternly telling the pink pig to hold it properly. Ji-young burst into tears, shouting at the broke beggar to simply buy a new one. He yelled back, scolding her for her manners and dramatically labeling her tantrum a body-fat sonic boom. A chaotic scuffle ensued, filled with crashing sounds, which ended only when Ji-young finally screamed an apology. The household staff watched from a distance, with one convincing the other not to intervene, noting that he was successfully fixing her behavior. He gave her a light, disciplinary tap on her head. He then remarked that the sound was different now that she had lost weight, a comment that left her utterly stunned. She timidly asked if he was really Teddy Bear Appa, to which he scoffed, asking if she thought he was a fake. Ji-young astutely pointed out that his surprise at her weight loss proved he hadn't spoken to her mother recently. Her words triggered a memory, and he finally understood a peculiar expression he had seen on his aunt's face. He felt a pang of worry, realizing what might happen to a lonely child if she became estranged from her only family. He changed his tone to a serious one, addressing her by her full name and telling her to put her hand down. He then revealed that her mother, Aunt Mayang, had told him about her recent rude behavior. Ji-young shot back defensively, telling him to mind his own business and not to interfere. He challenged her defiance, repeating her words back to her with a questioning glare. Intimidated by his sudden sternness, the young girl began to whimper softly. Seeing her fear, he immediately softened his expression, reassuring her that he was there to help, not to scold. He showed empathy, acknowledging that her situation must have been very difficult. He articulated her loneliness, noting that her mother's promotion meant she was lucky to see her at all. To her surprise, he promised to visit once a week, a declaration that left the nearby housekeeper in awe. The staff member marveled at how he had managed to turn the willful Miss Ji-young into a gentle lamb in an instant. Later, Jung's mother expressed her shock over the phone upon hearing about her daughter's sudden cooperation. The housekeeper excitedly added that Ji-young had started reviewing her studies the moment he left. Though the mother was briefly concerned about his basic teaching methods, she was reassured by his status as a top university student and gratefully told the housekeeper to get some rest. In a flashback, Ji-young was seen trying to get her busy mother's attention. She had asked her mother if she was coming to her school performance the next day. In another attempt, she started to ask but then stopped herself, assuming her mother was too tired from work. A heartbreaking thought crossed the girl's mind as she wondered if her mother was actually tired of her. She sadly concluded that Teddy Bear Appa was the only one who would have truly understood her feelings. On the phone with him, the mother expressed deep regret, wishing she had called her son for help much sooner. He simply promised that he would see them the next day. The match point was finally reached. A figure lunged with explosive energy, his body parallel to the ground as he reached for the speeding tennis ball. His dark eyes remained fixed on his target, his concentration absolute as he held his racket at the ready. A motto echoed in the air, a legendary sentiment that they were not at their peak just yet. The sun cast a brilliant light over the university campus and its sprawling sports fields, setting a perfect stage. Earlier, he had sat down to meticulously outline a new tutoring plan specifically for Ji-young. He assessed that while her vocabulary was advanced, her struggles stemmed from a long-term loss of motivation, not a lack of intelligence. He recalled Jung's cynical offer for him to just go through the motions, suggesting her mother wouldn't care either way. She had been certain that her mother was completely indifferent to her academic performance. The young girl had explained that her mother's reactions were always the same brief platitudes, whether she succeeded or failed. He had tried to offer a different perspective, noting that many kids would be envious of such a seemingly cool and hands-off mother. But Ji-young remembered the exact moment in 6th grade when she realized other mothers were far more involved, celebrating victories and helping through failures. She painfully recounted the time she told her mother about getting a perfect score in math, only to receive a simple, "good job." Her mother had then claimed to be busy, offering her money to go out with friends instead of celebrating with her. The memory was especially sharp because Ji-young admitted she had no friends at the time, a confession that made him think of Aunt Mayang. He had then asked Ji-young if she remembered how she always ate organic food whenever she visited his house. He revealed to a surprised Ji-young that it was her own mother who had prepared all those special meals because of her delicate constitution. He even shared a fond, comical memory of her mother completely reorganizing their family refrigerator, passionately arguing for Jung's well-being over his own desire for ramen. He clarified that he only mentioned it because he suspected she had never known about these quiet acts of love. After acknowledging that her mother wasn't an expressive person, he had then playfully warned Ji-young not to think she could slack off on her studies. Privately, he knew the real solution wasn't just explaining her mother's side, his priority had to be understanding Jung's feelings and filling her emotional needs first. Back in the present, the young man sat focused at a desk, carefully making notes in a book. His attention was diverted by a group chat notification announcing a friendly tennis match between the business administration and economics departments later that day. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, Jinho, from across the court. A friend approached, jokingly asking if he had skipped class, to which he clarified that it had been cancelled. Just as his friend pointed out a foreign student sketching him, another person shouted for someone named Ku Young-jae. A student from the economics department approached, smugly asking Young-jae if he had decided not to bail this time. Young-jae shot back that a hangover had kept him away before, an excuse his rival dismissed as typical for the business department. Observing their banter, Jinho mused that the infamous bad blood between the two departments seemed to be very real. The economics student then turned his glare on Jinho, bitterly asking if the world felt like a fun place now that he had beaten him for the top admission spot. Jinho, genuinely unconcerned with such rankings, was taken aback before realizing he was facing the university's second-place admission student. The fiery rival challenged him to settle things then and there, demanding he grab his racket for a match. An upperclassman seized the opportunity, suggesting an official match between the top-ranked student from business and the second-ranked from economics. Young-jae worriedly pointed out that Jinho was a complete beginner with less than a month of experience, but his rival declared the situation was perfect. The rival revealed that their second-place student was also a novice, then mockingly pointed out his pentwirling as a useless skill. Young-jae tried to comfort Jinho, telling him not to be nervous since no one had any real expectations for him to win. He was simply advised to go out and provide a little entertainment for the upperclassmen, an instruction Jinho calmly accepted. Internally, however, Jinho felt this was a perfect chance to test out the new skills he had recently acquired. His opponent suggested they speak informally as they were the same age, which Jinho found ironic since the other boy had been rude from the start. The rival continued his taunts, calling Jinho annoyingly handsome and insisting his top rank was due to luck, not intelligence. Unfazed, Jinho simply smiled and agreed, cheerfully declaring himself a very lucky guy. He thought to himself that such childish words were nothing compared to the insults he used to endure back in his Four Eyes days. His hand tightened around the grip of his tennis racket, the world beyond the court fading into a blur. With a smirk, his opponent condescendingly told him to take the first serve. A sneaker screeched to a halt on the court surface, kicking up a small cloud of red dust. A racket sliced through the air, connecting with the ball in a flash of brilliant, glowing light. The resulting serve was so powerful that it sent the opposing player stumbling backward and falling to the ground. A look of pure shock filled his opponent's eye as the ball rocketed directly toward his face. For a fleeting moment of calm, delicate green leaves drifted lazily against a pure white void. Under the bright sun, the intense tennis match between the two young men resumed on the outdoor court. An upperclassman announced the score was 15-love, as his opponent blamed him for spacing out, though Young-jae protested the unsignaled serve. The rival feigned astonishment, wondering aloud how a beginner like him managed to return a surprise serve and dash maneuver. Jinho calmly replied that he just hadn't expected such a sneaky tactic on the very first serve. The tennis ball sailed high into the air, a small yellow dot against the vastness of the cloudy blue sky. As they played on, Jinho began to seriously question if his opponent's aggressive hostility was truly just about their admission rankings. He found it hard to believe that someone their age could be driven by such a childish and petty reason. He briefly considered that perhaps it was all a sophisticated act, a form of high-level psychological warfare designed to unnerve him. A moment later, he mentally apologized to himself for overestimating his rival's complexity, realizing the reason was likely just that simple. His racket met the ball with a sharp crack, sending it hurtling across the net with immense velocity. The ball slammed down onto the court, landing with a decisive puff of clay. Young-jae leaped to his feet, shouting that the ball had hit the baseline perfectly, making the score a tie. Without hesitation, his opponent calmly and decisively called the ball out. The rival arrogantly stated that in a self-judged game, he made the calls on his court, patronizingly adding that had let the beginner make his own calls. Outraged, Young Jae turned to a group of girls from the clothing and textiles department, pleading for them to confirm the ball was in. The girls confessed they hadn't been watching the game, as they were too captivated by Jinho's proportions and wanted to borrow him to create a mannequin. 10 frustrating minutes later, the scoreboard showed a heavily skewed 40-0. Young Jae complained bitterly about the unfair calls, but a senior told him to relax, reminding him that players make their own calls in a casual freshman match. When Young Jae accused the rival of dirty play, the other student feigned shock and offense at the very idea. Ignoring the argument, a steady hand tossed a green tennis ball into the air, preparing for the next serve. Jinho looked over at his furious friend and calmly told Young Jae that everything was okay. He repeated the senior's words, reminding his friend that they were just beginners having a match. He added that as long as they were having fun, nothing else mattered, a sentiment his opponent sarcastically agreed with. Jinho's inner thoughts, however, were cold and clear. He had never planned to compete seriously and was merely using the match to test his skills against his opponent's cheating. He knew the next technique he was about to unleash was the perfect counter for an unsportsmanlike player. Far away from the tennis court, a designer's hand glided gracefully, sketching out a new clothing concept with a pencil. As the creator admired the drawing, a single thought of pure appreciation crossed their mind at the sight of its beauty. Jinho stood calmly on the court, the center of everyone's bewildered attention. His opponent demanded to know how he had performed such a circus-like act, refusing to believe he was just a beginner. Jinho internally dismissed the question, recalling a senior's comment comparing such skills to casually twirling a pen. The rival noted Jinho's form had been strangely professional, questioning if it was the brilliant result of Young Jae's coaching. Overhearing the compliment, Young Jae proudly and smugly confirmed that it was indeed his teaching. The sight of Young Jae's sickeningly happy expression filled the rival with annoyance, stealing his resolve to win. An official voice called out across the court, signaling the resumption of the game. The rival taunted Jinho from across the net, suggesting it would be easier for him to just give up now. He declared that while he may have lost a single point to luck, he would never lose a match based on pure tennis skill. He then accused Jinho of being a professional in disguise, shamelessly slaughtering civilian players. Jinho retorted coolly, stating that the feeling of embarrassment was a luxury reserved for losers. He continued his thought, comparing his opponent's complaints to the debates around exaggerated Hollywood actions in professional sports. He pondered whether the anger directed at such tactics was truly about cowardice, or if it was simply born from the fear of one's team losing. He reflected on the hypocrisy of it all, how a move was deemed cowardly when an opponent did it, but clever when performed by one's own side. His opponent scoffed at this winner-take-all philosophy, disgusted that Jinho would assume everyone shared his cynical worldview. He argued that playing with such a competitive mindset made the game boring, especially since it was only a hobby. He believed that the true joy of the game was found somewhere beyond the simple act of winning or losing. For him, the simple pleasure of imitating incredible techniques from manga was more than enough fun. Young Jae recalled a memory of Jinho showing him a manga, and how he had helped his friend practice a move he initially thought was bullshit. Back in the present, the two players resumed their match on the vibrant green court. The rival judged the incoming serve to be incredibly fast, yet not entirely impossible to return. He moved with precision, believing he had arrived at the perfect spot just as the ball was about to bounce. The ball landed in a position so ideal he felt he could return it with his eyes closed. But in the next moment, his confidence was shattered by utter confusion. A tennis ball blazed past his face with an unnatural trajectory, his expression frozen in a mask of strained disbelief. He wondered for a frantic second if the ball had somehow teleported across the court. A choked gasp of horrified realization escaped his lips. He finally understood that the ball had kicked off the ground in the complete opposite direction, a technique executed with impossible power and perfection. Young Jae, recognizing the move from his favorite manga, excitedly identified it as the Ultra Tornado shot. The stunned rival, sprawling on the ground, angrily demanded to know what that nerdy name even meant. Young Jae eagerly explained it was an upgraded version of a classic serve, as the rival realized with dawning horror that the ball would have hit him if he hadn't dodged. Jinho looked down at his fallen opponent and sarcastically asked if he was performing a Hollywood action of his own. He then sternly commanded the other player to get up. He declared with finality that their match was not over yet. From the sidelines, a powerful voice suddenly roared with a cry of "Bravo," startling everyone nearby. The crowd turned their heads in unison, searching for the source of the unexpected outburst. A flamboyant man suddenly rushed onto the court and planted an enthusiastic kiss on Jinho's cheek, professing his love. A wave of shock went through the students as they questioned the actions of the perverted-looking foreigner. Amidst the confusion, one of the onlookers shouted out in recognition that the man was Tim Jones. Another student confirmed his identity as the world-renowned chief designer for the fashion house CR. Paying no mind to the commotion, Tim Jones eagerly asked Jinho to let him see his left cheek as well. The tennis players grumbled that he was just a pervert to them, while the clothing and textile students passionately defended the great man. The fashion majors erupted with excitement, urging each other to record the legendary designer with their phones zoomed in. Young Jae fumed that the match had been halted by the fatty, only to be corrected by a fashion student who insisted it was a design pouch. A senior tried to restore order, yelling at the swarming crowd and asking if the tennis court had turned into the Colosseum. He explained that he was simply overcome with inspiration after seeing Jinho strike such a perfect pose, while Jinho privately acknowledged he was just copying a manga. Tim Jones then revealed his purpose for being there, directly stating that he wanted Jinho to wear his clothes. He eagerly held out a sketchbook, presenting one of his designs. Sensing the man's determination, Jinho felt he had no choice but to look at the drawing. The moment his eyes fell upon the page, he was utterly captivated. He realized that even with his special neighborhood fashionista title, he had never felt 100% satisfied with any clothing until now. His mind reeled as he wondered how such a truly perfect piece of clothing could even exist. He was astounded by how the design managed to be simultaneously elegant and immensely practical. A deep conviction settled in him that if he could wear such an outfit just once, his life would feel truly successful. After Jinho's stunned, silent reaction, Tim Jones asked if he had shocked him, having somehow perfectly understood the Korean thoughts of admiration. The designer wisely explained that sincerity was a language that transcended all barriers. He compared it to the profound way Jinho had just been moved by his design, warmly calling him his son. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Jinho, who turned to see his Aunt Myeong, whom the designer greeted warmly as Angela. The two adults leaned in and exchanged affectionate kisses on each other's cheeks. His aunt explained the greeting was called a bisu, though Jinho silently noted that the designer's earlier kiss had been far more literal. Jinho awkwardly tried to fend off the designer's interest by stating he liked women, only for Tim Jones to declare they had that in common, prompting a silent plea for help from Jinho to his aunt. Changing the subject, Jinho asked his aunt what she was doing on campus. The scene cut away to a handsome, dark-haired man in a suit, skillfully navigating his car through traffic. Back at the court, Jinho's aunt cheerfully announced that she had come to hang out with her son. When Jinho protested that he still had classes, she nonchalantly suggested that it wasn't too late for him to just drop out. Jinho's mind reeled as he processed the bombshell revelation that his Aunt Myeong was the vice president of Seoul, Korea. She calmly confirmed his unspoken question, adding that the famous designer, Tim, had been searching everywhere for him. Myeong elaborated that since he wasn't an official model, the search was incredibly difficult, with Tim's only leads being his face and his Asian heritage. Utterly bewildered, Jinho asked how on earth Tim had managed to find him with so little information to go on. She then revealed the unbelievable coincidence that Tim had spotted him in her video conference background, playfully asking if he felt grateful for the unlikely event. A flustered Jinho immediately begged her to change her background, his mind panicking at the thought of his mother seeing it and assuming he was his aunt's secret boyfriend. Desperate to shift the conversation, he suggested that she take her daughter Ji-young with her on her outing, noting that she should be finished with school by now. After a contemplative pause, his aunt gave a flat refusal, which elicited a cry of protest from her nephew. Jinho pressed on, acknowledging her difficult relationship with Ji-young but arguing that it was all the more reason for them to spend quality time together. When she remained silent, he pushed again, demanding to know why she wouldn't take her own daughter with her. Myung hesitated for a moment, trying to find the right words to explain her reason. She finally confessed that their destination was a club, where minors were strictly not allowed. A wave of guilt washed over her as she thought about her poor excuse, realizing she had just said something truly awful. This admission sparked a sudden understanding in Jinho, who began to see why his cousin Ji-young was so troubled. His aunt despaired over her parental failings, but Jinho quickly tried to comfort her, insisting she shouldn't worry too much. He offered his unwavering support, promising to help her become a better mother, and in return, she gratefully acknowledged that she was counting on him. With the somber family moment concluded, their conversation shifted as they headed toward their glamorous destination. Upon entering the club, Jinho was instantly captivated by the atmosphere, a world of flashy, sparkling opulence he had never seen before. But beyond all the glitz and glamour, one particular aspect of the scene caught his complete attention. His gaze settled on a woman whose perfectly applied makeup highlighted a radiant smile under the pulsating club lights. Elsewhere, a man holding a drink could only blush, his face a mask of stunned admiration. Jinho found himself wondering how so many beautiful people could exist in the world and why he had never encountered them until this very moment. He felt an overwhelming sensory assault, questioning why this sudden realization was impacting him so profoundly. His aunt explained that these were not ordinary people, but mostly celebrities and models who had likely tailed Tim Jones to the club after hearing about his visit. She then revealed the hidden truth behind the scene, clarifying that their seemingly joyful dancing was actually a desperate bid to catch the eye of Tim or a seer representative. Jinho immediately understood the concept of self-promotion disguised as a chance encounter, a cynical reality his aunt noted he accepted surprisingly quickly. He reasoned that it was a logical strategy. In order to get a message across, one first had to command the attention of the intended audience. Myung then cheekily declared that their efforts were all in vain since Tim's true lover was right here, prompting an exasperated Jinho to complain that she was giving him a complex about the word. Steering the conversation back to a serious topic, she asked him once more if he was truly decided against pursuing modeling. He clarified that his aversion was not to modeling itself but to being contractually tied to a specific agency, a nuance his aunt correctly interpreted as him being a free agent. Jinho confirmed her understanding was spot on, leaving his aunt to thoughtfully consider his unique position. She mused aloud about getting him into Seoul Fashion Week, quickly upgrading her ambition to Paris, which made Jinho silently lament that she never showed such devotion to her own daughter. As his aunt wallowed in self-pity, calling herself a failure of a mother, Jinho gave her a simple piece of advice, to change her phone background to a picture of Ji-young, as children notice everything. Myung then encouraged him to enjoy the party, promising to keep the night's event secret from his mother, an offer Jinho met with deep skepticism given her penchant for gossip. To prove her resolve, she made an astonishing wager, promising to buy him a foreign car if she broke her promise, which left Jinho speechless. She reminded him that the vice president of Sear did not make light promises about money and sent him to have fun, to which he quipped that he would sue her and take her job if she failed. His joke was met with a stony silence, making him wonder if it had fallen flat and reflect on how his director's attempts at humor often sounded terrifyingly serious. In that moment, an unfamiliar hand clamped down forcefully on his arm from behind, stopping him short. A woman's voice immediately offered an apology for her aggressive approach. Though taken aback, Jinho managed to quickly reassure her that everything was okay. The woman complimented his handsome features before pointedly asking if he happened to be an exclusive model for Sear. Without waiting for an answer, she boldly asked him if he would like to dance with her. She then continued with a suggestive itinerary for the rest of their evening, detailing what they could do after dancing and eating. Jinho cut her off mid-sentence, stating plainly that he was on his way out. When his aunt later questioned why he didn't just enjoy himself, he explained that the attention was directed at his connection to Seer, not at him as an individual. He decided it was best to leave before he caused any more trouble, feeling a palpable sense of relief as the tension of the club began to fade. Tim Jones appeared, praising his excellent instincts and self-control, but Jinho stopped him, sensing where the compliment was heading and declaring it was not the right place for that conversation. Tim simply asked where he intended to go next, and Jinho took a moment to think. A grin spread across his face as he announced his new plan, to experience an authentic Korean nightlife. The scenery transitioned to a breathtaking view of the city at dusk, awash in the brilliant glow of neon lights and towering skyscrapers. Their cultural tour began with a hearty meal of delicious, sizzling Korean-style pork belly. Next, they unleashed their energy at a karaoke bar, singing with wild abandon. The night's festivities continued with another Korean staple, a satisfying platter of crispy fried chicken and cold beer. Their enthusiasm unabated, they made a triumphant return to the karaoke bar for a second, even more passionate, session. The evening wound down at a cozy cafe, where a server presented them with 2 decadent chocolate bomb lattes. As they sipped their drinks, Tim Jones expressed his genuine delight, stating how much he had enjoyed the entire day. He singled out the chicken and beer combination as particularly incredible, which led Jinho to offer to treat him next time he visited his home country, before asking where he was from. Jinho was momentarily flustered when Tim replied that he was from England, having completely forgotten the famous designer's origins. Shifting to a more serious tone, Jinho finally addressed the elephant in the room, asking what Tim wanted in exchange for the perfect clothes he had designed. He voiced his suspicion that Tim wouldn't have traveled so far just to deliver an outfit, which prompted the designer to admit he could no longer hide his true purpose. Tim confessed that he honestly wanted Jinho to walk in his fashion show so he could show the entire world what a true muse looked like. Yet, in the next breath, he rejected his own idea, lamenting that it would mean sharing his muse with other designers, a thought he found utterly unbearable. Jinho correctly deciphered the designer's contradictory desires, summarizing that Tim wanted him as a secret source of inspiration, hidden from public runways. Tim, however, whined that he disliked that option too, admitting a childish urge to boast to his rivals about having a muse they could never have. His possessiveness took over again as he repeated his refusal to share Jinho, a conflicted stance that left Jinho marveling at the man's strange personality. Jinho concluded that the celebrated designer behaved exactly like a child showing off a new video game console that he had no intention of ever letting anyone else play. Jinho confidently explained that he didn't believe he could be kept a secret, no matter how much Tim Jones wished to hide him. To illustrate his point, he gestured for the designer to look at his phone. He then showed Tim a screenshot of a home shopping website, which was completely frozen due to a traffic overload error for the exact clothes he was wearing. He revealed that the site's owner had contacted him, explaining that inquiries tagged with his name and university had been flooding their system since that evening. Jinho connected the dots, realizing the surge in interest began precisely when he and Tim had started their public tour together. He argued that if merely being seen with the designer caused such a commotion, the global attention would become uncontrollable once he started wearing Tim's custom pieces, especially in the age of social media. Therefore, he proposed that it would be far more advantageous to officially reveal him as the muse rather than letting speculation run wild. Furthermore, he added that his own conscience wouldn't let him accept such magnificent clothing for free. Convinced by his reasoning, Tim agreed to think more on the matter but mentioned there was something else he needed to address first. As Jinho listened, the designer prepared to share some important news. Tim announced his sudden return to France in just 3 days and pleaded for Jinho to visit him soon, a timeline that caught Jinho completely by surprise. When asked about his next visit, Tim confessed it would be a very long time, which was why he needed to make a specific request now. He then asked Jinho to promise that no matter how long it took to finish the clothes, he would come immediately to wear them. Without any hesitation, Jinho enthusiastically agreed to the deal. He silently reaffirmed his promise, knowing that if Tim called, he would drop everything and rush to his side. The very next day, however, an unexpected development occurred. Tim Jones appeared suddenly, calling out Jinho's name with great excitement. The designer revealed he had worked through the entire night, fueled by their conversation, leaving Jinho to conclude that the man was truly an extraordinary eccentric. The scene transitioned to a bright, sun-drenched morning overlooking the modern city skyline. On a large table, a collection of brand-new, intricate fashion design sketches for a men's outfit was laid out for inspection. A bespectacled executive studied the designs, humming thoughtfully to himself. As he took in the details, a satisfied smile formed on his face while he gently stroked his chin. He finally broke the silence, declaring the new designs to be absolutely excellent. Meanwhile, Jinho reflected on his new reality, where his aunt was the vice president of Seoul, Korea, and a world-famous designer was his personal fan. The executive, Pietro, voiced his understanding of why Tim had rushed to Korea and immediately suggested Jinho become a Seoul model, but Tim quickly interjected, possessively declaring Jinho as his muse. Pietro argued that this was a critical matter for the group's sales, to which Tim defensively retorted, asking if they should just share him with their rival, ex-Gwydion. At that moment, Jinho's aunt stepped in and sincerely thanked him for agreeing to be Tim's source of inspiration. She explained that while they hired Tim for his innovation, his severe wanderlust was a constant source of frustration, expressing her hope that he might finally settle down now. She admitted that while a free-spirited artist was a nightmare to manage as a business partner, he made them an enormous amount of money when they patiently waited for his genius to strike. As a token of her sincere gratitude, she then offered Jinho what she playfully referred to as a small bribe. Her offer was a full, 3-year sponsorship deal with Seoul, a proposal that left Jinho completely shocked. She detailed the lavish package, which included everything from clothing to a personal hairstylist, requiring only that he wear their brand, a clear strategy to secure his exclusive talent. However, Jinho politely declined the offer, a response that utterly stunned his aunt. She pressed him for an explanation, questioning whether he failed to grasp the opportunity or simply preferred another luxury brand. He assured her it was neither of those reasons, leaving her to wonder what his true motivation was. Jinho acknowledged that luxury brands and sponsorships were certainly appealing, especially since they were free. But he then stated that the most precious thing to him was the new life he had started after that fateful day. He concluded that he didn't need the sponsorship, as he believed beautiful and stylish things should be appreciated and worn, regardless of the brand name attached. Pietro was deeply impressed by his words, remarking that Tim had found a true muse, a sentiment Tim confirmed with a knowing glance. Humbled, Jinho's aunt apologized for misjudging him as someone who was only after the brand's prestige, and Jinho in turn admitted that his own reaction might have been overly sensitive. His polite and principled nature only made Pietro more determined to have him, remarking how much he wanted him now. The executive then announced he had already instructed Seoul, Korea to give Jinho anything he wanted from the store, not as a sponsorship, but as a true gift. He generously invited him to take items for his family and friends, prompting a playful warning from Jinho that he would make him regret that offer. Jinho briefly mused that even powerful CEOs could make jokes, seeing it as a sign of their shared humanity. The group then made their way into the brightly lit interior of a Seoul clothing boutique. The elegant and luxurious store was filled with racks of high-end fashion and pristine display tables. Pietro's magnanimous offer to take absolutely everything still rang in Jinho's ears. However, his sister Jinho found his modest haul of only 3 million won worth of goods to be completely laughable. Immediately changing his tune, Jinho called his mother, retracting his earlier thoughts about Pietro's humanity and urging her to come reap the benefits of having such a talented son. His family, now surrounded by a mountain of designer products, stared in awe and questioned if it was really okay to accept so much. His aunt firmly reassured them that when Pietro said to take everything, he absolutely meant it. She then asked Jinho if he felt bad, and he confessed that he did, as he felt he had done nothing to earn such extravagance. A cunning, knowing smile graced his aunt's features as she listened to his concerns. She explained that he had, in fact, already made a significant contribution that would boost Seer's sales for at least the next 3 years. She then estimated his potential worth to be in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of won, making a few products seem insignificant in comparison. The sheer scale of 1 trillion won completely boggled Jinho's mind. His first thought was a comical calculation of how much pork belly that could buy, which earned him an immediate reprimand from his mother. His aunt then declared him a living treasure for Seer and ordered him to take meticulous care of himself, which he accepted, thinking of his physique-maintaining skill. Still feeling a sense of obligation, Jinho asked if there was anything tangible he could do for the company. Although his aunt insisted he shouldn't feel indebted, this time he firmly disagreed. He explained that something had shifted within him and that he had gained an immense amount of confidence. It was a powerful and unwavering confidence in his own inevitable success. His aunt stood with her hands planted on her hips, observing him with a newfound respect. She expressed her astonishment, wondering aloud when he had grown into such a mature young man. Seizing the moment, she instructed him to follow her, revealing she already had several proposals she wanted to discuss with him. Their path led them to a set of exclusive fitting rooms within the boutique. As they walked, another man inside the store briefly looked back over his shoulder at them. Further inside, 2 women stood together, happily admiring their outfits in front of a large mirror. One of the women smiled brightly, oblivious to the fact that a man's eye was watching her from nearby. In an instant, that man's expression twisted into shock as the woman suddenly collapsed to the floor in apparent despair. She cried out to her companion, questioning why life had to be so incredibly hard. The woman cried out to her companion, lamenting how incredibly difficult life was. She sobbed that she had never once lived a lazy day since the moment she was born. Her mind flashed back to the endless struggle of paying monthly rent and chipping away at the loan for their lease deposit. She wondered aloud if a day would ever come when she could simply laugh off a burst garbage bag, something that cost only a few hundred won. Nearby, a man in a well-tailored suit looked down upon the scene, his expression clouded with deep concern. He internally took all the blame for her suffering. A memory surfaced of his own father promising to sell a cow just to afford his tuition, telling him to forget everything and focus on his studies. He recalled his vow to support all of his siblings, who had sacrificed so much for him as the eldest son, until he could repay the debt he felt he owed them. The memory of him humbly asking his wife to marry him, despite his circumstances, echoed in his mind. He believed she was never meant for such a shabby life and had ended up there only by marrying him. He remembered a simple moment when he offered to take out the trash, but she insisted he rest after coming home from a long day at work. Instead, she had gently asked him to just watch their young son, Jinho, for a moment. He could still hear her telling him that she didn't regret marrying him, urging him not to look so pained. The memory steeled his resolve, his eyes taking on a look of grim determination. In a different part of the store, a woman was being helped into a luxurious pink fur coat by a sales assistant. A bright, happy smile lit up her face as she admired her reflection, her hand held delicately near her mouth. Meanwhile, Jinho stood with his father as a store employee meticulously adjusted the sleeve of his father's new jacket. Overwhelmed, his father expressed his profound thanks to his son. He then cried out in anguish, proclaiming that he was a sinner. His father tearfully recounted how much Jinho's mother had suffered because he couldn't even afford the designer bags she wanted, which cost around 5 million won each. He then asked his son if it was really okay to accept such extravagant gifts, but Jinho quickly reassured him that it was fine. Jinho further explained that he had agreed to do some work for the brand in return, which his father approved of, reminding him that one should never live in debt, be it of money or feelings. Their conversation was interrupted as 2 young women tentatively approached them. Recognizing Jinho as the Korea University handsome guy from social media, they shyly asked if they could take a picture with him. One fan excitedly mentioned she had followed him since his common neighborhood oppa days, praising his unique fashion sense, which prompted a flustered Jinho to ask her to forget that era. Before leaving, the fans complimented his father on being very handsome as well. Jinho's father inquired about the Korea University handsome guy nickname, and Jinho proudly explained it was an internet moniker, adding that he was rather popular. His delighted father told him not to worry about marriage, vowing to provide the best for his future daughter-in-law, even if it meant taking out loans, a notion Jinho gently shut down, reminding his father of his own advice. 3 days later, it was time for the renowned designer, Tim Jones, to depart. The designer told Jinho that thanks to him, he had truly enjoyed his stay. In response, Jinho stated that it had been an honor to assist him for the past 3 days. Tim Jones extended an invitation for Jinho to visit France, mentioning his CEO was also eager to meet him, an offer Jinho enthusiastically accepted. With a final goodbye, the designer called Jinho his young friend and promised to surprise him with even more wonderful clothes on their next meeting. Jinho waved back, a confident, sly smile gracing his features. His eyes darted to the side, a glint of cunning calculation within them. Jinho thought to himself that they would soon see who would be the one getting surprised, mentally making a note for a future date and a meeting with his old friend. At the same time, over at Mayung's house, a different situation was unfolding. Jinho's mother marveled at how her son had risen to the occasion right after her own promotion to vice president, musing on life's unpredictability. Her thoughts were cut short when Mayung uttered the name Teddy Bear Appa while looking at her phone. The young woman sat in her pajamas, her gaze fixed on her phone's screen. An extreme close-up revealed her eye widening in absolute shock. The phone displayed an old photograph of a baby dressed in a traditional hanbok for their first birthday celebration. Utterly bewildered, Mayung looked around the room as if trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She then complained aloud, questioning why someone would use her baby picture when she was so much prettier now. Elsewhere on campus, a man with vibrant blue hair and a guitar case on his back walked with a sense of purpose. He let out an audible sigh of relief. He declared it a beautiful day, seeing it as the end of his career as a professor. This man was Professor Young Myung-jin, who had once been a fairly successful guitarist. Now, in the eyes of many, he was simply a has-been. His professional life hung in the balance, all dependent on student enrollment numbers. The online reviews for his journey through music course were scathing, painting him as a harsh grader with bizarre logic who students should avoid at all costs. He was keenly aware that if his course was cancelled one more time, his contract with the university would be terminated for good. He sighed in resignation, knowing he could only blame himself for giving out poor grades based on his students' perceived lack of romance. He reflected on a truth he had long accepted, that even the most beloved mainstream things eventually fade into obscurity. He conceded that the older generation doesn't just vanish, noting a popular TV show that still garnered a 40% rating. Yet, he understood that the university was the domain of the youth, and his old-fashioned ways were as out of place as demanding traditional tea at a modern franchise cafe. The terrifying question then struck him: if he was fired, how would he possibly make a living? He knew that despite his title, he wasn't competitive without a practical music degree, and he lacked the confidence to face the younger talent in the current music industry. As he wallowed in self-pity, a student approached, acknowledging that the professor's class was infamous for its tough grading. Another student, who was with the first, then asked his friend why he would choose such a notoriously difficult class. With a sudden burst of passion, the student proclaimed that he had a dream. He revealed that his ultimate dream was to romantically play the guitar while sitting on the campus grass. He looked at the professor with sincere hope, asking if he could understand his vision. Unbeknownst to the professor, a group of university administrators was holding a very serious meeting in an office. The subject of their meeting was none other than Professor Young Myung-jin and his journey through music course. A staff member reported that after Lee Jinho's schedule was leaked online, enrollment in the professor's class had astonishingly increased by about 1,000%. In a flash-forward, a poster was seen proudly announcing the professor's new album release. Back in the present, Professor Young Myung-jin's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. In an intimate close-up, a single tear began to well up in his vibrant purple eye. He breathed out shakily, wondering if this was all a dream so wonderful it brought tears to his eyes. A lone figure sat comfortably on a couch, strumming an acoustic guitar as if lost in the music. An admirer complimented the fine instrument, asking if it was a recent purchase. The player explained that his elective professor had gifted it to him as a thank you for saving the class, revealing it was the very guitar from the professor's prime. His friend identified the man as Professor Young Myung Jin, a niche but respected singer known only to true connoisseurs. He then jokingly suggested that if Jinho ever needed money, he should get the professor's autograph on the guitar and sell it for a small fortune. The speaker admired Jinho's easygoing nature, noting that others in their group were often too awkward or intimidating for such light-hearted banter. His companion then shifted the topic, asking if Jinho felt nervous about the day's photo shoot, to which Jinho calmly mentioned his previous experience. The friend firmly disagreed with his casual attitude. He sternly advised Jinho that he absolutely should be more nervous for this particular engagement. He revealed the shoot was for the world-renowned and highly prestigious X magazine, a publication with unparalleled recognition. The friend solemnly reminded him that the pride of their entire group now rested on his individual performance. He then wondered aloud what kind of condescending attitude the notoriously snobbish staff at X magazine would have while waiting for Jinho. Meanwhile, inside the studio, a staff member cynically remarked that his presence was obviously due to a sponsorship deal. Another crew member scoffed, declaring that featuring such an amateur was a clear sign that the Seer brand was in decline. The photographer grumbled in agreement, complaining that he had sworn to only shoot established industry family members, not ordinary people. However, a colleague conceded that since it was Seer's choice, the model couldn't be a complete nobody. Whispers then circulated about the new vice president of Seer Korea, with rumors confirming their suspicions that Jinho was the son of the VP's friend. The crew's judgment was harsh, labeling him as an unqualified person who had been handed the opportunity through nepotism. They muttered resentfully about the unfairness of privilege through powerful connections. Their collective opinion painted a picture of an unlikable, inexperienced amateur taking shortcuts to success. The earlier warning from Jinho's friend echoed in his mind: any misstep would not only embarrass him but also tarnish Seer Korea's reputation. He remembered his friend's final piece of advice, urging him to show them all what he was truly capable of. At that moment, the studio doors swung open, causing the murmuring staff to fall into a sudden, expectant silence. Jinho stepped into the room and offered a polite and confident greeting to the entire crew. He formally introduced himself as Lee Jinho and expressed his eagerness to work together, leaving a staff member pleasantly surprised by his professional demeanor. Sometime later, after the photo shoot had concluded, one crew member asked another for their final impression of Jinho. The response was overwhelmingly positive, noting that while he was an ordinary person, his skills were extraordinary and his personality was fantastic. Others chimed in, agreeing he possessed a unique professional and personal charm, expressing their hope to work with him again despite hearing his schedule was packed. Just then, Jinho politely interjected, correcting their assumption about his busy schedule. One of the staff members pointed to his guitar case and curiously asked him what he was up to. Jinho cheerfully explained he was practicing for the university retreat's talent show and graciously thanked them for their hard work. In his private thoughts, he was relieved to have time to practice in the waiting room, hoping to unlock his new skill before the retreat began. He reviewed the conditions for the rooftop star skill. He had to receive a guitar as a gift and perfectly play 30 songs 10 times each. He acknowledged that with limited time, this skill was as difficult to acquire as the national top student ability, but thankfully he had already memorized the chords. Doing the math, he calculated that playing 33-minute songs hundreds of times would require a daunting minimum of 15 hours of practice. A brief memory surfaced of a high school rival, Freddie Park Jae-jun, being taunted by a classmate after a performance. The memory of the rival's strained, operatic cry of "Mama" echoed faintly in his mind. However, his focus was abruptly broken by a different kind of sensation. A sharp pain from his tendonitis flared in his hand, making it too agonizing to continue, and he could only hope the new skill might heal it. The story then shifted to a different individual, who reflected on how the human body eventually wears out from overuse. A hand rose in a silent gesture of surrender, a physical manifestation of being pushed too far. The reflection continued, noting that the mind, just like the body, suffers from the same exhaustion. When both were pushed past their limits, a deep-seated pain developed, creating an overwhelming desire to simply give up. This was the reality for rookie singer Lee Seol-ae 3 years earlier, when a shocking entertainment article objectified her and caused an uproar. Her manager had been furious, questioning how such a trashy article could be written about an artist with a pure singer-songwriter concept, even if it generated buzz. Back then, a younger, more naive Seol-ae had brushed off the concern, insisting that everything was fine. She had confidently believed that this was how all singer-songwriters started, a foolish notion her older self now bitterly regretted. Her youthful optimism that her music would eventually win people over was crushed when her first and second albums became complete commercial failures. Consequently, her agent reluctantly suggested they pivot to mainstream dance music for her third album, despite knowing she hated the genre. After the third album became a massive success, her manager excitedly informed her that the CEO had arranged a major magazine interview to capitalize on the hype. Seol-ae could only offer a resigned and hollow agreement, her spirit clearly diminished. In truth, she admitted to herself that she had secretly hoped the third album would fail too. She feared that finding success by wearing revealing outfits and singing childish lyrics would forever define her, erasing the true artist she longed to be. Needing a moment to compose herself before the interview, she excused herself to go to the restroom. Inside the quiet washroom, she leaned heavily over the sinks, the weight of her compromised career pressing down on her. Her stylishly heeled boots stood motionless on the cold tile floor as she struggled with her inner turmoil. Finally taking a deep breath, she exited the restroom and walked through a brightly lit doorway, steeling herself for what came next. Unaware to her, her CEO and manager discussed her absence, with the CEO correctly guessing that she was feeling depressed. Her manager explained that her lifelong pride was rooted in her songwriting and guitar skills, so her artistic ego must have been deeply wounded. As they spoke, Seol-ae's attention was suddenly diverted by a captivating sound coming from down the hall. Her manager worriedly noted that she had been gone for quite some time now. Seol-ae looked up, her expression filled with wonder as she saw a magical swirl of musical notes floating through the air. Compelled by the enchanting melody, she felt an irresistible urge to follow it to its source. She broke into a run, her feet carrying her swiftly toward an open door where the trail of music seemed to end. An overhead view captured her determined figure racing down the long hallway, guided by the ethereal symphony. The music was coming from within a secluded room, where a hand was gently lifting the cover of a case. Peeking through the doorway, she saw him, a young man sitting alone, the source of the profoundly beautiful guitar music that had called to her. Suddenly aware of her presence, the guitarist paused his playing and looked over his shoulder with a startled expression. Seol-ae met his gaze, her face flushed and her eyes welling up with tears, completely moved by the soul-stirring performance. Overcome with a wave of emotion, she softly pleaded with him not to stop, begging him to keep playing. As the first notes of the song filled the air once more, a miraculous sensation coursed through the musician. The guitarist stared at his own hand in sheer disbelief, realizing that the chronic, agonizing pain had completely vanished. Panic began to set in as they realized Seol-ae had disappeared. Her manager frantically noted that a full 20 minutes had passed since she had gone to the restroom. The CEO, alarmed, ordered the manager to find her immediately, while the manager begged him not to voice such ominous thoughts. The manager confessed that he had been on edge the entire day, his anxiety now reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the young guitarist adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting thoughtfully toward the hallway. The man in the hoodie stood alone, looking down the corridor towards the now closed door of the practice room. In a quiet moment, Seol-ae closed her eyes, a look of pure contentment washing over her face as she listened to the music. The final, resonant notes of the guitar hung beautifully in the air. Jinho Lee, completely captivated, pleaded for an encore, praising his incredible musical talent. She then asked if he was also there for a new song interview and mentioned that she was with ROEM Entertainment. He humbly replied that he was just an ordinary person, a statement that clearly surprised her. He explained that he was merely practicing for his university's talent show the next day, admitting he had only been playing guitar for less than a week. Jinho Lee was left speechless, struggling to comprehend how someone could possess such skill after only a week of practice. She reflected on her own struggles, feeling humbled by the existence of such a genius while she had only been complaining about her career. When he asked who she was, she answered with embarrassment that she was just a third-year rookie in the industry. Suddenly, her manager's frantic voice echoed down the hall as he called out her name. He rushed in and scolded her, insisting she take her phone everywhere from now on, to which she sheepishly apologized. Her manager explained how worried he and the CEO had been, only to stop mid-sentence with a gasp of shock. He stared in disbelief, recognizing the guitarist as the renowned Jinho. A memory surfaced of an industry professional eagerly asking Jinho if he would consider becoming a celebrity. The offer was met with a swift and simultaneous rejection from Jinho and an assertive acceptance from someone else, though the rejection ultimately stood. Jinho Lee recalled watching the scout walk away, dejected, as Jinho was told it was time to return to his photo shoot. She remembered someone asking who the person was that the agencies were trying so desperately to recruit. The answer came that he was the one person every agency in Korea wanted, yet he refused to be tied down anywhere. He was described as the era's ultimate prize, young, handsome, and exceptionally intelligent. When questioned about his intelligence, it was revealed he had entered the prestigious Korea University as the top student through regular admission. The memory made Jinho Lee feel utterly insignificant, reinforcing her own feelings of being a perpetual rookie. Back in the present, her manager noticed her unusually quiet demeanor and asked if something had happened, commenting on her recent depression. He observed, however, that her mood seemed to have completely shifted in that moment. Jinho Lee simply smiled and vaguely explained that something good had just occurred. Filled with new resolve, she declared to her manager her intention to re-record her third album after the photo shoot, surprising him with her sudden motivation. She confidently assured him that she was okay now and ready to work. She proclaimed her desire to reignite the ambition she had as an aspiring artist, ready to be tenacious once again. Elsewhere, Jinho, the student guitarist, allowed a small, knowing smirk to grace his lips. Just then, a staff member announced they were ready for Jinho Lee's interview, and her manager encouraged her, remarking how much this brighter attitude suited her. Jinho Lee agreed enthusiastically, adding that she also wanted to film the music video they had discussed, reasoning that an aspiring singer couldn't afford to be picky. The day of the business department's membership training trip had finally arrived. A student let out a spirited cheer, their mouth wide open in excitement. A powerful cry of "Let's go!" signaled the official start of their retreat. One student commented on how diligently Jinho was using the sponsored products, noting that their purpose was to market them through the university's reputation. Jinho jokingly plotted to slather on the sponsored lip balm and exclusively use the economics department's bathrooms just to make them jealous. His friend then asked if he was prepared for the team talent show, to which Jinho confidently replied that he was ready to astound everyone. The students had arrived at a modern retreat house nestled under a striking purple twilight sky. An upperclassman's voice boomed, announcing that it was dinner time for the freshmen, who groaned at the noise. The seniors laughed at the freshmen's cooking ineptitude, teasing them about missing their mother's home-cooked meals. Amidst the culinary chaos, one student was accused of vomiting rice, while another declared that curry water and rice were now self-service. One team, having already failed at cooking, lamented their fate and decided their only option was to beg Jinho's team for help. Later that evening, students gathered around a large, roaring bonfire that lit up the night. After thanking Jinho for starting the fire, a student began a comical, shaman-like dance, pretending to summon ancestral spirits. Another student proudly announced they had brought a massive supply of ramen, assuming no Korean could possibly mess it up. But in an instant, a burst of flames erupted from their cooking pot. Jinho was sternly advised not to touch anything, as everyone wondered how it was even possible to set instant ramen on fire. In the end, the students resorted to begging other teams for scraps of ramen to fill their stomachs. A host took the stage and asked the crowd if their stomachs were full, receiving a resounding yes in response. He then playfully asked what they should fill next, and the students roared back their desire for alcohol. The host, feigning poor hearing, asked again, and the crowd screamed even louder for alcohol. He then began to announce the incredible prizes for the talent show, starting with 2 boxes of soju and 5 boxes of beer for third place. The next team, a group of muscular students, took the stage, their banner identifying them as the Law of Muscle Group. Another team chanted about their luxurious party style as they prepared for their performance. 2 different band teams were announced, prompting someone to wonder if Jinho's group was also a band. The host hyped up the crowd, declaring that he could feel their competitive spirit heating up the venue. He paused dramatically, building suspense before revealing the grand prize for first place. The audience leaned forward, their faces alight with eager anticipation. The grand prize was revealed to be unlimited alcohol and snacks, along with 5 premium bottles of 17-year-old ex-Salentine whiskey. With the incredible prizes laid out, the host officially declared the start of the talent show. A foot clad in a striped sandal came crashing down onto the stage floor with a resounding stomp. With a mighty grunt of effort, the muscular student prepared for his feat of strength. A spectator expressed their amazement, recounting how they had built their own strength by adding a kilogram to their bag for every exam they stressed over. The performer boasted that the best part of his department was how incredibly heavy the business administration textbooks were. As a demonstration, he announced his intention to tear a 500-page Principles of Business Administration textbook using only his bare hands. However, another student stepped forward, revealing that the performer was holding his book, and that his father was the professor who wrote it. The performer froze, a silent curse escaping his lips as he realized his massive blunder. Unfazed by the awkwardness, the host quickly moved the show along and called for the next act. He enthusiastically announced a dance performance by the It's Thrilling team, which was met with a cheer from the audience. A student in the crowd wondered if the male and female performers were a couple, only for them to clarify that they were actually siblings. The student who made the assumption offered a quick and embarrassed apology for his mistake. Nearby, someone commented that co-ed dances at these events usually involve troublemakers, then dryly noted that Jinho wouldn't know since he had never been on a school trip. Turning to Jinho, a rival asked if he was performing alone and remarked on his apparent popularity back in the day. He cast doubt on Jinho's leadership, questioning how he could manage a team of 4 vocalists and only 1 instrumentalist, suggesting it was more a cappella than a band. To add to the skepticism, he reminded Jinho that he had only been practicing the guitar for less than 2 weeks. In response to the pointed questions, a confident smirk played across Jinho's lips. Jinho coolly informed his rival that he had figured out the trick to winning, and that it was the other teams who should be nervous. After all, his confidence wasn't without reason. The scene flashed back 2 weeks, to when Jinho had first started preparing for the talent show. He had approached his friend for help, explaining that his own team members were too studious and out of touch with current trends. Jinho pleaded his case, explaining he needed to do well in the show to make up for having missed the freshman orientation. The friend he sought help from was a natural expert in all things popular. His Hyung reluctantly agreed to help, but only on the condition that Jinho would pay for their upcoming karaoke session. Inside the karaoke bar, the screen displayed an old-fashioned retro trot song, a relic from decades past. His Hyung passionately asked Jinho if he could feel the song's incredible vibe and the singer's raw energy. Jinho, however, begged him not to even consider any karaoke song with a number lower than 4 digits. His Hyung insisted that classic songs had survived for a reason and sternly told Jinho to listen to his advice. He began his lecture by stating that a talent show was not the place to perform a song just because you personally liked it. His predictions were so accurate that another student, listening in on their conversation, wondered if he was a shaman. The mentor continued, describing the sheer awkwardness of following one downbeat song with another, and advised that it was always better to go with a popular, upbeat hit. When Jinho admitted to not knowing recent songs, he was told to search the top 100 charts and pick something so catchy that even the neighbor's dog could join the chorus. He leaned in, demanding to know what Jinho was going to do about that particular challenge. Returning to the present, the host finally announced the last act. Jinho's band first placed this group, as someone in the crowd expressed disappointment at seeing yet another acoustic guitar. All eyes were on that lone figure, Jinho, as he took his position on stage. An audience member, seeing him standing there by himself, wondered if he had abandoned his team members. His music immediately captivated the audience, possessing a strange power that made everyone focus intently on him. It was the kind of power that made a song go viral, the ability to ensure everyone in the venue was enjoying the moment. A brief memory showed his teammates admitting they had no talent and only wanted to be friends, which was when Jinho first proposed his grand idea. The stage, though seemingly empty save for Jinho, was filled with the invisible energy of his music. Jinho continued to sing and play, now perfectly in sync with the band members who had materialized behind him. They desperately tried to decide on a new company, suggesting Osung Group and then Coco Talk, only to be shot down. A wave of despair washed over them as they learned Team 2 and Team 3 had already taken those topics as well. Just then, their group dynamic shifted as Jinho made his grand entrance, hailed by his friends as the Great One. Jinho gratefully acknowledged them for including him despite his photo shoots, while they warmly reaffirmed their strong bond forged through past adventures. He chuckled and then asked for a quick reminder of their assignment, which was to analyze a company's products from a business perspective. A teammate added the professor's stern warning against using unscholarly sources or duplicating topics, reminding them they were expected to act like adults. The group slumped in defeat, realizing that most of the major, well-known companies had already been claimed. Suddenly, an idea sparked as one of them suggested they pivot their focus to the mobile game market. Jinho seemed skeptical of the suggestion, asking what specific ideas came to mind when they thought of mobile games. A friend humorously recounted his lingering post-exam trauma, before clarifying they should focus on major games with celebrity ads, like the famous Monster Go. To their surprise, a quick search revealed a wealth of research material, and one student expressed astonishment at the millions spent on mobile games. With their topic finally decided, they began delegating roles, immediately volunteering Jinho for the presentation, a decision he quickly protested. A teammate firmly put him in his place, stating that his low participation meant he had to take on a difficult role, despite his claims of perfect attendance at meetings. Their meeting was abruptly interrupted by agents from BT Entertainment, who had resorted to tracking him down in person after he ignored their messages. The moment Jinho fled the scene, his remaining teammates mischievously decided to assign him the role of team leader in his absence. Later, while on a call, Jinho vented to his Aunt Mayang about the relentless pursuit from agencies, which had gotten so bad he couldn't even eat lunch peacefully. His aunt astutely pointed out that their persistence was a clear sign of just how desperate they were to sign him. She backed up her claim with hard evidence, citing his name trending in real-time searches and the significant sales increase Seer experienced after his photo shoots. She then posed a rhetorical question, asking him to consider who was truly responsible for these remarkable achievements. She explained that many had assumed he would join Seer after becoming the famed Tim Jonas muse. However, his unexpected choice to remain independent created a golden opportunity that rival agencies were now rushing to seize before it was too late. Jinho joked about turning into a hedgehog from being poked so much, to which his aunt replied that this was simply the life of a rising star. He then wondered aloud if the constant harassment would finally stop if he accepted a management deal with Seer. The conversation was suddenly cut short by a firm knock from somewhere nearby. Just as his phone call disconnected, an incoming video call from Aunt Mayang appeared on his screen. She proposed a more serious discussion on the topic, revealing with a mischievous tone that she was currently in a meeting with the Seer CEO. The CEO cut straight to the point, regretfully informing Jinho that the management deal was off the table due to Seer's complete inexperience in that field. He recounted how one of his board members had questioned if they couldn't simply hire the necessary staff to make it work. The CEO explained the crucial difference between an ambassador, who is an established public figure, and their ambition of nurturing a new star entirely under the Seer brand. He emphasized that this went far beyond simply casting a model, it was about acknowledging Jinho as the living symbol of Seer. Using an analogy, he described how the awe inspired by the Venus statue is for the goddess herself, not for the anonymous model who posed for it. He continued, stating that a model's job is to make the brand shine, and as long as they meet the criteria, any model could theoretically represent Venus. In stark contrast, a star they nurtured directly would become the very incarnation of their brand. Every detail of that star's life, including their personal tastes and what they enjoyed eating, would be scrutinized. Their past, future, morals, and even the slightest verbal misstep would instantly become a direct weakness for the Seer brand. The CEO concluded that the risks of direct management were simply too high, which was the very reason specialized entertainment agencies existed. He was quick to clarify that he was merely outlining a worst-case scenario, a necessary precaution for a CEO responsible to countless investors. He even recalled a devastating, albeit different, incident from the 2010s where a brand was ruined by its association with a serial killer. The CEO assured Jinho that this decision was not a reflection of his character and expressed his regret, which Jinho graciously accepted. Jinho politely thanked him for entertaining what he called a joke, but the CEO admitted he had been completely serious about the offer. His aunt immediately jumped in, once again urging him to drop out of school and accept an official scouting offer from Seer. Jinho firmly rejected the idea, reminding her that he was just a 20-year-old enjoying his youth. When asked about his plans, he declared his intention to remain a freelancer, allowing him the freedom to only pursue work he was passionate about. A heavy silence hung in the air following his resolute declaration. His aunt began to speak again, her voice filled with a deep sense of concern for his future. The scene then abruptly cut to a computer screen where a file containing a student's personal information was being saved by an unknown person. Back with Jinho, someone kindly informed him that his hibiscus tea was ready. He glanced down at the cup, contemplating whether the tea was made from real dried flowers. His aunt's cautionary words echoed in his mind, comparing his fleeting popularity to a delicate flower that might never bloom again once it withers. A crisp white mug was then gently placed upon the smooth surface of a wooden table. Brushing off the ominous warning, Jinho casually thought that his other 98 lives could wait, deciding the tea was simply delicious. The narrative then jumped forward in time by 3 days. One of Jinho's teammates stared in disbelief at their project materials, exclaiming that they looked polished enough for a real corporate presentation. Another friend offered to write his presentation script, but Jinho coolly replied that he had already memorized every detail, earning an annoyed but impressed look. While deciding where to eat, one of his friends observed that the persistent talent scout seemed to have vanished recently. Jinho agreed, wondering if the agencies had finally given up, though he admitted he was still receiving offers through direct messages. The real reason for their disappearance was an anonymous complaint on the university's online forum, demanding stricter security to stop strangers from harassing students while looking for him. The author of the post was revealed to be a disgruntled student, an anti-fan fed up with the constant commotion surrounding Jinho. Blissfully unaware of the drama, a cheerful Jinho celebrated the newfound peace by suggesting a celebratory meal of ribs. His joy was short-lived, however, as a man in a suit approached and asked for a moment of his time, causing his happy expression to vanish. 2 other men watched from a distance, one teasing his team leader for skipping dinner while the other begged to be taken along. One of the men waved a playful goodbye, clearly amused by the interruption to Jinho's dinner plans. The man speaking to Jinho apologized for the intrusion, but urgently pleaded for just a moment of his time. Jinho's patience finally snapped as he angrily demanded to know who they were. He cried out in pure frustration, questioning why they couldn't even allow him to eat a single meal in peace. But as he got a better look at the person with them, his anger melted away into shock and recognition as they offered a cheerful hello. He immediately identified her as Lee Seole, a talented rookie from REM Entertainment whom he remembered from a waiting room performance. She smiled brightly, confirming that his memory was correct and asking if he recalled their previous encounter. Jinho immediately asked the man from the talent agency if he had come to offer him a contract. The representative explained that his small agency had already given up on that front once the major corporations began showing interest. Confused by this revelation, Jinho wondered aloud what their purpose was in seeking him out. Changing the subject, the man first inquired if Jinho had listened to Lee Seole's third album. Jinho responded enthusiastically, confirming that he thought it was so good he regretted she hadn't pursued dance music earlier. The man then pressed further, asking if he had also seen the accompanying music video. With some hesitation, Jinho asked for permission to share his completely honest thoughts. He confessed that, frankly, he had found it impossible to become immersed in the video story. The representative leaned in, eagerly asking Jinho to elaborate on his reasons for feeling that way. Jinho began his critique by pointing out the dissonance between the video's coy pretty girl concept and the singer's more mature presence. He continued his analysis, noting that the overly revealing costumes clashed with the overall atmosphere, despite their thematic link to the lyrics. The man from ROEM Entertainment ventured a guess, wondering if perhaps the appearance of the male lead actor was the issue. In a brief visual, a handsome dark-haired man was shown smiling contentedly with his eyes shut. Jinho quickly clarified that the male actor was not at all unattractive. He explained that because both leads were equally stunning, the narrative of one person desperately clinging to the other felt unconvincing. He revealed that the video was so poorly received that the public had dubbed it a song where the visuals were a barrier to entry. The representative acknowledged Jinho's astute observations, stating this understanding would make his proposal easier to explain. Deciding to be direct, he formally addressed Jinho by his full name. He then made his official request, passionately pleading for Jinho to star in the music video for their follow-up song. Before the man could even finish his pitch, Jinho shouted his acceptance with absolute certainty. Both Seole and her manager stared back in stunned silence, completely taken aback by his immediate agreement. Later, at a shopping mall in Dongdaemun, Jinho casually asked if Seole was the only singer signed to ROEM Entertainment. The manager confirmed that their agency was a small, struggling business that would go bankrupt if this album failed, before handing Jinho an outfit to try on. He then lightheartedly asked Jinho not to sever ties with them for being a failing company, to which Jinho laughed and gave his reassurance. Jinho revealed that he had never forgotten the beautiful sound of Seole's voice from the first time he heard her sing. Overhearing his heartfelt compliment, Seole nervously fidgeted with the collar of her shirt. A sudden flutter in her heart was quickly interrupted by an incoming phone call from someone named Ji-young. On the other end of the line, Ji-young playfully accused Jinho of being on a date in Dongdaemun after he had claimed to be too busy for the Cherry Blossom Festival. Jinho quickly corrected her, insisting it was for work and begging her not to tell his Aunt Myeong to avoid causing trouble. However, a mere 5 minutes later, his aunt was already laughing heartily, having clearly been informed of the situation. She then let out a dramatic cry, calling out to her son over the phone. His aunt accused him of betraying her by rejecting Sire's generous offer, but Jinho calmly clarified that he was only appearing in a music video. She impatiently demanded to know why he had accepted this smaller project so readily. Jinho gave a simple and honest answer, stating that he agreed to do it because he truly liked the song. His aunt fell silent, thoughtfully considering his straightforward reason. The scene then shifted to a corporate setting, where an employee hesitantly approached the vice president. Vice President Myeong, Jinho's aunt, remarked that it appeared her son had found yet another unconventional way to increase their sales. She then instructed her subordinate to listen to the song her son had chosen. After a moment, the executive's face lit up as he declared the song was remarkably good. He went on to praise the impressive high note at the end, adding that even his own daughter was a fan of the track. His curiosity piqued, he then asked to know the name of the talented singer. The executive prefaced his next statement by clarifying that he had no issue with the song itself as he addressed Vice President Lee Myung. However, he firmly voiced his opposition to the sponsorship, believing the project was far beneath the standards of their company, SIR. He passionately questioned her logic, asking what could possibly be her reasoning for making such a risky decision. With a charming smile, Myung confidently replied that her decision was based on her unwavering faith in both her son's judgment and her own. Defeated, her subordinate sighed and suggested they proceed with getting official approval, grimly anticipating a scolding from the CEO. The narrative then jumped forward in time to the day of the music video shoot. The ROEM staff expressed their anxious disbelief that SIR was fully sponsoring the video, but they were assured there would be no penalties for failure. A crew member suggested using the surplus budget to blow up a car, a popular trope, but was quickly shut down as it didn't fit the unrequited love theme. The director clapped his hands together, officially calling for the start of the rehearsal. He showered Jinho with praise, commending his ability to convey a stoic yet gentle emotion before calling a perfect cut. Immediately after, he turned his sharp criticism to Lee, ordering her to relax the tense expression on her face. He rallied the crew by declaring their ambitious goal was to create the nation's first love and pushed everyone to keep the momentum going. Once again, the director singled out Lee, telling her that while her expression was cute, it was not the correct one for the scene. His direction became a frantic cycle of praising Jinho's perfection while repeatedly correcting Lee's every move. Overwhelmed and disheartened, Lee sat slumped in a director's chair on the set. She let out a humorless laugh, muttering to herself that she was completely worthless. Jinho tried to comfort her by saying the director was just overly enthusiastic, while her mind raced with the pressure of this life-changing opportunity. Lee tried to console herself by noting she hadn't received any criticism for her dance scenes, but the thought offered little comfort. Seeing her profound struggle, Jinho offered to share a helpful tip for her acting. He then gave her some bizarre advice, telling her to imagine that he was a piece of pork belly. As she stared back blankly, he instantly regretted his strange suggestion, wondering if he had gone too far. Lee fought a powerful internal battle against her food cravings, reminding herself she was on a strict diet, which made Jinho realize her predicament. Impressed by her vivid imagination, he complimented her talent for immersion before proposing an alternative idea. His new suggestion was for her to envision him as a priceless guitar personally signed by the legendary Eric Clapton. To add to the fantasy, he mentioned its value was 20 million won, a detail that made her eyes widen with excitement. An amused crew member overheard the conversation and made a mental note to include the eccentric coaching method in the making of film. Following his advice, the camera captured a transformed Lee gracefully playing the piano in a sunlit room. The director watched from his monitor, letting out an audible gasp of surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes, remarking on how her entire on-screen atmosphere had completely changed. Baffled by the sudden improvement, he turned to Jinho and demanded to know what magical tip he had given her. Jinho sighed with a hint of amusement, jokingly lamenting that he had been upstaged by a mere guitar. A female staff member observed the scene from the side, her expression filled with thoughtful contemplation. A close-up of Lee's eye revealed the shimmering reflection of a person playing a guitar. In her mind's eye, she pictured Jinho sitting in a brilliant wash of light, a warm smile on his face as he played an electric guitar. Lost in the moment, Lee whispered that she was doomed, just as the director yelled cut, perfectly capturing her genuine emotion. The crew began filming the music video's highlight scene, which depicted a man walking away as a woman desperately reached out for him, a poignant modern Cinderella moment. A staff member reflected on the scene's concept, realizing this emotional moment was merely a product of the female lead's imagination. She considered it a rather tragic interpretation of the Cinderella motif, acknowledging that the Seer brand's purpose was to package this sadness beautifully. However, she harbored doubts about director Joss' decision, wondering if the lead actress could believably portray a face filled with love. She internally scoffed at the idea that someone like Lee Seo-lei could convincingly portray the muse of the great Tim Jones falling in love. The staffer concluded that no amount of Sears luxury branding could salvage what she considered a subpar performance. Just then, Vice President Lee Myung sharply interrupted, questioning if talking out of turn during work hours met Sears' professional standards. Caught off guard, the staff member stammered out a hasty and sincere apology to her superior. Despite the reprimand, she bravely voiced her opinion, telling the vice president that she was still firmly against the casting choice. She insisted that the current production level was simply not worthy of receiving Sears' prestigious sponsorship. Gathering her courage, she directly asked the vice president what on earth could have led to such a questionable decision. The vice president calmly explained that her choice was partly based on her son's judgment. With a confident glint in her eye, she added that it was also based on her own impeccable judgment. The staff member was left speechless, unable to argue against the vice president's firm conviction. Lee Myung then recalled a time she had questioned her own eye for talent, admitting to herself that she had once been wrong. A memory surfaced of a bride and groom holding hands, gazing lovingly at each other against a beautiful sunset. The vision focused on the groom's gentle blush and the bride's expression of pure, heartwarming surprise. The couple then melted into a tender embrace as the colorful sunset sky enveloped them. Back on set, Jinho watched Seo-lei's performance and thought to himself that it was absolutely perfect. He had to silently command his racing heart to calm down, reminding himself that Seo-lei was embracing a 20 million won guitar, not him. A mischievous thought then crossed his mind as he briefly wondered if making a mistake would earn him another hug. Just as the director yelled cut, Jinho, feeling comically upstaged by an instrument, anxiously asked if he had made a mistake and if they needed to reshoot. A week later, the behind-the-scenes making-of film, humorously titled to show Seo-lei's obsession with retakes, had gone viral. The team checked the latest numbers, astonished to see the music video had hit 900,000 views while the making-of film was already at 200,000. Someone expressed their disbelief, asking if the numbers were actually real. An instant later, an excited shout confirmed that the music video had officially achieved 1 million views. When the CEO asked how the views had suddenly skyrocketed, Jinho revealed he had strategically uploaded selfies from the filming location. He explained his methodical approach of releasing the photos little by little, like adding firewood to a flame, all while carefully avoiding any two shots to prevent dating rumors. The CEO praised his cunning, calling him a business student fox rather than a teddy bear, then playfully assigned her some writing corrections as if she were his student. Overwhelmed with emotion, the CEO stared off into the distance, taking in the moment. She marveled at the fact that she was packing up due to success instead of eviction, giving all the credit to Jinho and Seo-lei. Meanwhile, Seo-lei scrolled through hateful online comments accusing her of having a crush and shamelessly leeching off Jinho's fame. The Sears staff member's harsh criticism echoed in her mind, questioning her ability to portray a muse in love. The painful words declaring that she was not up to standard replayed over and over in her head. Filled with new resolve, Seo-lei turned and firmly addressed her CEO. She stated that if she and Jinho were not on the same level, then she was willing to take any job that came her way, from big music shows to small local events. With fierce determination, she urged her CEO to accept every single job offer from now on, vowing to reach Jinho's level. Elsewhere, with only 15 days until the Gwanak festival, a student council member demanded an explanation for a sudden, disastrous development. He exclaimed in utter frustration upon learning that they were forbidden from selling any alcohol at their outdoor stalls. Another student explained that the council had closed all loopholes, leaving them completely stumped on how to generate any profit. He reported that their executive committee now had to solve the problem, just as he noticed young Jae arriving. The student greeted the newly minted celebrity, teasing him for being so bundled up, prompting Jinho to explain that he was trying to avoid being recognized after the music video's release. Jinho lamented the alcohol ban, while another student clarified the strict liquor law, which prohibited the sale of anything over 1% alcohol. He grumbled that if he was forced to drink something with such a low alcohol content, he might as well just have fruit juice. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Jinho, and he proposed they operate a self-mixing bar where customers could bring their own alcohol. He elaborated on his plan to partner with nearby marts, using their guaranteed boost in liquor sales as leverage to negotiate a deal. He pictured a system where they would offer food discounts to customers who bought alcohol from the partner store, cleverly framing it as a coupon. When a friend questioned if people would even be interested in mixing their own drinks, Jinho passionately insisted that it would be a huge hit. He excitedly gave an example of turning soju into a mojito with just lime juice and sugar, confidently claiming he knew a wide array of homemade cocktail recipes. His friends were surprised by his knowledge, and he bashfully admitted that he had learned it all in preparation for getting a girlfriend. One friend playfully called his efforts a waste, but Jinho was certain that the experience had prepared him for this very moment and that his plan would succeed. Another student pointed out that the lower profit margin would still put them at a disadvantage compared to selling alcohol directly. Jinho quickly countered by suggesting they also sell non-alcoholic cocktails and, more importantly, elevate their food menu to make their stall a must-visit destination. He envisioned serving upscale dishes that would far outshine the simple kimchi pancakes from other departments, which immediately raised the question of who would do the cooking. With unwavering confidence, Jinho proudly volunteered himself for the culinary duties. His friends immediately protested, reminding him of his infamous ramen burning incident, but he assured them he had practiced cooking extensively to redeem his past dishonor. To prove his point, he launched into a grand story about a master chef who had two very different disciples. One disciple, he explained, sought only wealth and fame, while the other simply wanted the freedom to cook. He built the suspense, telling them how the master had one day announced a competition to determine his restaurant's successor. The intense rivalry between the two men was illustrated by their profiles looming over a dark, spiky pupil. The scene of sabotage was set as a hot tool was plunged into a pot, with hands reaching in from all sides. Jinho narrated that on the day of the competition, the jealous disciple's devious tricks combined with the other's passionate skills. This dramatic fusion resulted in an explosive display of powerful wok techniques. In a tragic twist of fate, the young man who cooked with pure love was blinded by the incident. A lone, heroic figure was shown standing on a traditional rooftop at night, glowing with a fiery red aura of determination. Jinho continued the tale, describing how the young man, though cast out and heartbroken, could think only of cooking when he awoke each day. This unwavering passion drove the young man to make a solemn vow to start his life over from the very beginning. A stunning visual showed the chef's hands moving with supernatural speed, using a glowing tool to slice vegetables that floated in the dark. After the epic and winding story, one of his friends bluntly asked what the point of it all was. Another friend stared at Jinho with wide-eyed shock as the true meaning behind the elaborate tale finally dawned on him. With a flair for the dramatic, Jinho declared that he was now going to become that legendary, resilient young man. The wall clock ticked past 7, marking the start of a transformative evening. A friend frantically yelled into his phone, attempting to report Jinho for having gone insane before shouting his name in disbelief. Jinho calmly told his panicked friend to trust him and to quietly continue playing his game. Unconvinced, the friend then threatened to escalate the situation by calling Jinho's parents. Meanwhile, Jinho, now blindfolded, was deeply focused on his culinary training in a professional-looking kitchen. His hands moved with newfound dexterity, peeling a vegetable with a large, gleaming knife. The blade slid with a crisp, satisfying sound as it worked through the ingredient. He concentrated intensely, knowing that a single mistake could cut more than just a vegetable and render all his new skills worthless. For a brief moment, he lost his focus and wondered where he had set down his knife. To his surprise, the handle of the knife was suddenly in his palm. He marveled at how the tool seemed to have flown into his hand on its own, questioning if this too was a new skill ability. His friend watched from the side, confirming that he had witnessed the unbelievable event and calling him a crazy bastard. A system notification then appeared, detailing the demanding unlock conditions for the Master of Fire skill, which required preparing, cutting, and cooking with hundreds of ingredients. As he worked, Jinho could feel the very rhythm of the knife striking the cutting board, a sensation that resonated deep within him. The pure, natural aroma of the fresh ingredients awakened a sense of smell that had long been dulled by ultra-processed foods. He found that even the stubborn peels of garlic were now coming off with the ease of pulling a tissue from a box. Jinho realized that the Master of Fire skill evolved in real time, just like his willpower, forging a true chef through endless practice. The skill's core principle echoed in his mind: mastering cooking was impossible without first mastering fire. After a long and arduous session of preparation, he finally declared that he was done. However, a quick glance at the next step reminded him that the most important part was yet to come. The result of his intense training was a magnificent feast spread across a table, with various dishes steaming and glistening under the light. His friend stared at the incredible spread in utter disbelief, sparkles of awe surrounding him as he began to drool. When questioned if he had really cooked at all, Jinho dryly pointed out that his friend had watched the entire time and urged him to finally taste it. With anticipation, his friend lifted a glowing spoonful of the food towards his open mouth. Jinho leaned in, eagerly asking for the verdict. The friend erupted with joyous praise, declaring the seasoning perfectly balanced and a total knockout, celebrating that Jinho's culinary curse had been broken. Another friend jokingly asked if he had a tiny rat chef hidden in his pocket, to which Jinho retorted with a playful threat of rat poison. A third friend lamented that his taste standards were now ruined forever, before being told to stop talking nonsense and eat before the food got cold. The much-anticipated day of the Gwanak University Festival had finally arrived. During a tennis match, a rival player flinched in shock as Jinho's powerful swing sent a ball whizzing past his face. In the stands, a crowd of adoring female students cheered loudly for their campus hero. They shouted out the score of 40 love, their chants filled with affection for Jinho. A classmate leaned in, reminding him that the department's sales at the festival depended on his victory. Jinho turned to his fans and called out charmingly to his adoring Nunas. He then made a grand promise, declaring that if he won, they would all celebrate with a meal at the Business Administration Department's stall. Nearby, the head of the rival economics department seethed with jealousy, dismissing the dialogue as cringy and predicting their competitors would make a fortune. Over at the Food and Nutrition Department's stall, a student noted that while their food was perfectly fine, something was terribly wrong. Their stall was nearly empty, a stark contrast to the expected festival crowds. They couldn't understand the reason for their failure, especially since they had even invited the star chef, Park Koke, to cook for them. One of the students quietly mentioned the name Lee Jinho. A rumor was spreading that the handsome business department freshman was the main attraction, drawing all the customers away to his stall. The star chef scoffed, finding it impossible to believe that such a ridiculous excuse could be the reason for their lack of business. A symbolic image portrayed a dejected chef sitting between two culinary masters in the vastness of space. He despaired, admitting that he couldn't possibly win and should just give up, despite the other pleading for his help. The chef lamented, questioning how he could ever compete with someone whose handsome face alone was enough to satisfy the customers. Back at the festival, a man and a woman who were about to order turned around with looks of utter surprise. They were stunned to see the famous chef Park Koke himself had arrived at the rival stall, who then politely asked if they would like to be seated. The chef explained he was on a scouting mission at his student's request and had also been tasked with delivering a message of love to Jinho. He then stood back, silently observing the bustling and highly efficient operation. Stepping forward, he formally asked the student at the counter what they would recommend he order. Chef Park Koke placed an expert order for 2 complex dishes and then correctly identified their mojito recipe, chiding them for wastefully using a whole lime per glass. He revealed that he knew from the smell alone, stating that a chef's nose is as vital as their tongue. A watermark from the online translation group briefly appeared on the screen. the professional chef carefully lifted a perfect cube of mapo tofu with his chopsticks, bringing it to his mouth for the first taste. He sat alone at an outdoor table, his entire focus dedicated to analyzing the dish before him. He paused for a long moment, his face unreadable as he contemplated the flavors. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he declared the food absolutely delicious, then turned to ask a nearby worker if they agreed. He pointed directly at the startled student, commanding his attention. The student froze, breaking into a nervous sweat under the intense gaze of the celebrity chef. With an air of authority, the chef demanded to be taken to the person responsible for cooking the meal immediately. Unaware of the brewing situation, Jinho continued to cook with flair, expertly squeezing sauce into a flaming wok. In front of the stall, a young couple smiled, the woman looking utterly delighted by her meal. The famous chef thought to himself that he absolutely had to see the brazen face of the culinary prodigy who had created this dish. Elsewhere at the festival, a popular female idol pleaded with her manager to let her look around before her performance, but he sternly refused. Her manager saw right through her, accusing her of wanting to go see Lee Jinho and calling her intentions completely obvious. He finished by reminding her of the consequences, asking her to consider what would happen if a dating scandal broke out between them. The famous chef concluded that the skill on display was definitely not that of a student. In fact, he realized it belonged to a seasoned chef, a true professional among professionals. He was incensed by the thought of a professional infiltrating a student competition for an easy win. Considering it a shameful act of selling one's pride for pocket change, his rage was interrupted as Jinho arrived and asked if he had been summoned. The chef confirmed that he had, stating his intent to finally see the face of the one responsible for the meal. However, upon seeing Jinho, the master chef's expression went completely blank with disbelief. He could only utter Jinho's name in a tone of utter astonishment. He found it impossible to believe that a mere student had truly crafted such a perfect dish. The chef demanded to inspect Jinho's hands, letting out a sharp exclamation of understanding. He then gently placed his own weathered hand over Jinho's to examine it more closely. He declared that even an infant would peel an apple more skillfully, concluding that these were not the hands of a cook. Jinho then caught the chef off guard by asking if he suffered from sinusitis, a question the chef immediately denied. As a nearby student wondered if Jinho was being scolded, the chef asked if Jinho was also a chef and whether he recognized him. Jinho denied knowing him but stated he could tell the man was an amazing person from the rich aroma of ingredients clinging to his hands and body. He even correctly deduced that the chef specialized in fusion cuisine and had worked with salmon and yogurt that very day. The stunned chef asked if Jinho had a dog's nose, but he simply replied that his senses were exceptionally well developed. Jinho continued, expressing that it was the best aroma he had ever encountered and that he desperately wanted to visit the chef's restaurant, leaving the man speechless. Completely won over, the chef impulsively told Jinho to take a leave of absence from school and come to his kitchen, offering to book a plane ticket on the spot. In that moment, a dark baseball cap suddenly fell through the air, landing between the two of them. An unseen woman's voice cut through the air, declaring that he couldn't go and accusing the chef of making the first move. A bystander gasped, recognizing the newcomer as the famous singer who had recently won second place in a major competition. Her manager cried out in disbelief, shouting at the idol, Lee, to retrieve her hat. The name Lee Lee rippled through the stunned crowd as they realized who had just appeared. The festival-goers erupted in excitement, calling out to her and trying to get her attention. Annoyed that her cover was blown, Lee was questioned by Jinho about why she was interfering. She brazenly told the chef that while Jinho might be open to music videos, he would not be accepting scouting offers, clarifying that even for a close male friend, no meant no. The idol then punctuated her bold declaration with a playful, confident wink. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb, trying to process the implications of her statement. Lee cheekily commented on the effectiveness of playing the friend card, doubling down on her refusal. Disappointment spread through the crowd as they collectively realized the two celebrities were just friends. When the chef asked for a real reason, a flustered Seol-ae stammered that Jinho had military service and Korean broadcast commitments. The chef questioned why she was so concerned, misinterpreting her words, which caused her to angrily correct his understanding of the term male friend. Jinho calmly intervened, changing the subject by asking what brought her to the festival. She brightly explained that she was there to perform, giving credit to the hardworking student council. Jinho teased her about coming to see him, which she admitted was true, lamenting that now that she was recognized, she couldn't have her pre-show drink. He kindly offered her some of his stir-fried peppers instead and asked if she could wait while he dealt with some other people. Turning his attention to a group from a talent agency, Jinho politely informed them that he had decided against signing their contract. The agent pleaded with him to at least hear their terms, her polite demeanor surprising an onlooker who knew she had been stalking him. At that moment, a well-dressed man stepped forward, politely asking to interrupt. The sharply dressed stranger then asked Jinho to state his reason for refusing the offers. The female agent from the first company immediately recognized the powerful newcomer. Meanwhile, a spectator murmured in surprise at the man's flawless Korean, wondering who he could be. The man introduced himself as Damien Tommaso, the casting director for Asia at the prestigious HU agency. He declared he had flown all the way from France to make Jinho a top star and once again demanded to hear his reason for refusal. Jinho calmly explained that he was declining because he refused to be in a position where he would have to betray his principles. He elaborated that a contract might force him to advertise for a competitor of Store, a point Damien acknowledged as a matter of business ethics. Jinho insisted that reaching the top shouldn't require abandoning one's values, but Damien coolly argued that it wasn't abandonment. The director reframed it as simply converting those principles into an enormous amount of money. Damien pointed out Store's impressive international rates, confirming that the Korean branch had matched them for Jinho. He then leaned in, revealing that he had not come all this way to offer just that much money. With a confident glint in his eye, the casting director asked Jinho what he thought of that. Nearby, the stern-faced agent looked down in defeat while her younger colleague fidgeted nervously. From a distance, an unknown figure with a worried look on their face secretly photographed the two agents talking. Jinho's mind drifted to the staggering cost of raising a child in South Korea, a sum totaling around 335 million won. He then thought of his own parents, who had raised him on far less than what Damien had so dismissively called just that much. While admitting he wanted to earn more, recalling a time he couldn't afford a gift for someone, his resolve hardened. He decided then and there that he would never earn money at the expense of hurting the people he cared about. A surge of silent conviction took hold as he tightened his hand into a firm fist. He further reasoned that achieving fame without proper preparation would be a deceitful act toward both his fans and those who trained for years. Putting himself in others' shoes, he considered the betrayal he would feel if a CEO chased after someone else while sidelining him. Having reached his conclusion, Jinho firmly stated that he had nothing more to say on the matter. He then coolly pointed them toward the exit, apologizing that he couldn't give them the answer they wanted, causing one of the spurned agents to curse him under her breath. Damien fumed at the humiliation of being so easily dismissed, as his associate advised him to go calm down. The woman then turned to the furious director, asking him what he thought of Jinho's rejection. She shrewdly pointed out that out of everyone present, he was the one who had been most profoundly humiliated. Unseen in the darkness, a man with glasses observed the entire scene, a smug and sinister smile creeping across his face. Damien Tommaso reflected on his philosophy, viewing the world as a vast field of unrefined stones. He presented his credentials, identifying himself as a premier casting director from the esteemed HU agency. He believed that among these countless stones, a mere 0.01% held the true potential to become gems. In his eyes, he was both a prospector who unearthed such rare talent and a master craftsman who polished them to reveal their brilliance. He was, with absolute certainty, the one and only casting director Damien Tommaso. He acknowledged, of course, that some individuals possessed gem-like talent but were saddled with mentalities as cheap as plastic. Damien simply accepted this as a fact of life, reasoning that it was only natural for precious gems to desire special treatment. He recalled his own words to Jinho, insisting that he hadn't traveled all this way to offer a paltry sum to someone destined for more. He remembered urging the young man to abandon his talk of principles and conclude their negotiations right then and there. That had been his confident assumption, right before his associate shattered the memory by screaming his name. She furiously demanded to know what his next move was, prompting his utterly confused response. Growing more incensed, she repeated her question, pressing him on how he intended to deal with the likes of Lee Jinho. She then mocked him mercilessly, questioning if he had truly taken Jinho's shining principles as a personal insult while grinning at the thought of playing dirty. She openly ridiculed his base ideas, like faking a smoking photo or a scandal, declaring him completely unqualified to handle a gem of Jinho's caliber. Damien snapped back that he wanted no part in such lowly work, a sentiment she coolly agreed with before wishing him a good evening and departing. Now alone, the woman immediately began to strategize, planning to sponsor Jinho's contract for 3 years to ensure his freedom from stores by age 23. Meanwhile, in another office, a concerned man asked Director Joe if he had seen a particular article. He elaborated on the malicious fake news targeting his son, which included false claims of smoking and illegal sales during high school. Director Joe nonchalantly confirmed he had seen it but dismissed the piece as a childish and obviously paid-for attack. He then kindly offered to pull some strings to make the problem disappear. The father declined, explaining that a YouTuber with millions of subscribers had already released a fact-check video, causing the articles to vanish, though he found the speed of this response very strange. He found it suspicious because his son didn't have a massive fandom yet, making it seem as if someone had anticipated the attack and prepared a defense. Director Joe simply suggested that Jinho must have acquired an amazing new fan, just as a phone notification confirmed a successful payment. The YouTuber's video meticulously debunked the slander, pointing out that a photo supposedly from years ago featured Air Jordans that had been released only 2 months prior. The fact-check continued, highlighting how Jinho's face was poorly composited from a music video and laughing at the absurd claim that a cooking license was needed for a university festival. The segment concluded with thanks to an anonymous tipster and a prompt for viewers to subscribe before cutting to the very video that had gone viral. On screen, Jinho's voice echoed his earlier confession that, of course, he wanted to earn more money than he currently did. A dramatic pause hung in the air after his admission. The clip then delivered its powerful conclusion, as Jinho firmly stated he would never earn money at the expense of harming his people. Online comments flooded in, praising Jinho as a cool and inspiring national role model. Back in the present, a friend marveled at Jinho's clean past, prompting Jinho to joke that his life as a severe gaming addict was to thank. His friend suddenly let out a small gasp of surprise. He pointed out with alarm that Jinho was having a nosebleed. A nautical-themed tissue box sat conveniently on the wooden table between them. His friend voiced his concern, noting the dark circles under Jinho's eyes and asking if he was overworking himself. Jinho nonchalantly listed his overwhelming schedule of photo shoots, classes, and various lessons, leaving his friend utterly stunned by his relentless lifestyle. Later that night, the city's tall apartment buildings glowed under the light of a serene full moon. As they drove, Jinho's friend Young Jae insisted that he should at least have a comfortable ride home. Getting out of the car, Jinho was jokingly told not to die from exhaustion. As the luxury car pulled away, Jinho found himself wondering just how much tutoring Young Jae did to afford such a vehicle. He then remembered that Young Jae had also been the one to recognize the expensive brand of the suit he had bought secondhand for the entrance ceremony. For a fleeting moment, Jinho entertained the wild fantasy that Young Jae was secretly the son of an ultra-wealthy building owner before dismissing the idea as too unrealistic. Back in his room, the glowing red numbers of a digital alarm clock showed that it was already 4:07 in the morning. Jinho finally slumped over his desk, his report complete at last. He worried about his upcoming trip to Paris, fearing he would be too exhausted to stay awake during critical meetings with the CEO. He grumbled about his professor's choice of a report over a simple exam and desperately wished for an ability that would let him feel fully rested after only 2 hours of sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his hands flew to his face in a moment of pure realization. A brilliant idea began to form in his mind. The scene then shifted to the imposing facade of a university hospital. Inside, a doctor greeted Jinho with a wide, welcoming smile. He playfully complimented Jinho's handsome face, joking that he must have gotten his looks from his mother. Jinho asked if he could work in the hospital warehouse again, and the doctor replied that he would be more than grateful for the help. The doctor vented his frustration about the previous workers who were fired for stealing medicine, a stressful ordeal that had caused his insomnia to relapse. As the exhausted but kind doctor sighed, Jinho observed the deep fatigue in his eyes. The doctor expressed his relief at having a fellow Korea University alumnus handling things, solidifying Jinho's resolve to learn the skill he had come for. Elsewhere in the hospital, one doctor excitedly called out to her colleague. She gossiped about the handsome new guy in the warehouse, who was rumored to be the nephew of the thoracic surgery department head. Her friend added to the praise, marveling at how he first stunned people with his looks and then with his uncanny ability to find any medicine instantly. She swooned as she mentioned that even his name, Lee Jinho, sounded handsome. The other doctor, however, looked confused, recalling a description of someone cute and chubby. Her friend quickly corrected her, insisting he was tall and handsome, then flirtatiously wondered aloud if he could find her lost heart. The second doctor dryly retorted that he should find her sanity instead, sparking a playful argument between the two. Their bickering was interrupted by the voice of a child calling for a teacher. A small girl complained that her older sister wouldn't let her have any cola. A woman with long, reddish-brown hair turned toward the child with a gentle smile. She kindly told the little girl, Jai-hai, that cola would upset her tummy, promising they could drink 100 of them once she was fully recovered. Watching the scene, one of the gossiping doctors wryly urged the child to get revenge on the kind teacher for attacking her sister with facts. Amidst the playful chatter, the other doctor quietly repeated the name Lee Jinho to herself. She drifted into thought, remarking on what a wonderfully nostalgic name it was. The story rewound to 3 years prior, when Kim Ina was just a pediatric resident. She remained crouched on the floor, lost in a moment of silent despair. A voice suddenly cut through her thoughts, causing her to look up in disbelief at the question she was asked. The young student before her bluntly questioned if she, too, found him annoying and irritating. He then unapologetically stated that the warehouse had been his personal sanctuary before she had arrived. With cold finality, he ordered her to get out of his space. The student then strode past her, leaving the dejected resident crouching alone on the cold floor. Ina was left reeling, shocked that she had just been snapped at by a much younger student she had never met. A wave of self-loathing washed over her as she wondered if she was using the young man as an easy target for her frustrations. The painful thought occurred to her that she was acting just like the senior doctors who tormented her. Desperately, she commanded herself to get a grip, reminding herself of her dream to become a doctor. But the student's voice cut in again, tauntingly asking if she was going to start whining once more. He clicked his tongue, muttering how annoying she was before leaving her completely. Back in the present, Ina slowly opened her eyes, groggily wondering how long she had been asleep. Her eyes widened in surprise as she registered the scene before her. On the desk lay a small arrangement of lollipops, with candies carefully spelling out the name Lucy. A small note explained it was a lucky chocolate and that eating it in order might bring good fortune, signed by someone called Chubby Four Eyes. A small smile touched her lips as she mentally corrected the spelling, noting that Lucky was not Lucy. She recalled how, even after that first harsh encounter, she had always returned to the warehouse whenever she felt overwhelmed. It was there that the mysterious Chubby Four Eyes would always reappear, leaving small comforts for her. Because of his quiet kindness, she found the strength to stop shedding tears in that lonely storeroom. Through a series of scribbled notes, she had eventually learned his name was Lee Jinho, apologizing for their first meeting and thanking him for the luck he brought, despite his self-proclaimed ninth-grade English skills. Lost in thought, she reflected on how those brief moments had given her the strength to endure, only to be snapped back to reality when Jinho presented the very item she had been searching for. Flustered, she began to protest that she could have found it herself, but then caught herself. He simply replied that finding things was, after all, his job. The scene shifted to the story of a man cursed with fatigue, who had always studied tiredly while dreaming of becoming a doctor. That dream shattered when his own fatigue-soaked father was hospitalized after a fall, prompting the man to begin questioning the nature of exhaustion itself. He observed that everyone around him, doctors, nurses, and patients alike, was trapped in a state of perpetual tiredness. He began to wonder why people were so dependent on sleep simply to relieve their fatigue. A deeper question formed in his mind: were humans destined to live their entire lives as slaves to sleep? Thus began his quest to break this curse, a journey that would unlock a skill to become faster and different than anyone else. The skill's first conditions were straightforward: spend over 6 hours a day in the hospital for a week and read 20 books on sleep, fatigue, and medicine. Jinho considered the requirements, realizing that the first two were manageable, but the third one gave him pause. Deciding to table it for later, he figured it was best to just finish his shift for the day. A thought then crossed his mind: Ina Nuna hadn't seemed to recognize him at all, and he surmised she had likely forgotten the chubby, bespectacled boy from years ago. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a small hand in a patterned hospital gown sleeve grabbed a hold of his shirt. A little girl looked up at him and directly asked who the strange mister was. Jinho playfully asked for her name in return, but she smartly replied that her daddy had told her not to tell strangers, adding that she wasn't a little kid. He countered that he wasn't a mister, but she conceded it was okay to approach him since he was handsome like a puppy. She then asked if he was a celebrity, prompting him to humorously claim a long list of prestigious jobs, from model to chef, with a massage therapist title on the way. His expression softened as he guessed she was in the hospital because of a headache, but the little girl quickly told him he was wrong. She explained that she had somehow gotten stuck there and was now going to miss her bus, before noticing his nice phone. When he asked if she was waiting for a friend, she answered plainly that she didn't have any. He kindly offered her some candy from the pile of gifts outside the warehouse, but she had to refuse, explaining she wasn't allowed to eat it. The reason, she stated matter-of-factly, was because she had a digestive cat, a bizarre explanation that left Jinho momentarily confused. She elaborated that when she ate bad food, a cat inside her stomach would meow and scratch her from the inside. Jinho instantly understood she was describing a peptic ulcer, a concept she only knew as the really bad cat her teacher had mentioned. Despite this, she said everything was alright, because her mother prayed for her every day from heaven, asking for the cat to become good and stop hurting her. She then looked up at him with pure innocence and asked if her mommy wasn't amazing. Deeply touched, Jinho knelt down and agreed with all his heart that yes, her mother was truly amazing. The quiet moment was broken by the soft tack of a shoe stepping onto the polished hospital floor. A man's voice called out the little girl's name, Jihai. Jihai's face instantly lit up, her pigtails bouncing as she turned with a brilliant smile. She cried out for her daddy, her voice filled with pure joy and relief. Her father rushed to her side, apologizing for his lateness and asking if his princess had waited up for him. Seeing the reunion, another staff member asked Jinho if he was heading home, but he replied that he was late and would just sleep at the hospital. Later that night, the soft clicking of keys filled the quiet room as Jinho worked on his assignments. He had checked and confirmed the last bus was long gone, but he accepted his fate, since he could be productive at the hospital anyway. Nearby, Jihai sat alone in her hospital gown, an earbud in one ear as she quietly looked down at her phone. Jinho watched her for a moment, a wave of sympathy washing over him. He wondered just how many times she had been left to wait by herself to appear so completely accustomed to the solitude. A desire to help the little girl sparked within him as he tried to think of anything he could possibly do. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a simple but potentially wonderful idea came to him. In another part of the hospital, Ina stood silently by a patient's bedside next to a weary-looking man. The man, Jai-Hai's father, anxiously asked if his daughter was truly going to be okay. Ina reassured him, explaining that there were no serious complications and that the medication had greatly improved her condition. She then gently shifted the focus, suggesting that he, Mr. Hyan Siang, was the one who should be receiving treatment first. She listed his own alarming symptoms: burnout, rapid weight loss, and insomnia, warning that he was on the verge of serious depression. Ina promised that the hospital staff would take full responsibility for Jai-Hai's health, urging him to take time for his own well-being. With a kind smile, she wished him a safe journey home for the night. As a parting gift, she held out a small, thoughtful present for him to have on his way. He looked down at the candies spelling Lucy with a confused expression, prompting her to explain that it was a lucky spell. She shared the simple magic with him, suggesting that if he ate the chocolates in alphabetical order, something good might happen. From a distance, another doctor watched the exchange, remarking that she had never seen Dr. Kim personally see a guardian off before. She then playfully teased Ina, asking if that weary, uncle-style man was her type. Ina shot back a sharp retort, telling her colleague to focus on passing her license exam instead of gossiping, lest she be forced to leave the hospital. Driving through the deepening dusk, Jai-Hai's father glanced at a precious photo of his late wife hanging from the rearview mirror. The name on the gift he held came to mind, a simple word whose meaning was light, a small beacon of hope in the twilight. The story began with a memory, a solemn funeral portrait of a smiling woman resting upon an altar surrounded by white chrysanthemums. In the midst of that grief, a man in a formal suit tenderly cradled a sleeping infant, his newborn daughter wrapped in a soft pink blanket. The baby slept peacefully in her father's embrace, a picture of innocence completely unaware of the profound loss that had just occurred. He looked at his wife's photo and made a silent vow, telling her to rest comfortably, for he would dedicate his life to protecting their daughter, Jai-Hai. Sometime later at his office, he informed his section chief that he was leaving for the day, wishing him a safe journey home. The chief stopped him, expressing concern and asking if he was overworking himself so soon after the funeral. The father explained that his grief was precisely why he had to work harder, vowing to provide Jai-Hai with so much that no one could ever look down on her for not having a mother. Years passed, and one day Jai-Hai's school friends marveled at the pretty Chanel decoration on her expensive-looking bag. They innocently wondered what the foreign word meant, guessing it might be the name of a popular cartoon character. Jai-Hai proudly repeated what her father had told her, that if she carried this limited edition bag, no one would ever dare to look down on her. Yet, despite being surrounded by luxurious things, young Jai-Hai often sat by herself in her large, empty room. Noting that her father was late once again, she decided to pass the lonely hours by drawing a picture for him. With her crayons, she brought a happy family to life on paper, a smiling father, a loving mother, and herself holding hands between them. Meanwhile, her father was on his way home, thoughtfully wondering what special snack he should buy for his princess, deciding on cola jellies. He arrived to find Jai-Hai presenting her drawing, and he eagerly asked if she had made it while waiting for him. This was the life he strived for, one where she was dressed in pretty things, ate delicious food, and lived in a home filled only with smiles. A wave of pure happiness washed over him, but it was suddenly shattered by a sharp, agonizing pain in his chest. A desperate thought flashed through his mind as he collapsed, wishing that this precious life could just continue forever. Jai-Hai's small, worried voice called out to her daddy as she saw him falter. In a panic, she cried out his name again and again as he fell to the floor, unconscious. The scene tragically mirrored the past, showing a man kneeling in sorrow before another funeral altar, this time with a small child on his back. Jai-Hai's innocent family drawing was now framed as a memorial portrait for her father. The man, whose face was etched with unbearable grief, wept uncontrollably. Through his tears, he prayed to his late wife, apologizing for his failure and begging her to protect their child from the heavens. In the present, a tired-looking Jai-hai sat in a hospital bed, clutching a teddy bear with an 4-drip attached to her small arm. She sighed to herself, remarking on how quiet and boring her room was. Holding her bear tighter, she whispered that she wished her daddy would come visit her soon. In another part of the hospital, Jinho received a firm warning from a nurse, reminding him to leave if he caused any discomfort to the patients or visitors. Just as he agreed, his eyes widened as he spotted a familiar little girl down the hall. Jai-hai's face immediately lit up with joy as she recognized him, exclaiming that he had come to see her again. Jinho smiled, explaining that he took a half-day off from work and had brought the rabbit doll she wanted, happy to finally see her face during the day. Unaware of this reunion, Jai-hai's current guardian, her uncle Hyun Seong, decided to call his princess before heading inside for his visit. He walked along the sunny street, holding his phone to his ear as he dialed her number. However, the call went straight to an automated message, informing him that the number was unavailable and he would be connected to voicemail. A sudden, inexplicable wave of terror washed over him, causing him to cry out Jai-hai's name in a panic. He sprinted the rest of the way, his anxiety mounting as the large hospital building came into view. His mind raced as he ran through the corridors, desperately wondering what could have happened. His heart sank when he saw a crowd of nurses huddled right outside Jai-hai's room, fearing the absolute worst. He overheard them murmuring to each other in serious tones, wondering what on earth they should do about the situation. Another nurse commented on how young someone was, which sent a fresh spike of adrenaline and fear through him. The gossiping nurses suddenly looked up with surprised expressions, noticing his frantic approach. Convinced a tragedy had occurred, he screamed Jai-hai's name as he charged toward her room. But as he burst through the door, he wasn't met with chaos, but with the cheerful sound of a skillfully played acoustic guitar. Inside, Jinho was enthusiastically singing the theme song to a popular children's cartoon, Catch Teeny Ping. Hyun Seong stood frozen in the doorway, utterly bewildered by the impromptu concert taking place in his niece's hospital room. He then caught the end of the nurses' conversation and realized they were fawning over the musician, remarking that 20 years old was too young to be so charming. One of the nurses turned to him with a gentle smile, asking if the lively scene had surprised him. She explained that the performer was a short-term worker from the hospital warehouse who had asked for permission to play the guitar for Jai-hai. She elaborated that he had cleverly discovered Jai-hai's interests by looking at the search history on a phone a nurse had lent her. His original plan to play just one song had been derailed when other visitors begged him to stay and play songs for their own sick children and grandchildren. Hyun Seong watched, understanding their feelings completely, because the young man had managed to bring back the genuine smile he had longed to see on Jai-hai's face. It had been so long since he had heard his niece's laughter sound so full and free of pain. Observing the touching scene from a distance was Dr. Kim, whose gaze remained calm and incredibly focused. After the performance, Mr. Hyun Seong approached the doctor, his face lined with worry. He anxiously asked for advice on what to do after Jai-hai was discharged, confessing his terror that the same thing might happen again. Dr. Kim gently corrected him, suggesting he was asking the wrong question and that he should be worried about his own well-being, not just Jai-hai's. She praised Jai-hai as a remarkably brave girl who endured her treatment without complaint, and then asked Mr. Hyun Seong if he knew why that was. Ina explained that Jai-hai drew her strength from him, because no matter how difficult things became, he always managed to smile for her. She reassured him that as long as he, her pillar of support, didn't break down, then Jai-hai wouldn't either. For that reason, she strongly advised him against having self-destructive thoughts, such as working himself to death just to leave Jai-hai a large inheritance. He was stunned that she could read him so easily, prompting Ina to explain that she understood guardians in his situation were not always in their right minds. She sympathized with his desire to express his love by buying Jai-hai anything she wanted, seeing it as a way to make up for lost time. However, she kindly warned him that such actions, while well-intentioned, could ultimately become a poison by fostering unhealthy habits. She paused for a moment before offering him a more constructive path forward. Dr. Kim offered her personal help to guide him, telling him to contact her anytime for counseling or advice on Jaihai's post-discharge diet. Deeply grateful, he started to protest that it would be too much trouble, but she insisted, only to be cut off by a nurse who burst into the room. The nurse breathlessly announced that there was an emergency. The entire hospital kitchen had just blown up. As dusk settled over the city, Jinho sat in the back of a taxi, reflecting on the day's events. He sighed, realizing he had somehow promised to visit Jaihai again, a commitment that further complicated his already packed schedule. Still, he felt confident that once he unlocked his next ability, one that would make him faster and different from others, he could handle anything. As he pondered the final condition for his third skill, his expression grew so pale that the taxi driver asked if he was suffering from carsickness. Jinho ignored the question and instead asked the driver for a very specific definition of what a full-body oil massage truly entailed. The driver gave a laughably crude explanation that unfortunately matched the horrifying details of the third unlocked condition that had just appeared before Jinho's eyes. Misinterpreting Jinho's shock, the driver chuckled and teasingly asked if he was planning a romantic gesture for a lucky girlfriend. All Jinho could do in response was force a weak, pained laugh. At that exact moment, his phone buzzed with a text from a friend, inviting him over to hang out and eat homemade pork cutlets. Seeing this as an inescapable twist of fate, Jinho grimly accepted the invitation, mentally preparing himself to sacrifice his friend for the greater good of his quest. Under a dark, cloud-strewn sky, the imposing silhouettes of city apartment buildings stood against the encroaching night. Inside one of those apartments, Jinho laid uncomfortably on his stomach, his face etched with worry as he received a back massage. His mind drifted back, his expression turning serious as he recalled the strange events that led to this moment. His friend had nervously asked if the massage felt good, to which Jinho could only muster a strained, affirmative reply. The whole ordeal had begun 30 minutes prior, with Jinho recoiling in disbelief at his friend's outlandish request to touch his rear. He had immediately questioned if his friend had lost his mind. The friend, exasperated, had gestured towards the scented candles in the room as if they were an obvious explanation for his strange behavior. Jinho demanded to know what he wanted, only for his friend to repeat the bizarre request, earning him the title of a crazy bastard. A horrified Jinho asked if his friend had always looked at him in such a way, while the friend frantically insisted they needed to hurry before his mother got home. Jinho flatly refused and told him to find someone else, but his friend countered with a tempting offer of a trip to Paris. Resigned to his fate, Jinho mused that there were times in life when one simply had to indulge a rich friend's absurd whims. The friend then sealed the deal, explaining that the Paris ticket was payment for one side of his but, ominously saving the other side for a future favor. With the term set, the moment for the so-called but massage had finally arrived. Jinho could only curse his luck as he prepared for the inevitable. At that exact moment, his friend's mother called out her arrival as she entered the room, catching them in a highly compromising position. A stunned silence fell over Jinho as he froze on the spot. His friend, however, shrieked in panic, desperately trying to convince his mother that the situation was a complete misunderstanding. Fortunately, after a lengthy and awkward explanation, the misunderstanding was said to have been cleared up. Later, the friend, now a budding streamer, fumbled with his setup, trying to figure out which button to press to go live. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized the stream had successfully started. One of the first comments prompted him to clarify that despite his username, there were no actual girls present. He pleaded with a departing viewer not to go, even offering to dance, while simultaneously rushing someone off camera to catch a flight. The chat was brutal, with viewers leaving after learning there were no women, and one user departing after leaving a harassing comment. The chat quickly lit up as multiple viewers confirmed that the person in the background was indeed the famous Lee Jinho. Meanwhile, far away and high above the earth, an airplane cut through the clear blue sky. Aboard the flight, Jinho's friend marveled at the opulence of business class, gratefully acknowledging that it was all thanks to Aunt Myung who bought the tickets. Jinho quietly remarked that the situation was a shame. He clarified that he could have easily gifted the tickets himself, but his friend quickly waved off the gesture. His friend then spotted a familiar, neatly dressed man, recognizing him as the person who had brought them authentic croissants once. Jinho recalled that this man, Damien, had been visiting weekly since the festival, bringing small gifts in a persistent attempt to scout him. Instead of just talking money, Damien had cleverly shared fascinating insider stories about the fashion industry, its agencies, and casting secrets. Jinho had to admit that he had found Damien's stories genuinely interesting. Damien then approached them, asking if it was their first time in Paris and offering to be their guide, an offer Jinho promptly shut down. His friend quickly provided an excuse, insisting they couldn't possibly impose on someone traveling for business. The friend then lightened the mood with a joke, suggesting that if they ran into any trouble, they could just use Jinho as a high-level shield in a fight. Jinho responded with deadpan annoyance, asking his friend if he thought he was a Pokemon. Unseen by them, Damien observed their interaction, thinking to himself how rare it was to find another potential gem next to an established one. He assessed Jinho's friend, noting his commercial model looks and an energetic personality that thrived in the spotlight. A strategic thought crossed Damien's mind: perhaps this friend could be the very key to influencing Lee Jinho. Elsewhere, a man in a sharp suit read a text message confirming that Ham's muse would land in Paris in 10 minutes. He replied, asking if there was any other information he needed to be aware of. The response came that Damien Tomeo had coincidentally boarded the same flight, causing the man to mutter Damien's name in frustration. He noted with disdain that the young talent hunter was no longer making any attempt to hide his aggressive pursuit. On second thought, he realized this brazen move could be turned to his advantage, as it signaled Damien's intent to block all rivals. The man's bespectacled eyes narrowed as he considered his new strategy. He sighed, blaming the current messy situation on what he called a prank by someone named Angela. He recalled that a video of their muse had been circulating online for over 2 weeks, subtitled in 10 languages, exposing Jinho to the entire fashion world. In a conversation, he had reminded Angela that her primary role was to protect Jinho's value and control access to him. Angela had offered a weak apology, claiming she had only just seen the video herself and that it was too late to take it down. He had accused her of leaving the video up intentionally for 2 weeks just to show off their asset. She had defended her actions by comparing Jinho to a luxury good, arguing that one doesn't hide a diamond ring just because one fears thieves. She then pointed out that he should be satisfied, as the situation gave him a chance to witness Jinho's loyalty firsthand. He privately thought of Angela as an exasperating and troublesome young woman. He wondered why it seemed like everyone around him was so eager to cause him headaches. Nevertheless, a part of him couldn't deny a sense of satisfaction with how things were unfolding. He instructed his associate, Audrey, to be extremely cautious while escorting Jinho, ensuring no other brands could approach him. Their destination was the magnificent Harleton Hotel, its name displayed proudly on the grand entrance. Jinho let out an audible breath, completely taken aback by the impressive welcome party waiting for him. He felt like he had stepped into a noir film, a feeling that intensified when a woman introduced herself as Audrey Fleurot, sent by the CEO. Damien commented that the scene felt like a television drama, only for Audrey to coldly dismiss him, which he met with a sly, challenging question. Jinho felt utterly bewildered, unable to understand why he was receiving such VIP treatment when he had yet to even appear in a major fashion show. Later in their suite, his friend was ecstatic, raving about the insane luxury of the room, complete with unlimited service and top-shelf whiskey. Seizing the opportunity, his friend started a live broadcast, announcing a high-class drinking show and raising a glass to his viewers. Just as the stream began, his friend's expression suddenly turned to one of pure shock. Seeing this, Jinho drily asked if he had already gotten himself wasted on their very first day in Paris. Ignoring the jab, his friend urgently shoved the phone in his face, telling him he had to see what was happening. He excitedly explained that Jinho's brief appearance on his stream from earlier that morning had clearly been spotted and shared. Jinho was stunned by the flood of comments from people who knew him, until his friend bluntly reminded him that he had tens of thousands of followers on social media. His friend's expression then turned mischievous as he brought up their deal from earlier, reminding Jinho that he had saved the other side of his butt for a favor. With a triumphant grin, he declared that he was cashing in that favor right now and demanded that they film a broadcast together immediately. Jae-joon pleaded with Jinho to do the live broadcast with him, just for this one time. He challenged Jinho, questioning if a seer model was truly afraid of going live, but Jinho insisted that photo shoots and live streaming were completely different. Jinho pointed out how easily people were criticized for a single on-air mistake, using a news article about a controversial streamer as a prime example. Unfazed, Jae-joon promised to take full responsibility if anything went wrong, even offering to rebrand his channel in failure, framing it as just another form of content. Jinho dryly called his friend's attitude overly optimistic, accusing him of being a coward for pushing him into the spotlight. In response, Jae-joon brought up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, explaining the theory that people pursue higher levels of fulfillment once basic needs are met. He continued his impromptu lecture, noting that achieving new goals required letting go of current comforts, much like giving up good food for a diet. Jinho revealed that this exact line of thinking was why he had consistently turned down numerous offers from the entertainment industry. He remained skeptical, openly questioning if the potential rewards of celebrity were truly as great as his friend believed. He confessed that he was perfectly happy with his life as it was, seeing no compelling reason to chase fame when what he already had was so precious. But then, as the broadcast went live, a flood of supportive comments washed over the screen, with fans celebrating his appearance and expressing their admiration. One perceptive viewer even pointed out that Jinho's face was flushed, asking with concern if he was feeling okay. In that moment, Jinho realized with a jolt that he was actually having fun, which prompted Jae-joon to immediately tease him about a professional model getting nervous. Jinho had to admit that his friend's observation about his nervousness was at least partially true. More importantly, however, he confessed that he had never imagined that interacting with all the viewers would be this enjoyable. Jae-joon suddenly recoiled with a look of theatrical shock, overwhelmed by his friend's sudden display of charisma. He dramatically accused Jinho of masterfully deploying charm tactics despite being a supposed beginner, yelling that his friend's appeal was lethally effective. Unbeknownst to them, a woman in a sharp green suit was furiously storming down the hotel hallway toward their room. The viewers on the stream, meanwhile, jokingly commented that security must have been called, thinking Jae-joon's earlier scream was loud enough to have the door broken down. Later that evening, the scene shifted to a magnificent, brightly lit skyscraper where a crowd of elegantly dressed people gathered by the entrance. Now in sharp tuxedos themselves, Jinho and Jae-joon found themselves on a red carpet, waving to a line of flashing cameras. Jinho was internally reeling, realizing his friend's casual dinner invitation was actually for a prestigious seer party, and he felt deeply out of place. Jae-joon, on the other hand, casually commented on the incredibly impressive lineup of celebrity guests filling the venue. He pointed out a famous actress who was widely known as the reincarnation of Venus. He then gestured towards a power couple who had recently been featured in Vogue as Asia's most beautiful pair. But his attention was most captured by the sight of Robert Blue Smith, the undisputed top male model in the entire world. Jae-joon felt they would look like insignificant squids in comparison, but Jinho's expression suggested he didn't quite agree. A silent, steely resolve hardened in Jinho's eyes. With newfound confidence, he strode purposefully down the red carpet towards the grand hall's entrance. Jae-joon called for him to hurry up, privately marveling at the incredible person Jinho's mother had raised. Inside the party, the opulent decor was dominated by a massive, ornate chandelier that cast a glittering light over the entire hall. A familiar voice suddenly called out Jinho's name from across the crowded room. Jinho's face lit up as he called back to Seer's CEO, Pietro. The two men greeted each other warmly, with Pietro affectionately referring to Jinho as his young friend and Tim Jonas' protégé. Pietro mentioned that word of the recent events in Korea had already reached him in Paris. He expressed how pleased he was with Jinho's public statement, to which Jinho humbly replied that he was only repaying a kindness he had received. Taking the opportunity, Jinho then formally introduced his friend, Jae-jun Park, who offered a polite greeting. The CEO welcomed Jae-jun warmly to the Seer event, and Jae-jun respectfully thanked him for the invitation. Pietro remarked that Jinho's friend was very charming, which led Jinho to joke that he used to be quite envious of it. With a warm smile, the CEO wished them both a wonderful time at the party before moving on. As soon as he was gone, Jae-jun eagerly asked what the CEO had said about him, and Jinho cheekily lied that he had been called handsome. Jae-jun preened at the compliment, but when he asked what Jinho had said in return, he was told a gorilla, which earned a playful threat. Jae-jun's mood then soured as he noticed other guests glancing their way, correctly guessing they were talking badly about Jinho even though they spoke in French. He commented on the dirty, judgmental looks in their eyes. Jinho calmly explained that his time working in a convenience store had taught him to read people's true intentions, recalling the endless parade of entitled customers. Jae-jun correctly surmised that their animosity was pure jealousy towards a rookie who had already become a famous designer's muse and was now on friendly terms with Seer CEO. When asked if he was upset, Jinho dismissed the gossip, stating he would prove his worth through his skills and was currently more interested in the food. The moment his eyes fell upon the buffet, an exclamation of pure, unadulterated awe escaped Jae-jun's lips. In what felt like no time at all, a towering stack of empty plates sat on their table as evidence of their feast. Jae-jun sighed in contentment, declaring the experience to be heaven and a true testament to France's culinary reputation. Just as they were plotting their assault on the dessert table, a condescending voice cut through their cheerful conversation. A man standing nearby sneered, wondering aloud who had let a beggar into such a high-class establishment. He continued his verbal assault, remarking on how utterly embarrassing their presence was. The man then turned his full attention to Jinho, aggressively demanding a proper greeting and scolding him for staring rudely at a senior model. Jinho's simple hello only seemed to enrage the man, who then demanded he state his full name again. Jinho calmly explained his limited knowledge of the industry and politely asked for the senior's name, a request that was met with sputtering indignation. At that moment, Jae-jun rejoined them, plate in hand, casually asking Jinho why he had stopped eating. He then dismissively compared the angry model to the problematic old men they used to deal with at the convenience store, stunning the man into silence. The senior model, furious at the interruption, demanded to know who Jae-jun thought he was. He puffed out his chest, arrogantly asking if Jae-jun truly did not recognize him. Jae-jun flatly told him that he had absolutely no idea who he was. The model was completely aghast that this second person also failed to recognize his apparent fame. As the man insisted on the importance of seniority, Jae-jun turned to Jinho and asked if such a strict hierarchy was really a thing in their field. Jinho thought for a moment before confirming that had heard the practice had been mostly eliminated by a group of forward-thinking models. Increasingly desperate, the man pointed across the room to another well-known model, identifying her as the senior Lee Yunju to prove his point. Jae-jun let out a sound of utter disgust as his eyes landed on the woman. A slow, dreadful sense of recognition began to dawn on his face. Across the room, Lee Yunju's own expression mirrored his, her eyes widening in shocked disbelief as she recognized him as well. A wicked, triumphant grin spread across Jae-jun's face as he turned back to her and asked in a sing-song voice if she remembered who he was. This story was a preview of the original work, which might contain various inconsistencies. The woman was Lee Yunju, a top model with deep industry connections, famous enough to have walked in Dior's 60th anniversary show. Her influence in the domestic modeling scene was undeniable, as she was considered the absolute standard for female models. She was also gaining significant popularity from her recent acting career, which made the arrogant senior model a particularly huge fan. Yunju feigned embarrassment at his gushing compliments, letting out a small laugh. A nearby streamer excitedly asked if he could get paid for having her appear on his channel, offering to immediately plan the content if she provided her contact information. Yunju complimented the young man on his ambitious spirit. But then, her friendly demeanor vanished in an instant. She turned to another young model, coldly asking why she hadn't properly greeted her senior. A terrified junior named Park Ji-yoon immediately offered a nervous hello, her mind racing with the strict hierarchies of the industry. Yunju cruelly dismissed her, stating that her name didn't matter because it wasn't worth remembering. She then sighed with disdain, wondering aloud when seer parties had become so low class. Turning her attention to Jinho, she adopted a tone of mock concern, questioning if a high-fashion model should really be eating so freely, warning him he might gain weight. Jae-jun scoffed at her concern, explaining that when Jinho stepped on a scale, it only registered the exact weight of the food he just consumed, and told her not to waste brain cells on it. The onlookers gasped in absolute astonishment at this claim. One of them exclaimed with envy that Jinho must possess a body truly blessed by God, just as the scene shifted to a memory of a recent broadcast. In a flashback to his live stream, a viewer expressed disbelief, while another commented that being Tim Jonas' muse was an even more incredible, dreamlike reality. The rest of his audience enthusiastically agreed in the chat. The chat log showed his fans jokingly disbelieving his claim that he had dinner with a president, though he secretly confirmed to them he had indeed met someone important. He then explained that he couldn't reveal any names due to personal matters, holding up a Madeline, and his loyal fans immediately accepted his word as truth. Jae-jun, watching from the side, expressed his exasperation at how easily the subscribers believed Jinho, but a fan immediately donated money, declaring that if Jinho said it, it was true. Bolstered by their support, Jinho proclaimed his own righteousness and performed a celebratory zero-gravity step, prompting someone to wonder what his life would be like without broadcasting. Back in the present, Jinho was lost deep in thought. He couldn't forget the incredible thrill he had felt during the stream the day before. He marveled at the realization that his small actions could make so many people laugh and cry, a feeling similar to but profoundly different from his social media fame. He wondered if this intoxicating feeling was what inspired the celebrities he'd met to pursue their careers. He struggled to define this sensation, something he had always yearned for but had only recently started to grasp. His gaze fell upon the delicate pastry in his hand, a Madeline. Jae-jun's voice cut through his thoughts, telling him to eat the Madeline before it got cold, and Jinho snapped back to reality with an apology. When Jae-jun asked what he was spacing out about, a sudden realization struck him. Jae-jun, understanding his sudden change in demeanor, wished him luck on his big event for that day. Jinho affirmed with quiet determination that today was indeed the day. He reflected that this single event was the entire reason he had traveled to Paris. Meanwhile, backstage at the fashion show, whispers spread among the other models that the show's main model wasn't going to be the famous Smith. The rumor was that the CEO himself had told Tim Jones to leave the main spot open, as he would be choosing the model personally, fueling intense speculation. The models murmured amongst themselves, wondering who could possibly be great enough to push aside the legendary Robert Smith Blue. One model theorized that Smith was simply past his prime, while another preened, complaining about the burden of being so handsome that he constantly attracted jealousy. This handsome model arrogantly assumed the new main had to be someone of his own stature, right before his makeup artist interrupted him. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the backstage chatter. Tim Jones appeared, curtly ordering them all to be quiet, and the room instantly fell silent. One of the models spotted Jinho with the designer and asked in shock if he was the mysterious main model the CEO had mentioned. He then playfully nudged Jinho, calling him a traitor for not sharing the secret. Tim Jones ignored the antics and calmly asked Jinho why he was smiling. Jinho apologized, explaining that he wanted to keep the news a secret until he felt he was truly qualified, a statement that made Tim Jones question his meaning. He clarified that he needed to feel he had earned the minimum qualification to wear Tim's clothes on Tim's stage without anyone questioning his right to be there. Jinho then declared his ultimate goal was to use this very stage to show the entire world what it truly meant to be Tim Jonas' muse. The designer was visibly struck by his muse's powerful words. Tim composed himself and instructed his assistant, Verdun, to guide Jinho backstage, but first, he had some final words for the young model. He sternly warned Jinho that he would only tolerate 5 mistakes, threatening to kick him out of the show if he made any more. Tim stressed the immense pressure, with only 3 days left and Seer's reputation at stake, but Jinho confidently interrupted his cold warning. Jinho boldly stated that he would only need 2 mistakes, not 5. 3 days later, the Seer outdoor fashion show was finally underway. An announcement cued the audience to fall silent as the event was about to begin. A blond man in a sharp maroon suit and glasses watched from the sidelines, a confident smile on his face. Backstage, a director called for everyone to get ready, while one of the staff muttered under his breath about the monster-like Asian model. A tailor expressed his utter disbelief, admitting he had planned to find a flaw but discovered Jinho's measurements were identical to those from 2 months prior, a feat Jinho had memorized in just 5 minutes. Jinho, however, brushed it off as something he was naturally capable of, just as another model approached him with a problem. A female model showed him that the heel of her shoe had broken off and asked who she needed to inform. Another model nearby clicked his tongue in annoyance at the poor timing, cynically suggesting she must have been careless after the rehearsal. She insisted the shoe was already torn before the rehearsal, but the other model scoffed, claiming it would have been impossible for her to walk on it. He then challenged her to prove her incredible claim if she wasn't lying. As she began to walk, it became clear that for anyone who didn't know the heel was broken, it looked perfectly fine. To those who knew the truth, however, her impossibly elegant walk made the broken heel seem like an intentional, brilliant design choice. Tim Jones watched this display, a look of profound understanding on his face. He knew in that moment that this was the very essence of what made Jinho his muse. Out in the audience, a crowd of reporters and guests sat completely captivated, listening intently to the proceedings. The venue was filled with the blinding light of camera flashes as everyone tried to capture the pivotal moment. As his turn approached, Jinho was overcome with a powerful sense of déjà vu, recognizing a feeling he had experienced once before. He finally put a name to the overwhelming sensation washing over him. It was, he realized with absolute certainty, euphoria. The Seer show had caused a massive stir in the fashion world, with headlines questioning Tim Jonas' bold decision to feature an Asian model as the main act. While it was common for women's wear to target the Chinese market with Asian models, the same was not true for menswear, and this choice was expected to create a significant uproar. Far from the fashion world's commotion, life continued as normal under the sprawling roof of a bustling international airport. At a departure gate, 2 friends shared their goodbyes, one lamenting the other's swift departure as a shame. The friend teased that he must be fleeing to avoid post-show interviews, a suspicion the other man playfully confirmed. Inside the terminal, a man with neatly styled brown hair scanned his surroundings, preparing to leave France behind. His companion gently reminded him that it was time to get on the plane. With a final nod, he confirmed that he was truly leaving now. The friend wished him well and warmly invited him to visit again soon. He insisted there was still an abundance of French cuisine that his friend had yet to experience. The departing man reflected on his amazing trip, praising the food, the scenery, and one other special achievement. He proudly mentioned getting senior model Lee Yunja's number, only for his friend to pointedly remind him that she was a married woman. His friend added that she had 3 children, forcing a flustered Jinho to insist his interest was purely that of an admiring fan. The teasing continued as his friend brought up how Jinho and Blue Smith had followed each other on social media after the party, a simple act that had somehow been turned into a news article. Just then, Jinho's attention was caught by a news broadcast on a nearby screen. He saw that a tennis tournament had already concluded, lamenting that he could have participated if he had only arrived 3 days earlier. His friend retorted that he should have finished his school assignments sooner, sarcastically offering to let him try their professor's challenging work. His companion then marveled at how, despite the euphoric, life-changing experience of the show, Jinho seemed to have remained completely unchanged. But beneath his calm exterior, Jinho was privately disappointed that no one had approached him about a contract. He internally questioned whether his own predictions had been wrong, or if his appeal had simply been insufficient. He resolved to step back from the situation and analyze everything with a clear and objective mind. Back in his home country, Jinho made his way to a familiar modern gymnasium under a clear, bright sky. As he entered, a man greeted him with immense excitement, exclaiming that he had seen the news in the paper. The man proudly proclaimed Jinho a living symbol of national pride. Jinho offered a humble word of thanks for the enthusiastic praise. The gym owner confessed he had printed the article and had to physically restrain himself from displaying it in massive letters at the entrance, so deep was his gratitude. He then asked if Jinho was there for his university club league practice or simply for vacation, and Jinho confirmed he was there for both. The owner then shared a personal story about how his mother steadfastly refused to accept money from him for the electricity bill. He explained his mother's deeply held belief that a son, no matter how many billions he earned, would always be her son. Jinho considered this powerful sentiment for a moment. He then nodded in quiet agreement, acknowledging the undeniable truth in the man's words. Later, on the court, the sharp thwack of a tennis ball meeting the racket strings echoed through the gym. The ball flew across the court with incredible force, landing with perfect precision right on the line. Jinho sensed that his control had become much more refined, suspecting it was a synergy between his talent-implanting tennis prince skill and his sense-enhancing master of fire skill, deciding a proper match would be the only way to know for sure. Meanwhile, another group arrived as their guide announced they had reached the indoor tennis court. A man wearing a cap focused intently on the court, a look of intense determination burning in his eye. A member of the group admired the pristine facilities, noting that this was the very club frequented by the famous player Park Hyun. A woman gently reminded him that it was a members-only establishment and requested that he be mindful of his behavior, which he quickly agreed to. Park Hyun, the man in the cap, internally wondered if he had done something wrong to warrant such a caution. He reflected that his words might have come out sharper than intended, as he was trying to approach the filming seriously rather than just for comedic effect. From his perspective, he understood entertainment shows required humor, but he felt the broadcast's true purpose was to promote the sport of tennis. Still, he found a small measure of comfort in the situation. It was fortunate, he thought, that at least one other person in the group seemed to be taking the filming seriously as well. He then winced internally, lamenting that this same person's athletic ability was unfortunately not up to par. The woman, Jinho Lee, approached Park Hyun and humbly asked if he could check on her form. She expressed her growing frustration, wondering why only her bruises were increasing while her actual skill remained stagnant. From nearby, an unexpected voice suggested that it was because her entire method was incorrect. Jinho Lee turned in surprise to see Jinho, questioning why he was there for the filming. Jinho glanced at the small camera crew, observing that the scale of the production seemed rather modest. Jinho Lee confirmed his observation, explaining it was only for a short, 2-minute segment within a larger episode. Jinho advised her that if that was the case, she shouldn't struggle so hard, it would be better to showcase herself playing well. He explained that doing so would help build her public image, crafting a title for herself as a woman who was a match for his own level. His words seemed to spark a new sense of purpose within him. With a confident smile, Jinho declared that he would personally teach her how to play. From the sidelines, 2 of the production staff members watched this sudden development with expressions of shock and deep concern. One of them turned to his colleague, asking in disbelief if Jinho Lee had always possessed such latent skill. He couldn't reconcile this performance with the same woman who, just moments before, had struggled to even make contact with the ball. He initially wondered if Park Hyun's coaching was the cause, but then his eyes landed on Jinho and he knew the truth. He pointed out the man with the low-brimmed hat, explaining to his stunned colleague how Jinho Lee's playing had completely transformed after just a few words of advice. The other staff member was utterly baffled, questioning how a model could achieve what even the professional player Park Hyun could not. His colleague offered a simple, astounding explanation: Jinho was just as good as a professional player himself. As if to punctuate the statement, a tennis ball launched by Jinho rocketed across the court and shattered a small orange target with explosive force. Jinho calmly noted that the target had broken yet again. He internally questioned his own immense strength, concluding that his newly refined form, a product of his the best skill, must be the cause. One of the producers frantically asked if they could make an appearance offer, but his colleague reminded him of their failed attempt at the Seer party, confirming that Jinho refused all broadcast appearances. The producer then floated the risky idea of filming Jinho by accident and airing it anyway, but the other immediately shut it down, certain they would get sued. As they debated, a clear voice respectfully called out for attention. All eyes turned to see the professional player, Park Hyun, approaching Jinho and asking if he would be his rally partner for a moment. The professional player Park Hyun approached Jinho, asking if he could inquire about the specific advice he had given to Lee. He commented that Lee didn't possess great natural athletic ability. Park Hyun continued, explaining that her biggest issue was trying to do everything perfectly right from the beginning. He likened her approach to someone studying for an exam by starting from the very first page of a textbook, a method that often leads to accomplishing nothing. Jinho internally reflected on his simple advice, contrasting the complete beginner Lee with the top-level domestic player Park Hyun. He recalled the purpose of the program, which was to showcase tennis as a sport that anyone could enjoy, regardless of their age or gender. Jinho then explained that he had advised her to relax and focus selectively rather than straining for perfection. The idea that fun wasn't only found in winning struck a chord with Park Hyun, who began to ponder the meaning of selective focus. This sparked a moment of self-reflection for the pro player, who remembered his own desire to show the public his perspective from the champion's position. He realized that this was the source of his dissatisfaction whenever he saw tennis being treated lightly. Hearing Jinho's polite suggestion to be more careful with his words, Park Hyun began to wonder if perhaps he was the one who had been treating the sport too seriously. Humbled, Park Hyun acknowledged that he was younger and requested that Jinho speak to him more comfortably. He then immediately addressed him informally as Jinho, taking the first step. With a newfound respect, Park Hyun boldly asked Jinho if he would agree to appear on the show with him. Jinho gave a curt and immediate refusal to the proposition. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, the production staff introduced Lee Jinho as the special guest for the day's filming, accompanied by a wave of enthusiastic applause. A flashback revealed Lee questioning Jinho's sudden change of heart, to which he explained that Park Hyun had promised him a game after the shoot. Lee marveled at the opportunity, comparing Park Hyun to the legendary Federer of the tennis world, a sentiment Jinho implicitly confirmed. Jinho greeted the man as Mr. Damien with a formal French bonjour. A man named Jackson, the general manager, angrily asked Damien if he was joking. He furiously argued that an 8-2 split was already too much, let alone only 3 schedules per year, but Damien coolly accused him of having a negative mindset. Jackson shot back that this wasn't a time for jokes, reminding him that all contracts were zero-sum games where one side's gain was the other's loss. He furiously warned Damien that by unreasonably inflating this new model's value, his own performance was plummeting. The general manager spelled it out clearly: Damien was jeopardizing not only his chance to become a chief director but also any future as an executive. Damien simply replied that he understood, leaving Jackson momentarily speechless. Frustrated, Jackson called him a hopeless gambler whose competitive spirit had clearly gotten the better of him. With a final, exasperated sigh, he gave his approval and told Damien to do whatever he wanted. A short while later, Damien gathered his team and grimly announced that he was ruined. He asked if they had heard the general manager yelling, explaining that his own prospects of becoming the youngest chief director were now effectively gone. He questioned the sense in following such a crazy team leader any further. He presented them with an opportunity to leave, but they passionately refused, declaring they were with him until the end, until he added they could take the models they managed with them. Just 1 minute later, Damien was left alone, cursing the disloyal bastards under his breath. He turned to the one remaining employee, Choi Cheolgyu, and offered him the same opportunity to leave, but the man steadfastly refused. Cheol-gyu declared his loyalty, crediting Damien with his own success and cursing the others as opportunistic traitors. Damien smiled, revealing that the internal enemies had now been successfully eliminated. He explained his philosophy to a confused Cheol-gyu: to climb to the top, one must first secure their own inner circle. With his team purged, Damien posed a strategic question, asking which field had the lowest demand for models. The scene shifted back to a bustling cityscape under a clear blue sky. Back at the cafe, Jinho asked with some surprise if Damien himself was planning to be his direct manager. Damien offered to find someone else if it made him uncomfortable, but Jinho quickly insisted that he was perfectly fine with the arrangement. Damien admitted he was only joking slightly, explaining that until a dedicated team was formed, he would have to handle everything from scheduling to driving exclusively. He then confirmed that even after the team was assembled, he would remain as the chief manager, so the arrangement was permanent. Jinho wondered how he could manage it all, noticing that Damien already represented other top models like the famous Ben Sprinter. Damien simply replied that it was fine because it was for Jinho. He then joked that thanks to Jinho, he could now pile work onto his remaining team members, leaving him with plenty of free time, a comment that almost earned a sentimental reaction from Jinho. Damien then circled back to his earlier question, getting Jinho's attention. He asked again about the field with the least demand for models, to which Jinho surmised it would be fields where product effectiveness was key, like tableware and kitchen utensils. Following that line of thought, Damien concluded their meeting with a simple, unexpected question. He asked Jinho how much he cooked. Damien began by asking Jinho if he was familiar with a popular cooking show called Three Kingdoms Chef. He then recalled seeing Jinho cook during the last university festival and questioned how skilled he truly was. Although Jinho humbly insisted he was far from being a great cook, Damien brushed it aside, describing the show as a high-stakes competition to determine the best chefs from Korea, China, and Japan. The program's prestige was underscored by its confirmed lineup, which included 4 renowned judges and 9 professional chefs already secured for the final rounds. Against these titans, a pool of 99 non-professional cooks would vie for the 9 remaining spots in the finals. Jinho considered the overwhelming odds, realizing that any amateur with enough skill to stand out in such a competition would inevitably attract massive attention. Damien noted that interpreters would be on hand for the international contestants, but shrewdly pointed out that Jinho's image as a prestigious university student was his most defining characteristic, second only to his looks. A flash of understanding crossed Jinho's face as he finally grasped where they were headed, a realization Damien coolly confirmed. Damien lamented how difficult it was to find talent willing to study foreign languages, only for Jinho to reveal he already possessed a high-level Chinese proficiency certification. Jinho casually added that he was also awaiting the top-tier results for his Japanese language test, feeling confident that he had mastered the material. Damien stared in disbelief, asking if the young man really spoke 5 languages, to which Jinho playfully implied the number was even higher. With their plan in motion, a hand decisively placed a smartphone into a dashboard mount, preparing for the drive. Soon after, a sleek black van accelerated around a bend on the highway, speeding towards the filming location. Filled with a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Jinho declared that they should go and eat, embracing the challenge ahead. The scene then shifted to 1 hour before the show's recording, inside the tense atmosphere of the contestant waiting room. A wave of shock hit Jinho, his eyes widening as a nervous sweat trickled down his temple. He was struck by the intensely awkward silence that filled the room. On one side, a fellow contestant had been fixated on the label of a water bottle for the last 10 minutes, seemingly desperate to avoid any interaction. On his other side, another competitor was completely engrossed in their social media feed, oblivious to their surroundings. Jinho wondered why everyone was so quiet, especially when he noticed the cameras were already rolling and recording their every move. A sudden, unsettling thought began to dawn on him as he processed the situation. He realized with a jolt that everyone else had already entered a state of fierce competition. He hesitated, questioning whether trying to start a conversation now would be a tactless and foolish move. Seeking guidance, he discreetly sent a text to Damien asking for any last-minute filming tips. Damien's response was simple and direct, advising him to just act as he normally would. When Jinho expressed confusion, Damien clarified that he shouldn't put on a performance or become overly conscious of being watched. He further warned that while such an act might seem effective at the moment, it would ultimately end in ruin. Taking the advice to heart, Jinho decided to be himself and broke the silence with a friendly greeting. He formally introduced himself as Lee Jinho and politely asked his fellow contestants to take care of him. One of the men complimented his fluent Chinese pronunciation, to which Jinho explained that his deep interest in Chinese cuisine had been his motivation to study the language. As the tension in the room finally dissipated, Jinho let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he could at last breathe. His friendly overture drew the attention of the other contestants, including a surprised blonde man and a smirking man dressed in black. The camaraderie grew as the Japanese contestant reciprocated the polite greeting, creating a warm and friendly exchange. Unbeknownst to them, the production staff was observing everything from the monitor room next door. A producer remarked on how the atmosphere in that particular waiting room was completely different from all the others. Through the camera's viewfinder, the staff watched as the three men chatted comfortably on the couch like old friends. Another staff member expressed their astonishment that Jinho was kindly translating for everyone, despite them all being rivals. One producer jokingly asked if they should step in, but their colleague countered, questioning why anyone would want to disrupt such a heartwarming moment. The director leaned back, satisfied, stating that this was the exact kind of friendly competitive spirit he had hoped to capture on film. Despite the positive scene, a hint of skepticism lingered in his mind. He wondered aloud if that heartwarming dynamic would survive once the actual pressures of the competition began. Soon enough, the preliminary round was announced, tasking each contestant with preparing their single most confident dish. Jinho presented his creation on a strikingly elegant white plate, which featured a delicate, hand-painted tree. Back in the control room, the staff praised the plate's beauty, with one producer noting they were already considering a change in the show's official tableware. A blonde man on the production team smiled, clearly pleased by this unexpected source of inspiration. As the cooking intensified, a contestant frantically placed a shaker down on his cutting board, facing a crisis. In a surprising display of sportsmanship, another contestant quickly offered his own ingredient, allowing the struggling chef to complete his dish just in time. The grateful chef, wearing a black cap, gave his helper a warm smile and a sincere thumbs up. The judging phase began, and a close-up captured a judge's mouth as they carefully chewed a sample of Jinho's food. The judge conceded that the dish was undoubtedly delicious, yet a note of reservation hung in the air. Ultimately, the verdict was delivered: Jinho's dish was being put on hold, leaving his fate uncertain. One of the judges commented that it was to be expected, as it was difficult for a non-professional to convey the same level of desperation as a career chef. Despite the ambiguous outcome, Jinho bowed respectfully and offered his sincere thanks to the judges. A world-renowned Michelin 3-star chef on the panel observed Jinho's reaction with a serious and contemplative expression. Moments later, instead of wallowing, Jinho was seen calmly lifting a spoonful from another contestant's plate to taste it himself. His new Japanese friend expressed his confusion, asking why Jinho was eating when his own elimination was a real possibility. Jinho explained coolly that he was simply conducting a self-diagnosis to understand where he fell short. He elaborated that this was a rare chance to be evaluated by a Michelin 3-star chef, an opportunity for growth he refused to waste. Upon hearing this, the stoic judge realized that Jinho's passion was not lacking at all, it was simply focused on development. The celebrated chef conceded internally that he had completely misjudged the young contestant's character. The announcements continued as the master of sauces and the ramen master were both declared safe, securing their spots in the finals. His friend frantically urged Jinho to hurry, exclaiming that only one spot remained, but Jinho calmly reminded him that he was still on hold. A host then made a shocking declaration: announcing that the preliminary round of the Three Kingdoms chef was now officially over. The two friends who had passed immediately began to bicker playfully, each blaming the other for not cheering hard enough for Jinho. The head judge, a formidable chef with dark hair, stood with his arms crossed, his face a mask of deep thought. He silenced the room by confirming that there was, in fact, only one seat left for the final competition. He then clarified that from the 5 contestants currently on hold, only one person would be chosen to advance. A wave of desperate hope washed over the remaining contestants as each of them silently prayed to be the one selected. The judge paused for a moment, letting the tension build to its peak. He then announced that the final evaluation would begin immediately. The Michelin chef's attention was once again drawn to Jinho, noticing something unusual and thinking to himself that this young man was truly an interesting character. He looked closer, questioning if the object Jinho was holding was, of all things, a disposable hot pack. The judge's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, finding the contestants' unusual behavior utterly fascinating. A judge thoughtfully chewed the food, his expression carefully neutral. He concluded that while the dish was palatable, it ultimately lacked a defining point. The head judge then turned his gaze toward Jinho, addressing him directly. He began by asking why Jinho had brought out a disposable hot pack during the evaluation. The judge noted that he was the only participant who had prepared such an unusual item. He pressed further, inquiring if there was a special reason for this choice. Jinho started his explanation with a memory of his first elementary school sports day after moving to Seoul. A flashback depicted a young Jinho holding his father's hand as they navigated past other children running and playing. The scene showed him happily engaging with the adults from another family while others picnicked in the background. He recalled complaining to his father that his legs hurt because they had forgotten to bring a sitting mat. Another family had kindly offered them a spot, but his father hesitated, concerned he was intruding on their space. The generous family insisted, explaining that their mat was far too big for them anyway. However, another memory showed him sitting all alone on a bench, eating his lunch as other people walked by. This flashback focused on the young, glasses-wearing boy looking stressed as he clutched his lunchbox. It was then that he remembered the simple hot pack inside. He recalled the comforting sensation of warmth it provided. That gentle heat radiated through the cold lunchbox, a small but powerful gesture. Jinho explained that the hot pack conveyed his family's apology for being absent and their worry about him eating cold food. He reflected on how charming it was that such deep feelings could be carefully contained within a simple heat pack. He declared that to him, the warmth of food was the embodiment of the heart. The Michelin chef appeared impressed, remarking on Jinho's interesting food philosophy. He announced that he had received that warmth and declared that Jinho had officially passed. The competition then shifted abruptly to the first round of the finals, a 1-versus-1 battle between gold and black chefs. Onlookers realized that one of the gold chefs was Jinho's professor, correctly identifying him as a student of the great Chef Park. A flashback revealed his professor's stern warning, reminding Jinho that his honor reflected his own and that losing was unacceptable. Just 5 minutes later, the lottery draw pitted Jinho directly against an opponent named Park Kokt. His professor comically lunged at him with a mock threat, while Jinho playfully begged for his life. An announcer's voice boomed, officially commencing the battle between gold chef Park Kokt and black chef Myung-mun. Park Kokt began his work with intense focus, his white-gloved hands skillfully cutting into a large slab of meat. One of the judges, Edward Jang, commented that his deboning skills were so remarkable they seemed professional. Jinho's professor proudly boasted that this was his student, while another judge jokingly coveted the young chef for himself. The professor retorted playfully, calling his colleague an unethical man for trying to steal his protégé. Meanwhile, Jinho focused on his own dish, carefully adding diced ingredients to a bubbling stew. A judge observed Jinho's technique, questioning his choice to cut the radish diagonally. Another quickly realized it was an intentional move designed to create diverse textures in the final dish. The judges agreed that while Jinho was excellent, his opponent possessed techniques only attainable through years of real-world experience. They unanimously concluded that this was poised to be an incredibly difficult battle for Jinho. Soon after, two vastly different yet equally elegant dishes were presented for the final judgment. A blindfolded judge was brought in to taste the first dish, being fed a single spoonful from a small bowl. He let out an involuntary sound of surprise after the first bite. The panel of critics was thrown into confusion, admitting it was extremely difficult to determine which dish belonged to the more seasoned gold chef. With the vote deadlocked at a 2-2 tie, the host announced a 10-minute discussion period, sending a wave of chaotic energy through the studio. In the waiting area, Jinho's professor remarked on his student's remarkable improvement. He even made a standing offer for Jinho to become the head chef in his kitchen, which Jinho playfully brushed aside. His friend then asked about his choice of dish, identifying it as chow mein and wondering about his reasoning. Jinho explained with sincere excitement that he had tried it for the first time just last week and wanted to share that same shock of deliciousness with others. His professor, however, stopped him with a very serious expression. He stated bluntly that, from a strategic perspective, Jinho's dish was a failure. He explained that while the dish was new to Jinho, the world-class judges had tasted hundreds of similar bowls in their travels. Therefore, the shock and novelty he felt could not have been conveyed, and he asked Jinho if he understood this critical misstep. He urged his student to remember how the story behind the hot pack had been the key to his success in the preliminaries. Back in the main hall, the winner was announced as Gold Chef Park Kokt, with the judges advising the loser to create not just delicious food, but his food. The verdict hit Jinho like a physical blow, causing him to slump onto a sofa in defeat. He replayed the judge's words about finding his own dish as the next winner, Edward Jang, was announced. A sense of despair washed over him as he questioned if he could ever find his culinary voice, terrified of being eliminated without doing so. His spiraling thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of someone sobbing nearby. He saw his friend Ryo crying, who mumbled dejectedly that he couldn't even stand properly among the other sad contestants. When Jinho offered words of encouragement, Ryo confessed that this competition had been his last chance. A confused Jinho asked for clarification, and Ryo revealed that he was actually an underground idol. He explained that the pandemic had halted his career, his agency was running out of money, and his fans had crowdfunded his culinary school tuition. Despite his failure, Ryo insisted it was alright because he had met a wonderful friend, a sentiment that deeply touched Jinho. The two friends shared an emotional hug as the qualifiers for the second round were announced in the background. Another contestant watched them and commented cryptically that the two of them would regret this display later, leaving Jinho confused. As the first round mission officially ended, the two friends said their goodbyes, both agreeing they had fun despite the outcome. Just then, a host made a shocking announcement, revealing that the ramen master and Jinho had been chosen as Super Pass qualifiers and would advance. The contestant who made the earlier comment chuckled, asking if the two of them had ever watched an audition program before. He explained it was a common show cliché to save contestants with outstanding skills, adding that Ryo was likely a very close call. Jinho and Ryo stood frozen in utter shock, unable to process the sudden turn of events. They finally looked at each other and wondered aloud why on earth they had cried so much, as the other contestant smugly confirmed Jinho's safe advancement to the top 11. The second round of the finals commenced with the grueling restaurant mission. The primary objective was to enthrall the palates of 21st-century gourmets and secure the highest sales total. Immediately, a top-tier contestant extended an invitation for Jinho to join their team. Jinho, however, politely declined the offer. The recruiter yelled in frustration, questioning Jinho's constant rejections, but Jinho insisted he couldn't abandon his friends just to survive alone. A rival contestant mocked the sentiment, asking what a team without a single gold badge could possibly rely on and advising the recruiter to give up. Jinho boldly declared they would rely on the power of friendship, an answer that only exasperated the recruiter who begged him to join their team regardless. Amidst the chaos, another chef made a decisive move, announcing he would join Myungmun chef's team. Myungmun proudly presented his new member, asking for gold badge chef Huang Jaesang's thoughts. He acknowledged that acquiring the gold badge chef was a true handicap for the other competitors. Huang Jaesang thoughtfully considered the new lineup and admitted that their team suddenly seemed much more interesting. Myungmun then quietly wondered if his strategic decision would ultimately be the right one. In a surprising turn, the chef Myungmun had left behind expressed his gratitude, telling him to go wherever he wanted. The chef explained that he could now give his all without any lingering worries, formally asking his new team to take care of him. With the teams finally set, Myungmun chef declared it was time for their strategy meeting to begin. A man with dark hair cast a serious glance to the side, his mind already deep in thought. Jinho began a quick head count of their newly formed team, counting 1, 2, then 3. He paused his count at 4, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Ryo noticed his friend's troubled expression and asked what was wrong, reminding him of their total number of teammates. Jinho quickly dismissed it as nothing, urging the meeting to continue while secretly questioning if he was just being overly sensitive. They observed as all the other teams began their preparations with fierce intensity. One of his teammates grimly noted that at this rate, they were on a clear path to defeat. With a newfound sense of urgency, they resolved to begin their own preparations at once. Myungmun chef then bluntly asked Jinho if he truly believed they could win on the power of friendship alone. Jinho admitted he had no other options, as winning would have felt meaningless if he had abandoned his two friends. When another teammate suggested that doing their best might be enough, Myungmun retorted that without him, the three of them would have simply failed together. He then laid out the harsh reality, explaining that their combined cooking careers were less than half of his own. Furthermore, he detailed how the other two powerhouse teams were stacked with chefs whose experience far surpassed even his own. Jinho pushed back, reminding Myungmun that he had already defeated a gold badge chef and questioning if that made him better than his record suggested. Myungmun clarified that he never doubted Jinho's skill, but was stressing the importance of a culinary sense that transcends technical ability, a point Jinho had to concede. He asserted that this invaluable sense could only be forged through extensive experience. He declared their secret weapon was their handsome faces, a fact the team couldn't help but agree with. When challenged that it was a taste competition, Myungmun countered by asking why they bother with beautiful plating if aesthetics didn't matter. After all, he reminded them, this was not a taste competition, it was a sales competition. He then confidently assured them that they also had more than enough skill when it came to flavor, which sparked a new fire in his teammates. Myungmun then tasked Ryo with handling customer communication, a responsibility Ryo eagerly accepted. United by their new strategy, the team shared a powerful, motivating cheer. The scene then shifted to an overhead shot, revealing 10 esteemed gourmets seated at a long dining table. One of the diners recognized another as the wildly popular mukbang YouTuber, Yamu, who had millions of views. Yamu expressed surprise at being recognized, but the diner enthusiastically confirmed they were a fan. At that moment, Ryo gracefully approached their table and offered to explain how to enjoy the dish even more, an offer they gladly accepted. Myungmun's plan was in motion, they would earn their victory by embracing the true spirit of the restaurant mission. He had coached his team on the origins of the word restaurant, deriving from the French verb meaning to restore. He drew a parallel from its historical roots as a place restoring travelers' energy to its modern role as a haven that heals the weary souls of today. Myungmun was certain their team, offering delicious food served by waiters who were a healing sight themselves, was the perfect embodiment of this concept as Ryo moved to serve another patron. The customer, charmed by the service, readily welcomed the attention. In another part of the hall, a rival chef philosophized that food was, in its highest form, art. He then theatrically presented his signature dish with a salt splash, immediately earning a massive order for 10 plates. Another chef watched this display with disdain, muttering about their superficial style, but ultimately conceding that everyone's goal was to make enjoyable food. Determined not to be outdone by showmanship, he rallied his own team to work hard and uphold their high culinary standards. His companion agreed, joking that he was so full he felt he could now compete in the heavyweight division. The first sales report flashed on the screen, showing Team F4 in a dominant first place, with the Park Trio and Hyo Chef teams trailing behind. Team F4 celebrated their lead, while a rival team smugly prepared their real weapon, an after-meal dessert, and mocked the others for their flashy, ineffective performances. A sudden announcement cut through the dining hall, revealing that with 1 hour past, a hidden rule was now activated. The host then called for the hidden team to enter, leaving all the contestants baffled by the unexpected term. A single, impeccably polished black dress shoe was the first thing to step into the light. Four imposing chefs emerged from a brightly lit doorway, their professional demeanor unmistakable as one held a crisp, folded apron. A wave of shock washed over the contestants as they recognized the new arrivals as the competition's own judges. One chef groaned in regret, realizing he wouldn't have focused on dessert if he'd known this would happen, finally understanding the purpose of the fourth, unused kitchen. The host revealed the shocking twist: the team that managed to beat the hidden team in sales would receive a free pass to the finals, a rule so drastic it seemed unfair. A perceptive contestant, however, questioned if anyone truly understood the impossible nature of this new challenge. He pointed out the first insurmountable obstacle: the judges, acting as customers, were already completely full. He then highlighted the second issue: the massive sales gap that the leading team had already established. Overwhelmed by this turn of events, Jinho turned to his leader for guidance. Myungmun Chef calmly declared that this was no longer a competition, it was now a mandatory study session. He commanded his team to stop everything they were doing and to simply watch with their own eyes. They were about to receive a masterclass on precisely why those four individuals were worthy of being called judges. As the masterclass began, one of the judges expertly seasoned a dish with pepper, receiving a quiet word of thanks. The contestants could only watch, a collective gasp of awe rippling through their ranks. They were captivated by the judge's astonishing speed and flawless culinary skill on display. However, a critical flaw in the hidden team's strategy soon became apparent to the anxious onlookers. One chef voiced their collective doubt, wondering how the judges could possibly eat more when they were already full to the point of nausea. Unseen, a hand gently placed a small, covered dish before one of the overstuffed customers. The man expressed his confusion at the unsolicited item, only to be told it was a complimentary offering. Feeling obligated to accept the free dish, he prepared to eat but then paused with a look of surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had been served a simple tomato soup. A close-up highlighted the soup's rich texture as vibrant red droplets fell from the edge of the spoon. He cautiously brought the spoon to his lips for a tentative taste of the unexpected dish. In an instant, his eye flew wide open as a brilliant, golden light seemed to flash from within. He cried out in amazement, feeling a warm, soothing sensation wash over his previously strained stomach. The man urgently beckoned for the others to try it, announcing that it was a digestive aid which left everyone stunned by its immediate effect on their discomfort. They quickly understood that the miraculous turnaround was all thanks to the tomato soup. Myungmun explained the science, noting that the warm, sour soup relaxed the stomach and revived the appetite, clarifying it was just a small sample not meant for sale. He then contrasted this with the typically cold desserts, like the ones from Hyo Chef's team that were being enjoyed by the other participants, which were served cold to better highlight their sweetness. Another contestant, while enjoying the dessert, admitted he never knew sourness could combat nausea, prompting a nostalgic comparison to how children could eat a whole box of tangerines. The point was further illustrated by noting the same feat wasn't possible with heavy foods like bread or snacks, a concept that seemed to be a revelation to Jinho. The now empty soup bowl rested on its saucer, a silent testament to the hidden team's brilliant strategy. With renewed vigor, the customers all declared they could eat more and eagerly began to call for service. An order was promptly called out for Chefin, who immediately confirmed he was on it. At the same time, another member of the judges' team announced that his preparations were also complete. The watching chefs marveled at the food's precision, remarking that it looked more like a piece of art. They continued their praise, comparing the flawless consistency of each dish to something manufactured in a high-tech factory. A woman took her first bite, her face immediately lighting up with pure delight. She was astounded by just how incredibly tasty the food was. She savored the perfect harmony between the texture, the sauce, and the fresh ingredients. Overcome with satisfaction, she immediately asked if there was any more of the dish available. One of the handsome judges, dressed in a sharp bow tie, looked on with a subtle and knowing smile. Finally, the host's voice echoed through the hall, officially declaring the hidden team the winner of the mission. Myungmun's team reflected on their second-place finish, which felt like a defeat, before wholeheartedly agreeing to team up again. Having witnessed the culinary spectacle, the other contestants expressed an intense desire to try the hidden team's food themselves. One chef playfully told another to go buy some, only to be met with a sarcastic retort about the impossibility of such a task. Myungmun then asked Jinho if he had ever cooked a birthday meal for his mother, prompting Jinho to promise he would this year, explaining his skill was still new. Suggesting he practice, Myungmun challenged Jinho to peel an apple, to which Jinho boldly claimed he'd carve it into the shape of a famous observatory. Another chef with reddish-brown hair watched with an impressed, open-mouthed expression at the young man's confidence. He then complimented Jinho on his impressive stamina before humorously urging the story to move on. Jinho attributed his endurance to his unique skill as he offered his teammate a freshly peeled slice of apple. Sometime later, an announcement confirmed that Myungmun's chef had successfully advanced to the final round. His teammates celebrated the news, with one noting he had even avoided social media to prevent any spoilers for the finale. With the stage set and the tension mounting, the final battle was about to begin. The host started the introductions, calling out the first finalist, the formidable Edward Jang. He then presented the mysterious Neapolitan Mafia, before finally announcing the last finalist, Myungmun's chef. The final theme was revealed to be Life Dish, a challenge giving the chefs complete freedom to create a dish that represented their entire life. Jinho watched from the sidelines, completely perplexed by the abstract nature of the theme. Myungmun offered some guidance, explaining it could be the most delicious thing one has ever tasted and reminded Jinho of the boost he got from the hot pack. At that moment, Jinho seemed to have an epiphany. Myungmun, meanwhile, decided that his own life could not be defined by something as simple as being tasty. His focus narrowed as he began to meticulously slice a vibrant red tomato. His thoughts drifted to a memory of himself as a lonely young man in glasses, walking through a crowd of indistinct silhouettes. He then recalled an even earlier, more painful memory of being a small boy targeted by a group of bullies. As he dwelled on the past, a single tear began to well up in the corner of his eye. He remembered that period of his life as having been completely and utterly miserable. The feeling of isolation had been so profound it felt as if he had been abandoned in the 21st century all alone. But despite the pain of those memories, he knew there was more to the story. He came to realize that those experiences had shown him he could always evolve, a thought that ultimately brought him happiness. With a sudden rush of insight, he finally understood the true meaning of his life and the dish he had to create. A polished silver cloche sat on the table, concealing the culmination of his life's journey. With quiet confidence, Myungmun's chef pushed the serving cart forward to present his dish to the judges. He stood before the panel of 4 judges and lifted a small bag, beginning his presentation. The judges were visibly surprised, with one asking why he hadn't prepared a Chinese dish, his famous specialty. Myungmun simply replied that what he had before them was truly his life dish. He then instructed them to combine several kinds of seeds and eat them together wrapped in a thinly sliced tomato. One of the judges took a bite and paused, contemplating the unexpected creation. He described the peculiar harmony of flavors which sparked a curiosity about the seed's future growth, leaving a profound and lingering aftertaste. The judge then asked if this dish truly represented Myungmun's life, and the chef solemnly confirmed that it did. Myung-mun concluded with his life's core philosophy, that his life is one where tomorrow is always more exciting than today. Myung-mun concluded his philosophy, stating that his life had always been one where tomorrow was more exciting than today. To cut straight to the dramatic conclusion of the competition. The final winner was officially announced to the expectant crowd. The title went to the Neapolitan Mafia. Myung-mun accepted his own defeat. He acknowledged that with Edward Jang in second place, his loss had been a perfect and undeniable one. A disappointed onlooker sighed, muttering that Myung-mun should have just cooked his specialty dish. Conversely, a business associate celebrated the decision, exclaiming that an unofficial clip already had 15 million views and that kitchenware sales would surely skyrocket. A mysterious figure remained silent, their intentions shrouded in secrecy. Another message, filled with malice, cursed him for losing and wished for his demise. Despite the loss, his reputation had ascended to that of a prestigious chef. His former professor reached out, expressing how incredibly proud he was of his student. The professor then made a personal request, asking if he could be served Myung-mun's next creation. Myung-mun eagerly agreed, respectfully addressing his mentor as professor. Back at home, his mother offered to do the dishes, but he insisted that from now on, the kitchen was his domain. His father rewatched the broadcast repeatedly while his mother praised their son's amazing performance and thanked him for his help. She teased her husband, remarking that anyone would think it was Jinho's first time ever appearing on television. Elsewhere, the sharp profile of a man was visible as he gazed thoughtfully upwards. Inside a quiet bathroom, water dripped steadily from a shower head against the tiled wall. The man contemplated whether he should also try to learn more advanced cooking skills. The scene then shifted to the bustling city of Tokyo, Japan. An agent excitedly informed a man named Jin-chan that his schedule for the next 6 months was completely full, a first for their agency, and thanked him profusely. Jin-chan, however, scrolled through social media posts about his on-screen moments, wondering why he was the one being thanked. His associate pointed out his rapidly growing fanbase and suggested he should engage in fan service, like a handshake event. Jin-chan paused to seriously consider the proposition. His agent then revealed that this was precisely the topic he had planned to bring up during their meeting that day. They walked down a brightly lit, empty office corridor lined with modern glass walls. An agent named Damien remarked that although he had heard the new office was small, it seemed promising. He assured Jinho that he would cover all the expenses, from rent to staff salaries, and that all he needed to do was come to work. Jinho expressed his worry, noting that this must be an enormous financial burden for his friend. The dark-haired young man glanced aside, his face a mask of surprise and concern. He bluntly asked Damien if he was pushing himself toward bankruptcy with such a risky investment. A woman then greeted them warmly and invited them to have a seat inside the new office. She promptly began the introductions, presenting Jang Kyung-ah, the former head of planning's Team 2 at PJY. It was noted that PJY Entertainment was one of the top 3 most prestigious agencies in the entire nation. Other new team members introduced themselves, one a stylist with a decade of experience and another a former team lead from YC, all showcasing incredibly impressive backgrounds. Jinho felt a wave of disbelief, wondering why such distinguished people would agree to work with a complete rookie like him. Damien explained with stark honesty that he had lured them with money, commenting on the appallingly low salaries common in the industry. A new staff member elaborated, questioning a system where an employee might do 80 units of work but only get paid for 60. Another colleague corrected her, stating the reality was far worse, where one could do 100 units of work and still get paid for 50. Damien promised that on their team, salaries and incentives would directly reflect their efforts, and he hoped Jinho would feel a sense of responsibility. A coworker lightened the mood with a dark joke, saying they would all just starve together if a scandal broke, a thought Jinho found absolutely terrifying. When someone suggested ordering noodles to celebrate, Jinho quickly offered to cook for everyone himself instead. Soon after, a perfectly prepared, steaming bowl of jajangmyeon sat invitingly on the table. Still worried, Jinho told Damien to let him know if finances got tight, offering to increase his agent's share of their contract. Damien waved off the concern, declaring he would take all responsibility even in bankruptcy, which only solidified Jinho's view of him as a hopeless all-in gambler. As a compromise, Jinho insisted on at least taking responsibility for providing one meal a day for the staff, an offer that was met with tempting approval. Later, the sound of water splashing forcefully filled a white basin as Jinho began washing the dishes. Director Jang Kyung-ah approached him, and he politely acknowledged her. She informed him she would continue filming until there was enough content to fully satisfy his fans. The director explained that she had reviewed his fan sites and noticed an almost complete lack of activity records, to which Jinho meekly noted that he did sometimes post selfies. She asserted that more content was always better and then instructed him to join them in the conference room after he was done cleaning. Internally, Director Jang marveled at what a peculiar person he was, a star who cooked and cleaned for his own staff, and she began to think she might just grow to like this new company. In the meeting, she laid out the two distinct paths currently available for Jinho's career. He could either lean into variety shows and solidify his image as a broadcaster, or he could take a break to debut as a serious actor. Jinho asked for clarification, wondering if becoming known as a broadcaster would limit his future options, which she immediately confirmed. She provided an example, explaining how variety show regulars often become typecast as comedic figures, no matter what other roles they take on. She strongly advised him to take his time with this crucial decision, suggesting he might even discover a hidden talent for acting and warning him to choose carefully to avoid later regrets. He agreed to consider it, and the meeting moved to the next item on the agenda, a new revenue stream he assumed would be fashion shows. The director quickly clarified it was not that kind of modeling, which sparked a curious internal thought about how a particular rumor had started. She specified they needed to discuss merchandise, more commonly known as fan goods. Misunderstanding, Jinho exclaimed that he thought ritual goods would be a cool idea. She gently corrected him again, clarifying she meant fan merchandise like light sticks, and at last, he understood. The camera slowly tracked down a long hallway, focused on the bright, sun-drenched exit at the very end. Two of the new staff members privately discussed their initial impressions of the new talent they would be managing. One admitted she had never encountered someone like him, describing him as a rare combination of both mainstream appeal and niche charm. The other agreed, adding that he possessed the fundamental quality of a star, being simultaneously accessible and exclusive. In the end, they both declared their desire to stay with the company for a long time, confessing that the delicious jajangmyeon he had made was absolutely killer. The night scene was set against a backdrop of towering apartment buildings silhouetted against the dark sky. Inside one of those buildings, Jinho lay in bed, his face illuminated by the soft glow of his phone. He was replaying the director's words in his head, her reminder that the entire team's incentives were directly tied to his performance, urging him to be more responsible. His manager had then confirmed that those financial bonuses would come directly out of Damien's own 20% share of the profits. A wave of regret washed over him as he wished he had negotiated for a better split, a thought that was promptly interrupted by a call from his Aunt Myung. He answered, and his aunt's cheerful voice immediately filled the quiet room. She excitedly recounted how she and Ji-young had spent the entire day marathoning his show, Three Kingdoms Chef. She then playfully teased him about his impressive cooking skills, which she had yet to experience, prompting him to promise he would cook for the family on their next vacation. Her tone shifted as she asked about his plans for merchandise, making Jinho wonder how she had learned about that so quickly. His aunt explained that his team's inquiries for designs had already become town gossip, which led him to joke that his sock color would be the only private detail he had left. She wittily retorted that even that might not remain a secret before her voice turned serious, signaling she had something important to discuss. Suddenly, a notification about the winner of Myeongmun Chef appeared on a screen, causing a wave of disbelief. Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, his aunt asked if he was all right, but he quickly deflected, insisting that everything was fine. Despite his words, his mind was still reeling from the unexpected news his Aunt Myung had just delivered. He found himself silently questioning if what he had just been told could possibly be true. The next morning, precisely at 9 o'clock, the team gathered in the conference room. Director Jang initiated the meeting, asking for the latest assessment of Jinho's public image. A staff member reported overwhelmingly positive feedback, noting that his persona as a handsome, diligent, yet endearingly shy man had caused his genius fandom to swell past 30,000. The director then turned to Jinho, acknowledging he had something to share from his aunt and slated time for him after the main agenda. The meeting progressed with a brainstorming session for future content, with ideas ranging from more cooking videos to launching a YouTube channel for performance covers. They then reviewed the preliminary merchandise drafts, which looked promising, and one staffer proudly pointed out a completely handmade sample. As the team delved deep into their creative planning, the time flew by faster than anyone had realized. Remembering his earlier request, the director prompted Jinho to speak, though he initially tried to downplay the matter. He then dropped an absolute bombshell on the room, announcing that the luxury brand Seer had proposed a clothing collaboration for his fan merchandise. The staff listened in stunned silence as he explained that the chief designer of Seer, Tim Jones, had personally sent design drafts, sparking immediate excitement. Jinho added that the fabric would be from Seer's affordable line and that they had control over pricing, before abruptly ordering them to scrap all their current work. He harshly declared their existing merchandise drafts to be complete trash, leaving his bewildered team wondering about his sudden change of heart. His manager perceptively noted that Jinho must be incredibly fired up by the incredible opportunity to collaborate with a top-tier luxury brand. Damien then wryly commented on Jinho's talent for surprises and the fact they had to start over, but Jinho's apology was quickly waved away with the simple truth that money always wins. In that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed across Jinho's face. He spoke up hesitantly, pointing out that since they were starting the merchandise plan from scratch anyway. He then announced that he had come up with a few ideas of his own. Jinho proceeded to pitch his unique and comprehensive vision for the new merchandise package. Sometime later, a young fan arrived home from school, eagerly shouting for her mother about a package that had arrived. She burst through the front door, excitedly announcing her return. Her mother called back from another room, letting her know the package was already waiting in her bedroom. The girl dashed to her room to find it, Jinho's premium merchandise package, which she held with pure glee. Her mother followed her in, cynically questioning what kind of junk these celebrity scammers were selling to kids this time. The girl vehemently defended her purchase, insisting her mother didn't understand, while her mother grumbled about companies preying on children's allowances. The fan unboxed a genius tumbler, immediately declaring it a collector's item and noting she'd need to buy a second one for actual use. Her mother, Kang Kyungmi, threatened to cut off her allowance for such frivolous spending, but the girl urged her to wait, confident the next item would change her mind. She revealed an empty double CD case, laid open on her desk. The mother scoffed at the outdated media format, but her daughter explained it was for the collection and pointed to a special QR code inside. After scanning the code, a video began to play, and Jinho's voice warmly greeted his fans, the geniuses. He introduced a new project, an English lecture series designed to help his student fans achieve a perfect score. As he playfully instructed viewers to focus only on him, the mother skeptically muttered about the audacity of a celebrity trying to act like a teacher. Her skepticism vanished when a caption appeared on screen, revealing Jinho was the only person in the entire country to get a perfect score on the previous year's CSAT. The now shocked mother could only stare as her daughter gleefully announced that there was still more to come. The next item was a Seer collaboration t-shirt, which sent the mother into a panic, demanding her daughter return the impossibly expensive item at once. But the girl quickly explained the shirt was only 50,000 won because Jinho was a muse for the designer, who had provided the design for free. She then laid out the rest of the contents, a photo book, calendar, poster, and a professionally verified recipe book, calculating the total value at over 200,000 won. The mother, having done her own mental math, suddenly realized that the educational content alone made the entire package an incredible bargain, rendering the other goods essentially free. Now completely converted, she enthusiastically told her daughter to buy the next merchandise package without hesitation, as long as it included more of his lectures. In a completely different setting, however, a university student was giving Jinho some brutally honest feedback, admitting the lectures weren't actually very good. Disguised under a baseball cap, Jinho quietly poured a drink, absorbing the difficult critique. The student clarified that they weren't bad, just not first-tier quality, which made Jinho worry that this was a common sentiment among his classmates. The student attributed this to Jinho's self-taught methods, which couldn't compare to the polished instructors they were used to, causing Jinho to inwardly lament his own inexperience. But despite the harsh criticism, the student sincerely expressed his gratitude. He explained that his unmotivated brother had actually started studying again just to hear Jinho's voice on the lecture videos. The student acknowledged that Jinho had succeeded in motivating his brother where even the country's top instructors had failed. However, he bluntly concluded that the lectures themselves still needed a lot of work, confessing that had fallen asleep during one, which left Jinho at a loss for words. A few days later, having taken the feedback to heart, Jinho put a new plan into motion. He brought his manager to a strange location, who was confused as it was clearly not an acting academy, but Jinho insisted they were in the right place. Jinho then gestured for their consultant to begin his evaluation. The consultant bluntly stated that Jinho's delivery was unengaging, coming across more like an idol on a variety show than a teacher, and in that moment of criticism, Jinho had an epiphany. With a newfound sense of purpose, he considered this fresh perspective. He realized he could solve his problem by approaching the lectures with the mindset of acting the part of a teacher, a clever solution that would help him develop a new skill after all. The day before his epiphany, Jinho's manager had approached him with a collection of scripts, signaling the start of a new chapter. He gently presented the drama script collection, clarifying that there was no pressure to accept and that Jinho should simply take a look. The manager acknowledged that this might feel sudden given Jinho's previous stance and assured him they could discuss it over time. He explained the urgency, revealing that an exceptionally good role had appeared unexpectedly, one that would even bypass the need for an audition, and he promised to personally fund the best acting coach available. Catching himself sounding forceful despite his intentions, the manager began to backtrack, only to be cut off by Jinho's sudden declaration that he would do it. The manager stared in stunned silence, completely thrown by the immediate acceptance. Flustered, he stammered, asking if Jinho was aware he could have refused, implying it was a choice but not one he had expected to be taken. Jinho playfully admitted he was just kidding before asking about the role and writer, professing his own ignorance but trusting the team's careful selection. He then placed his complete faith in his manager and the assistants, stating their judgment was better than his own, which visibly moved them. The manager quietly absorbed the weight of his words, deeply touched by such profound trust. He was overwhelmed, reflecting on the incredible faith Jinho had just shown in their team. Inwardly, Jinho knew his drama experience was non-existent, but he decided against admitting he was simply asking them to handle everything for him. He was, after all, still processing Young Jae's advice to approach his lectures with the mindset of acting as a teacher. It felt as though the entire world was conspiring to push him into an acting career. His manager, seizing the moment, urged they head to an acting academy right away and eagerly asked when the meeting for the drama was scheduled. Jinho calmly replied that the meeting was set to take place in 20 days. His manager confidently assessed that this was more than enough time to prepare. The scene then shifted, revealing two shelves densely packed with neatly organized DVD cases. In the solitude of a dark room, a person lay in bed, their face illuminated only by the light of a screen. Jinho looked around the familiar video store, thinking to himself that nothing had changed. He even recognized the same part-time employee, who remarked on the Reset Life course, surprised to see it after so long. A wave of relief washed over Jinho, glad to be back in this comforting place. A system window detailed the acting lord acting king's skill, describing an actor's work as a painting and a character as a unique color of paint. He recalled how this very phrase had circulated throughout the Reset Life Strategy community when the skill's first unlock condition was revealed. The skill's icon, a laughing mask, served as a mockery of the users who had to endure an insane grind to unlock it. An old forum post detailed the absurdly difficult first condition: watch 200 movies at cinema heaven with absolutely no overlap in the cast, not even for cameos. He remembered how the community had erupted in chaos, with countless players quitting the trash game in protest of the impossible task. But amidst the turmoil, a hero had emerged, arguing that watching the same actors was boring and led to repetitive performances anyway. Jinho reminisced about what a beautiful and inspiring story that had been. Now, despite his stamina skills, he found the marathon exhausting and made a note to bring eye drops, marveling at his own past craziness as he cheered himself on. 15 days into his grind, he watched a poignant scene where a character recounted his mentor's wisdom about success, knowing who you need and what they need in return. The on-screen character continued his grim story, explaining that he had needed a woman, and she, in turn, had needed his mentor's life. He delivered the final, chilling line, stating that this was the only reason his mentor died and that he should go without feeling wronged. As the scene concluded, Jinho's hand hovered over the remote control, ready to stop the playback. A notification confirmed the completion of his task, and he let out a sigh of exhausted awe. The screen went dark, its blurry reflection signaling the end of his monumental movie marathon. He tried to mimic the line from the movie, his voice faltering as he spoke, his attempt punctuated by the gunshot sound effect from the film. Recognizing his delivery was nothing like the original, he mused that he would need to complete the second unlock condition, the audition, as well. Utterly drained and nauseated by the screen time, he decided to head home for a long sleep just as a system notification confirmed the first skill unlock was complete. The following day, Jinho's manager was shocked when he requested to audition for the part. Jinho eagerly pressed the matter, asking if it would be possible to arrange it somehow. The manager commented on his glowing appearance, to which Jinho cheekily replied that a good night's sleep makes him firm and bouncy. Bringing the conversation back, he asked again about the audition. The manager confirmed it was possible but reminded him the role was already his. Jinho paused for a moment, formulating a plausible excuse. He claimed that as a complete novice, he felt it was only polite to properly greet the production team and make a formal impression by going through the audition process. Impressed by this thoughtful gesture, the manager immediately agreed to contact the venue, while Jinho quietly celebrated completing the second unlock condition. At long last, the day of the script reading meeting arrived. The director, Kang Chan-sung, privately questioned the writer, Kim Suk-young, about her insistence on casting that kid. He argued that there were countless other handsome and lively actors who could fill the role. Writer Kim Suk-young coolly retorted that while that may be true, none were quite as handsome as Jinho. The director countered, pointing out Jinho's utter lack of experience and the unfavorable reports from his audition. He pushed further, suggesting that an actor from a major agency would be a more strategic choice, especially for securing sponsorships. Suk-young snapped back, accusing him of being swayed by lobbying and warning him not to cross the line. She then passionately challenged his opposition to a choice that would so clearly elevate the visual appeal of her work. Growing more agitated, the director insisted that the rookie actor fundamentally lacked the basics of his craft, just before the scene cut away. Two heavy, thudding sounds echoed, hinting at a memory of past failures. Despite his protests, the director couldn't deny that Jinho's face was practically radiating star power. He quickly chastised himself, vowing not to be fooled by a pretty face again after being burned by handsome but talentless actors in the past. Writer Kim Suk-young, however, held firm to her convictions, confident that she saw something more than just a handsome face. She admitted to herself that she had indeed cast Jinho primarily for his looks, as her method was to find actors who visually embodied her characters. However, she also couldn't ignore the audition judges' reports from a few days prior, which had deemed his acting skills unpromising. Jinho had anticipated this, knowing the purpose of the second condition was simply to participate in an audition, not necessarily to succeed in it. But Suk-young trusted only her own judgment and had therefore arranged this meeting for the sole purpose of seeing him act herself. This entire meeting had been a setup, designed to test Jinho's impromptu acting abilities right before her eyes. The director stewed in his seat, internally complaining about the colossal waste of time and her penchant for useless exercises. He cynically predicted the rookie would be paralyzed by fear, completely lost and unable to perform. A sudden close-up on the director's eye showed it wide with shock, a single drop of sweat forming at his temple. To his utter disbelief, Jinho was standing there perfectly composed, wearing a gentle and confident smile. The narrative flashed back to a younger Jinho, clad in a striking red jacket as he confidently navigated a crowded street. He spotted his friend in the distance and called out his name, addressing him as Young Jae-hyung. Waving his arm, he energetically signaled his location to catch his friend's attention. Once they met, he eagerly asked if Young Jae's younger sibling was still watching his lectures, proudly noting it was already their third viewing. As a gesture of thanks, he presented a special friends-only edition of his lecture, complete with a handwritten signature inside. He impressed upon Young Jae the video's secrecy, warning that not even his own manager knew about it and that had faced dire consequences if it were leaked. Jinho then gently reminded his friend of the promise they had made with each other. Young Jae confirmed his end of the bargain, which was to watch the newly filmed lecture and evaluate it as if he were a real student. Proclaiming his integrity as a Korea University student, Young Jae vowed not to let the bribe sway his judgment, which was precisely the honest feedback Jinho was hoping for. With the terms clearly established, Jinho enthusiastically declared that it was time to begin. After some time had passed, the mock lecture concluded. Young Jae was astounded by the quality of the teaching, declaring that a top grade would be guaranteed with this lecture, yet he was utterly baffled by how it was possible. With a knowing smile, Jinho prompted his friend to review the notes he had taken during the session. A confused Young Jae questioned the sudden request, wondering why he needed to look at his notes. As he scanned the page, his eyes shot open in complete disbelief. He discovered his notes were filled with absolute gibberish, questioning the bizarre and random mention of a kiwi. Jinho then revealed the truth. Young Jae wasn't losing his mind, but instead, his acting as a top-tier instructor had been a complete success. He explained his philosophy, comparing it to the far-fetched plots of dramas where a poor girl punches a chaebol heir and somehow starts dating him. Jinho argued that many storylines sound absurd on paper, making potential viewers question if they're even worth watching. Yet, he continued, the moment those very stories are broadcast, a shift occurs. The audience becomes completely captivated, reacting emotionally as the fiction on screen surpasses the boundaries of their reality. Ultimately, the principle behind his experiment was quite simple. He triumphantly declared that if an elite student from Korea University like Young Jae could be fooled, then his performance was an undeniable success. Young Jae playfully grumbled that he had encouraged his friend to become a top instructor, only for him to return as a master con artist. The scene then shifted back to the present day, following a black van as it sped down a highway beside a modern cityscape. Inside the vehicle, Jinho's manager anxiously inquired about the meeting, reminding him of writer Kim Suk-young's reputation for dismissing actors on the spot. Jinho nervously began to voice his own fear of being dropped, but his manager's sudden outburst cut him off. The manager started to comment on his acting skills but quickly reversed his course, insisting that his performance was not a problem in the slightest. On the contrary, he proclaimed that Jinho's impromptu act had been absolutely perfect. He vividly recalled the swaggering legs and the relaxed, confident smile Jinho had displayed during the test. The manager expressed amazement at how flawlessly he had embodied the character of Ha Sung-gil, a coward desperately masking his fear behind a facade of toughness. He confessed that the performance was so convincingly irritating that, despite knowing it was acting, he had felt an actual urge to strike him. Meanwhile, writer Kim Suk-young was equally impressed, wondering aloud where such a talented young actor had come from. She praised his potent bad guy charm, highlighting the moment he broke character as the most brilliant part, as his dazed expression made him look as though he'd been possessed. Turning to the director, she confidently asked if he now understood her reasoning. She warned him not to complain about her unconventional evaluation methods if he hoped to discover more hidden treasures like Jinho in the future. The director, soundly defeated, could only offer a weak and compliant agreement. The scene changed to a script reading, where Jinho, in character, approached an actress and asked for the price of her cabbage. When she didn't respond, he patiently repeated his question, once again asking the miss how much the cabbage cost. The actress playing the vendor finally replied, quoting a price of 51 for one head and 101 for two. She then tried to upsell him, pointing to a batch of particularly sweet cabbages and offering to give him some. His character remained unconvinced, stating they didn't look sweet and demanding a discount for buying two, a request she immediately denied. He attempted to plead with her, but she remained resolute, refusing to budge on the price. He then launched into a passionate, principled argument that regardless of sweetness, 2 heads of cabbage should logically cost exactly twice the price of one. Just as he dramatically declared this principle to be his own form of justice, the director yelled for a cut. The flustered actress immediately apologized as the director announced they would have to reshoot the entire scene. From the sidelines, a crew member watched Jinho with a look of pure admiration. He commented to a colleague that Jinho was incredibly handsome, expressing surprise that even his good-looking colleague seemed envious. The colleague passionately agreed, wishing he could live with Jinho's face for just one day, prompting his friend to joke that such a claim was deceptive. The focus shifted to a script cover for a year-end romance and family drama titled You've Worked Hard. A title card officially presented the name of the new project, You've Worked Hard. The story's central figures were introduced as Hae-soon, a spirited literature girl, and Gwon-suk, a devoted swimming prospect with an iron will. Its premise explored the brilliant spring days of their youth when they were forced to sacrifice their own dreams for each other's futures. The drama promised to follow their eventful and adventure-filled lives through the changing of the 4 seasons. One of the staff members expressed her eagerness to see the show on TV, right before Jinho was called to stand by for his scene, to which he quickly replied. Observing him from afar, a female crew member quietly noted to herself how cute he was. Elsewhere, 2 crew members were engaged in a quiet debate, one questioning if they should recast the role, while the other defended the choice by simply pointing out how handsome he was. The first argued that a baby-faced rookie seemed ill-suited for the drama's most hated character, fearing it would only create a negative mark on his budding career due to the large age gap. His companion proposed that this jarring contrast might be an intentional marketing ploy, reasoning that even a dark history is still valuable exposure. On set, Jinho blocked out the background chatter about marketing and centered himself. He made a firm resolution to stop making the kind of mistakes that forced the director to call a cut. He steeled his nerves, determined to succeed magnificently this time and overcome the previous hurdles. To get into character, he immersed himself in the mindset of Hae-soon, envisioning her bitterness over leaving her love, Gwon-sik, for a blind date in Seoul. He channeled her despair, internalizing her line about being sick of everything in her life. Feeling a connection to the role, he grew confident that he had finally grasped the necessary emotions for the scene. As filming commenced, another actor delivered a line, angrily calling out the rookie character Jinho was portraying. Their scene was suddenly interrupted when a coffee shop employee urgently called out to a customer, asking them to wait a moment. The employee informed the customer that dogs were not allowed inside and instructed her to tie the pet up outside. The rude customer verbally attacked the employee, flaunting the high price of her dog and threateningly questioning who would compensate her if it was stolen. The intimidated employee stuttered and relented, telling the woman to just go inside, an action her companion smugly approved of. Annoyed by the loud disturbance, Jinho's character cursed under his breath and looked over to identify the source of the commotion, just as the small dog began yapping. On set, the actor playing Ha Sung-gil began his line, asking his scene partner a pointed question. He mockingly questioned if her goal was to marry a man from Seoul. With a smug grin, he then declared himself the perfect match, boasting that he could practically be considered a man of the city himself. Watching from behind the cameras, a crew member recoiled in utter disgust. She whispered to her colleague, wondering aloud how a character could possibly be so repulsive. Her companion remarked that the rumors of the writer personally casting the role must have been true, casually dismissing the obvious age difference as just a number. But back in the scene, Jinho faltered, stumbling over his words. He trailed off, unable to recall the rest of his line. The director sighed in quiet frustration, realizing the young actor was making another mistake. He quietly mused that things had been progressing far too smoothly and debated whether he should call a cut. Ultimately, he decided that stopping the scene was the only option. Before he could, however, the other actor improvised, aggressively prompting Jinho's character to say something. Jinho internally panicked, knowing this ad-libbed moment was not part of the original script. Unbeknownst to him, a senior crew member watched in awe, realizing the rookie was skillfully buying time to come up with his own ad-lib, a display of unbelievable instinct for a first-time actor. The crew member's thought, however, was left unfinished as the scene took another turn. The woman who had praised his handsome features now looked on in pure shock, a bead of nervous sweat tracing a line down her temple. An apology was quietly offered as the tension on set broke. A decision was quickly made to reshoot the entire scene from the top. Some time later, 3 men from the production team smiled broadly at their success, while a female colleague observed them from a nearby doorway. The drama's premiere was a certified hit, with news headlines celebrating its impressive 9.3% viewership rating and heralding it as a new force in television. Online articles were flooded with comments about Jinho's performance, with viewers claiming his acting was so infuriatingly good that it raised their blood pressure, and even his friends expressed shock at how deeply he embraced the villainous role. Jinho's team debated whether the intense reactions were a compliment or an insult but ultimately concluded that his unconventional charm had been a massive success. His manager excitedly reminded him that a performance bonus was now guaranteed, predicting that a wide spectrum of role offers would soon come pouring in. Changing the subject, a staff member mentioned something that had been on her mind for a while. She gestured towards the boxes he was handling and asked him what he was packing up so diligently. With a playful grin, she jokingly asked if he was preparing bribes for the staff. Jinho let out a triumphant exclamation in response to her discovery. Another person joined the conversation, asking in amazement if he had really made all the treats himself. He explained that since all-night filming sessions were about to begin, basic sugar replenishment for the crew was a necessity, proudly displaying the puppy-shaped sweet jellies he had prepared. The crew marveled at the sheer quantity, noting it was enough for over 100 people, with some playfully fighting over the treats they deemed too beautiful to eat, while Jinho boasted it was nothing for a master chef like himself. Amid the light-hearted chatter, the conversation suddenly shifted as someone asked about the actress, Kim Hye-rim. In response, a senior crew member mysteriously invited them to follow her to see what was happening. Elsewhere, a veteran actress was furiously reprimanding Hye-rim, telling her to quit if she couldn't perform better. She lambasted the younger actress, claiming that merely memorizing lines was pointless when her acting was worse than a pet dog's. The senior furiously lectured that managing a slump was a critical skill and that Hye-rim should be ashamed of her performance in front of the other actors. The onlookers whispered among themselves about how often this happened, remarking on the senior's ruthless reputation and recalling their own harsh experiences as rookies. Jinho quietly noted to his companion that the veteran actress had never treated him that way, to which his friend replied it was because his acting had been flawless from the very beginning. A cold realization washed over Jinho as he thought about what would have happened if he hadn't received his special skill. He knew with chilling certainty that the spot Hye-rim now occupied under such intense scrutiny could have easily been his. He shuddered at the thought, feeling an immense wave of relief for possessing the acting god, acting king skill that saved him from such a fate. Nearby, someone tried to justify the harsh criticism as a deliberate strategy, claiming that such a scolding could unlock an actor's hidden potential. Yet, despite this optimistic theory, the harsh truth remained that actress Kim Hye-rim's performance slump persisted. Her struggle was evident throughout the filming of the 5th episode, where she even mistakenly delivered another character's line. The director, having lost the energy to even be angry anymore, watched on as her slump proved to be an insurmountable obstacle for the production. After another difficult scene, Hi-Rim stood awkwardly before the crew. She offered a polite thank you before announcing she had to leave for her next scheduled appearance. A staff member wished her well on her variety show filming, reassuring her not to worry and that they would fix her performance in post-production. Her sneakers made soft sounds against the wooden floorboards as she walked away from the set. The moment she was out of earshot, a crew member snidely remarked on how she was always busy with acting or variety shows, just to show off. His companion warned him to be quiet, but the man shot back, defensively asking if he had said anything that wasn't true. He then venomously questioned how long she expected to ride the coattails of her lucky debut and wondered what the producers saw in her to cast her in such a significant dual role. As a final, cutting blow, he maliciously whispered the rumor that she was the director's girlfriend, which elicited a gasp of shock from his friend. Having overheard everything, Hi-Rim suddenly reappeared, her hand grabbing the doorknob just as she ran back toward the room. She burst in and furiously denied the vile accusation that had just been uttered. The two gossiping crew members stared in stunned silence at her sudden entrance. Just then, Jinho appeared in the doorway brushing his teeth, completely bewildered by the tense situation unfolding before him. The crew member who had spread the rumor quickly tried to retract his statement, stammering an apology and claiming he must have misheard something. Later that night, the cast and crew gathered to celebrate the show's massive ratings. Glasses clinked together as everyone raised a toast to their continued success. One person enthusiastically pointed out they had reached 20% ratings in just 5 episodes, jokingly speculating that the finale might achieve an unprecedented 100% viewership. His friend rolled his eyes at his cluelessness, reminding him that it was merely a figure of speech. Across the table, Jinho was completely passed out from the celebration, his head resting on the wooden surface. A colleague pointed out that Jinho was drunk again before excusing himself to go wash his face. The others decided to use the opportunity to escape his potential drunken ramblings by going to a nearby convenience store for hangover medicine. As the group left, one remaining person noticed Jinho beginning to stir. He remarked with relief that the young actor was finally starting to sober up. Now that they were alone, he leaned in and asked Jinho directly how he managed to act so exceptionally well despite being a rookie. Jinho gave a vague answer about studying and immersing himself in the role, which his companion dismissed, arguing that if it were so easy, everyone in the world would be a famous actor. Feeling nauseous, the drunken man pressed on, asking what Jinho did in moments when he found it impossible to immerse himself in a character. Fed up with being shaken, Jinho finally gave in, promising to reveal his acting secret if his colleague would just leave him be. He then leaned in and posed a mysterious question, asking if the man had ever heard of a game called Reset Life. As he spoke, a vivid image of a mysterious, hooded figure staring intently flashed through his mind. A mysterious hooded figure stared with an unwavering, intense gaze. The next morning, Jinho awoke, groaning under the crushing weight of a severe hangover. He instantly regretted his decision to drink so heavily, remembering his enthusiastic calls for a second round the night before. As he arrived on set, he spotted actress Kim Hi-Rim and called out to ask if she had gotten home safely. He was immediately taken aback by her cold and silent reaction. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized he had no memory of the previous night's events. He desperately wondered if he had made some terrible mistake while intoxicated. Hi-Rim continued to stare at him without a word, her expression unreadable. Nearby, the colleague from the party looked over his shoulder, his face etched with an awkward grimace. He asked Jinho if something was bothering him, pointing out that he was usually much more cheerful with his greetings. A sudden, dreadful thought began to form in the colleague's mind. He cautiously asked if Jinho's strange behavior had anything to do with him. The scene then shifted to a tense family drama, where a young woman named GMSEO confronted her mother with a shout. She tearfully demanded to know how her mother could have lent out such a crucial sum of money. The mother cried out in despair, questioning what their family was going to do now. GMSEO then addressed her mother with a sudden, serious tone. She announced that she had somehow managed to acquire the money they needed. In the quiet aftermath of her declaration, steam gently rose from the spout of a golden kettle on the table. Her mother, filled with suspicion, quietly asked about the origin of the large sum. GMSEO dismissed the question, telling her mother not to worry and to simply use the money to pay their debts. Her mother insisted she couldn't remain unworried without knowing the source, ordering her daughter to return the money if it was borrowed. The mother argued that GMSEO shouldn't be burdened by such matters, but GMSEO bitterly retorted that this was precisely the role she was raised to fulfill. The mother called out her daughter's full name, demanding to know what she planned to do instead. GMSEO passionately listed their family's hardships, questioning who else would take responsibility after she had already strained their finances by studying abroad. She forcefully asked if her mother expected her to run away like a coward after the family had sacrificed everything for her success. The weight of her title became too much as she screamed out her frustration, tired of always being labeled the eldest daughter. Her outburst left her breathless as she weakly called out to her mother. With a voice full of sorrow, she pleaded for her mother to see her as just a daughter, too. The powerful scene showed the actress playing GMSEO kneeling on the floor, delivering her lines with raw emotion. A voice from off-camera finally broke the tension, calling for a cut. The director immediately praised the take, his voice filled with excitement. He encouraged the actors to maintain that same level of energy, noting how well Hyrim performed when she put her mind to it. A crew member marveled at how dramatically Hyrim's acting skills had improved, wondering if she had finally overcome her slump. Another colleague whispered in disbelief, recalling how she had struggled with her lines just last week. He trailed off, a wild and seemingly impossible idea crossing his mind. Later, Jinho walked purposefully down a hallway, his sneakers moving with a steady pace. Suddenly, he looked back over his shoulder, his expression one of mild surprise. He recognized actress Kim Hyrim, who had just called out his name. She paused for a moment before speaking, a thoughtful look on her face. Just as he was about to excuse himself to leave for the day, she quickly stopped him and asked him to wait. She confessed that she had been waiting for him, which caught him completely by surprise. Eagerly, she asked for his opinion on her acting that day, boasting that she hadn't made a single mistake. Jinho simply uttered two words that seemed to hold a world of meaning: reset life. Hyrim stammered in confusion as an image of a powerful acting skill flashed through his mind. The bizarre and specific unlocked conditions for the skill replayed in his memory. Hyrim then explained that he had revealed everything to her at the company dinner, guessing correctly that he didn't remember. He began to process her words, realizing with shock that another person now knew his secret. She admitted she had been so curious about his talent that she even wondered if he was a true ability user from the Reset Life game. She looked at him with genuine admiration, calling him truly amazing. Jinho could only stare back, completely bewildered by her revelation. She explained that she had gone straight home and attempted to follow his absurd instructions about watching 200 movies. Hyrim confessed that she knew the method was ridiculous, but her desperation had pushed her to try it anyway. After only 5 movies, she was overcome by sleepiness and headaches, which led her to a profound realization. She had asked herself why a rookie like him was working so hard while she had been doing nothing. In that moment, she understood that she had just been passively hoping for her slump to end on its own. Jinho listened to her story, his expression calm as he gazed thoughtfully to the side. A script lay on a nearby table, a physical testament to the hard work she had since put in. She told him she had resolved in that moment to make a true effort, committing to give it her absolute all. Jinho simply nodded in acknowledgement, a small sound of agreement escaping his lips. Hyrim then expressed her sincere gratitude, attributing her recent success entirely to his advice. He hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond to her heartfelt thanks. Jinho cautiously asked if she had actually gained a skill, but she dismissed it as mere game terminology used as a figure of speech. The scene then cut away to a lively gathering, where music pulsed from a vibrating speaker. Two members of the group were shown wearing festive headbands with text written on them. They eagerly counted down together, building up the excitement for their cheer. On the count of 3, they both shouted a popular catchphrase from the show. The air was filled with a remixed song built entirely around that same viral line. One person, unfamiliar with the track, asked what it was, and was promptly informed it was a creation of fan culture. His friend explained how fans would often remix popular lines into tribute songs for the show. He joked that popularity in Korea turned a person into a musical instrument before urging his shy friend to join in. Finally giving in, the hesitant man joined the chant, shouting the iconic line with the rest of the group. The scene then cut to the lively atmosphere of Jinho's very first fan meeting, where a quiz session was in full swing. The MC posed a question to the excited crowd, asking them to guess a specific number of months. In response, fans began shouting a chaotic medley of incorrect answers, their enthusiasm becoming overwhelming. The host then playfully taunted Jinho, challenging him to guess how he had obtained a particular photograph. He then triumphantly revealed that Jinho's own mother had supplied his first birthday photo, causing the audience to erupt in amazement. Jinho accused the MC of trolling for the live broadcast audience, while the host reveled in having caught him off guard. From the sidelines, a staff member remarked that the MC, Park Jae-jun, had been chosen precisely for his genius-level talent for this kind of playful provocation. The MC called out for fan number 137, and a girl in the audience eagerly confirmed it was her. She explained that she was about to become a high school senior and asked Jinho for some valuable tips for the college entrance exams. Jinho humorously retorted that instead of attending his fan meeting, she probably should have been studying. He jokingly advised her to just memorize all of her textbooks, a suggestion that elicited a massive cheer from the amused crowd. Dropping the act, he gave her sincere advice to focus on previewing and reviewing the core subjects, promising to post memory tips from his classmates online for her. The fan was deeply touched by his genuine care, feeling that Jinho was the only celebrity who truly looked after his supporters. As the next fan came up, she bluntly asked if the rumors of him dating actress Lee Seol-ae were true, causing a flustered Jinho to insist they were merely acquaintances. The next person called, number 7, identified herself as a reporter from the entertainment section of a newspaper and stated she had no question. Instead, she offered her professional services, vowing to journalistically destroy anyone who dared to bother him if he just sent her an email. An observing staff member praised Jinho for his sold-out first event and for handling the questions with good sense, while another admitted he was ready to scold him if he had slipped up. However, the first staff member paused with a thoughtful, slightly concerned expression. He noted that just because the event itself was going smoothly didn't mean that problems wouldn't arise later. He voiced his opinion that whenever immature people formed large groups, conflict was inevitable. He concluded grimly that the end result of such gatherings was always a descent into madness. As if to prove his point, the scene shifted to an online forum where fans were heatedly dissecting Jinho's flustered denial about Lee Seol-ae. While some fans found his suspicious reaction cute, others adamantly refused to believe their idol was in a secret relationship. The discussion quickly soured when one user posted an insulting comment about Lee Seol-ae, which was promptly deleted for violating the fan cafe's policy. The narrative then transitioned to a different setting, showing Jinho arriving at a family home and warmly calling out for his grandmother. She rushed to embrace him, affectionately calling him her baby. He apologized for not being able to visit last year, but she waved it off, understanding that work commitments can get in the way. When Jinho asked where his grandfather was, his grandmother gestured vaguely and said the old man was over there. He found his grandfather lying on the wooden porch, appearing to sulk. A relative explained that the old man was resentful because his eldest grandson had missed both New Year's and Chuseok the previous year. Another family member added that his grandfather was also upset because Jinho had greeted his grandma first after had been waiting outside in the cold. They revealed that the old man had been waiting all day upon hearing Jinho was coming and had even wanted to drive the tractor out to pick him up. Jinho tried to appease his grandfather by mentioning he brought presents, which the old man initially rejected until he heard Jinho had picked them out himself. At that news, his grandfather's expression changed, his interest suddenly piqued. Later, the family chuckled as the grandfather, now a self-declared fashionista, insisted on trying on every single gift from his grandson. After modeling his new attire, the grandfather paused thoughtfully, having come to a decision. He confidently declared he was heading out to crush his neighbor, Old Man Park, with his superior style. His wife fondly remarked on his excitement to show off, reminding him to come back early since the other children would be arriving soon. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen, one of the sister-in-laws complained to another that a dish was prepared too saltily. When Jinho's father offered to help, the women ushered him out, insisting that he, the older brother, should relax comfortably in the living room. An onlooker commented that Jinho's mother was clearly treated like the queen of the household. Jinho knew the real reason for this treatment was that his father had paid off all the debts of his aunts and uncles, a sacrifice that had caused his mother immense hardship. He watched the family's interactions, a knowing and slightly bittersweet smile on his face. Elsewhere in the house, his younger cousins gawked at a picture of him, marveling at his dramatic weight loss and joking that half of him had disappeared. Spotting the children, Jinho gestured for them to follow him for a moment. He quietly handed them some money, leaving them wide-eyed with awe as they asked if it was really for them. He urged them to take it quickly before their own father, his younger uncle, could see. Jinho felt a pang of guilt, knowing the children had also faced upsetting moments because of the family's past financial troubles. The next day, as the family prepared to depart, Jinho's grandfather begged his son to stay a little longer. The old man grumbled that the eldest son was leaving right after the memorial service, but Jinho's father simply laughed and apologized. He explained that they had to leave right away to visit his wife's parents. Noticing his daughter-in-law's tense expression, the grandfather asked why she was acting that way, and his son replied that there was a reason. Suddenly, one of the aunts erupted, accusing the grandmother of pretending not to remember something she had said long ago. The aunt angrily recounted how the grandmother had once openly wondered if her marriage would work out, before sarcastically declaring how great things had become. When an uncle tried to calm her down, she snapped at him to shut up, calling him the worst of them all. She then accused that same uncle of taking Jinho out as a child only to eat hamburgers by himself, an accusation he deflected by claiming it was for Jinho's diet. Her fury unabated, she reminded him how had belittled her for attending a prestigious university and later looked down on her for marrying a man from the countryside. She vented her frustration that they only seemed to want her around during holidays to have someone to ostracize, even harassing her with phone calls until she came. Finally, she confronted the matriarch directly, questioning her sudden affection now that Jinho was successful and vowing to vent 40 years of resentment, ignoring their pleas for her to stop. The scene then shifted to the quiet interior of a car driving through heavy traffic on a highway at night. In the car, Jinho's mother recalled a past moment when his father had urged her to at least have a meal at her own family's home before leaving. She remembered how she had politely refused, explaining she had only stopped by to say a quick hello. Returning to the present, she turned to her son and thanked him, admitting his success had finally given her the strength to raise her voice in that house. Jinho humbly replied that it was only because his mother and father had raised him so well. His father simply affirmed his son's words with a quiet sound of agreement. He then grew sentimental, recalling how he and his wife had met and fallen in love despite opposition, a union that led to their son's birth. Jinho's mother reacted with flustered surprise at her husband's sudden romantic declaration. Jinho broke the tender tension by jokingly asking if his parents were dating, bringing the tumultuous Lunar New Year holiday to a close. He held a fresh fan of banknotes in his hands, a gift from his grandfather. Jinho chuckled to himself, feeling rich with the 200,000 won he had just received as a holiday allowance. His mother immediately told him to hide the money before she could see it, all while chiding her father-in-law for giving it to him. Jinho wryly acknowledged his own immaturity for accepting an allowance as a grown man, especially after he had spent 5 million won on gifts for his grandparents and cousins. Deciding not to overthink it, he resolved to use the money for a night out with his friend Jae-jun. His train of thought was abruptly cut short by the sight of traditional Korean clothing on display. A sharp sound signaled his return to the present day at his agency. A director observed his tired-looking team, wondering aloud if anyone had managed to get proper rest during the holiday. Jinho noticed that even the director himself looked completely exhausted. The director then called out to Jinho, who answered with a slight stammer. He informed the young model that his actions had caused quite a commotion right from the very first day of the holiday break. Jinho was then shown photos of himself playing house with his cousin, leaving him utterly confused. He immediately began to worry, recalling that celebrities could be forced to pay huge penalties to advertisers for damaging their public image. As he fretted that his cross-dressing might have caused a problem, the director clarified that it had actually led to something incredible. Because of those photos, the agency had been so overwhelmed with offers related to traditional Korean clothing that the entire staff had to work through the holiday. Jinho expressed his regret that they had to work, but the director admitted the financial incentive was simply too good to pass up. The director then presented him with a neatly organized file of all the new offers, telling him to look them over at his own pace. While browsing, Jinho pointed to one particular offer, asking if it was for an appearance he believed had come in about a month ago. Another team member suddenly realized with dawning horror that it was the one offer director Damien had explicitly forbidden them from ever showing Jinho. Unaware of this, an intrigued Jinho asked if he could try pursuing that specific project. His manager broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a painfully awkward smile onto his face. He sarcastically encouraged Jinho, telling him that if he really wanted to do it, he should by all means try everything. The manager then went on a tirade, vividly describing the fun he would have getting dehydrated, frostbitten, and swollen from hundreds of mosquito bites on the #1 show all celebrities tried to avoid. Just then, director Damien collapsed dramatically onto the desk in a display of utter despair. He calmly told Jinho that he understood his constant desire for new experiences, recognizing it as the very thing that made him shine. However, he firmly stated that as a model whose body was his livelihood, he could not, as a manager, allow him to take on such a dangerous job. Jinho simply reminded his manager that he had just given him permission to do it if he wanted to. Defeated, director Damien could only whisper a French expression of sheer disbelief. The project in question was for a popular Friday variety show called Real Going to the Jungle. It was a notoriously difficult reality program, famous for taking in celebrities and spitting them back out looking like beggars. To prevent its long-running format from becoming stale, the production team would often subject the cast members to absurd and unexpected surprise missions. The scene shifted to a lone campfire crackling in a stone ring, a radio sitting silently beside it. Jinho's mission was simple yet daunting. He had to survive completely alone for 2 nights and 3 days. From a remote control room, a producer voiced his concern, noting that Jinho's tracker hadn't shown any movement since the previous day. Another staff member worried he might be injured, speculating that he could have fallen and lost consciousness. A third crew member began to panic, suggesting that the isolation had driven him mad and regretting they hadn't warned him beforehand. Far away and oblivious to their concern, Jinho let out a deep, satisfying yawn. A voice suddenly crackled to life from the radio, anxiously asking if he was okay and if something had happened. Annoyed by the loud interruption, he considered turning the radio off but then realized this dire situation was a perfect chance to acquire a new skill. A system window materialized before him, introducing the skill I Am Nature's Prince, which promised to turn him into a survival expert capable of handling any extreme situation. The first condition to unlock the skill was surprisingly simple, he just needed to spend 1 night on a deserted island. Back in the control room, the crew watched Jinho's tracker begin to move erratically, reinforcing their belief that he had finally lost his mind. Deciding to intervene, the show's director called out over the radio, asking if Jinho could hear him. Jinho calmly replied that he could hear the director perfectly well. The director tried to explain that even if he felt fine, his wandering movements were a textbook pattern of someone in a state of panic. Jinho just laughed, reassuring them he had merely been exploring and was now heading back to the starting point with the map and compass they had provided. The relieved director gave one last piece of crucial advice, ordering him not to pick up and eat anything strange, to which Jinho scoffed as if the thought was absurd. However, his system screen updated with the second unlock condition, which demanded he survive after consuming poison, complete with a chilling warning that failure meant a very painful death. Faced with an island of unknown plants and animals, he wandered about, collecting everything that looked like it might be lethally poisonous. He began to force-feed himself the dangerous bounty, screaming that he would kill the system if it didn't give him the skill. He rationalized that failing to obtain the skill was no different from dying anyway, so he pushed through the agonizing pain. He gritted his teeth and strained, pulling on a strange red root to shove it down his throat. A violent cough racked his body, and the production team's panicked voices filled the radio, asking what was happening. After a moment, Jinho casually replied that nothing was wrong, surprised at how much better than expected he felt. Meanwhile, the director scanned the monitors of the other contestants, noting that Jong-moon was handling the challenge with predictable ease. He then glanced over at Samuel, who was using the time to get in a rigorous workout. Actor Kim Se-yeon was also doing well, but the director's gaze was soon drawn back to one particular screen. He stared, utterly baffled, at Jinho's camera feed, trying to make sense of what he was doing now. Jinho stood before a large snake, which was coiled and displaying clear signs of aggression. The director knew its bite could be venomous or at least infectious, but Jinho showed no fear at all. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the jungle air. But it came from the snake, which lunged forward with its fanged mouth wide open in pure terror. The dramatic moment was captured against a setting sun, showing the shocked creature facing its unexpected predator. For the rest of its days, that snake would remember its encounter on the island. It would forever be haunted by the terror of meeting Lee Jinho. It would also never forget the absolute humiliation of being effortlessly caught in his grasp. Jinho loomed over the now helpless creature and calmly declared that it was going to be his lunch. As night fell upon the island, Jinho sat alone by a crackling campfire he had built near the water's edge. He took a satisfying bite from a skewer of snake meat he had roasted over the flames. Suddenly, an urgent voice from off-screen called out, demanding he wait a second. A hand darted forward, grabbing a piece of the cooked creature that resembled an octopus tentacle. Upon tasting the unfamiliar meat, the man's face contorted in a grimace of pure disgust. Unfazed, Jinho casually remarked that the meal would have been perfect with just a little soy sauce. The scene then shifted to the show's chief, Seo Jong-mun, who stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. He was contemplating the first survival phase's final mission, which commanded them to escape the island. The production team had provided minimal gear, a compass, a map, a sleeping bag, and a few clothes, but nothing that could properly float. Jong-mun first considered whether they were expected to build a raft to escape the treacherous waters. He quickly dismissed this, knowing the island's trees lacked the buoyancy to support a person's body weight. He surmised that any contestant attempting this would only waste their time and energy before ultimately giving up. He correctly identified this as the exact failing scenario the production team had intended for them. The chief deduced that only after a contestant declared their forfeiture over the radio would the staff reveal the real solution. It was then that his keen eyes, scanning the dense foliage, noticed something reaching out from the leaves. A jolt of realization struck him as the unusual object came into focus. He had found the hidden buoy, a bingo moment confirming his theory that this was the true escape method. Back in the present, a seabird soared through the sky as Jinho successfully paddled toward the extraction point on his makeshift raft. He let out a triumphant shout as he saw the crew waiting for him on the shore. He proudly announced his arrival, declaring the first survival mission a success under his name. A system window popped into his view, displaying the words "Mission Complete" in bold letters. The moment he landed, the medical team rushed over, insisting he needed an immediate examination after consuming so many toxins. He pleaded with the director, desperately trying to convince everyone that he felt perfectly healthy and was in no danger of dying. Despite his protests, he was soon hooked up to an 4-drip bag as a safety precaution, with the ocean visible behind him. The other cast members, including actor Kim Se-yeon and athlete Samuel Kang, gathered around in disbelief, asking if he was really okay. They insisted there was no way he could be fine after eating so many poisonous things, but he continued to assure them he was. The director intervened, explaining that because it was an all-ages program, his scenes would be cut unless they clearly showed the danger, prompting Jinho to theatrically cry that he almost died for the kids watching. Jong-mun then sternly warned him that he must never do something so reckless again. The chief elaborated that it would have been a true disaster if his radio had failed while he was sick from the poison. Jinho then asked the chief if he had also completed the mission, and Jong-mun confirmed that he had, assuming everyone else did too. Samuel corrected the chief, revealing that he and Se-yeon had given up midway through the challenge, making Jinho and Jong-mun the only victors. He lamented that with conch and coconuts as their only food, they had struggled with the lack of protein. Samuel admitted the mission had seemed so impossible that he gave up, never imagining the crew had hidden a buoy for them to find. Jinho confessed that even he had struggled, only finding the buoy after his newly unlocked skill highlighted an unnatural-looking bush. A system screen detailed this skill, named "I Am Nature's Prince," which dramatically boosted his wilderness survival insight. Changing the subject, Se-yeon asked what Jinho had packed in his sleeping bag to make it so puffy, to which he promised an answer later that evening. Just then, a staff member called out loudly to gather everyone's attention. With the full cast now accounted for, the crewman announced it was time to proceed to their accommodation. He added a bonus: as a reward for their hard work, they would be staying in a particularly nice place that night. An exhausted but elated cheer erupted from the contestants upon hearing the wonderful news. Later, while enjoying a meal, Jinho remarked how delicious the food was, all thanks to the island's abundant and 100% natural ingredients. Se-yeon praised him for his thoughtful idea of bringing back food in his sleeping bag, and Jinho simply stated that good things should be shared. Jinho then noted that the chief had also brought supplies, though Jong-mun nonchalantly claimed he had just picked them up along the way. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere settled over the group later that night. While most of the cast fell into a deep sleep in their comfortable beds, one person remained restless. Jinho stood alone in the resort's pool, looking up at the vast, star-filled night sky. A strange, primal instinct surged within him, making him want to rush back into the jungle to catch and eat another snake. A voice suddenly cut through the silence, asking him why he was still awake. Turning, he saw Kim Se-yeon and told the senior actor to speak informally, reminding him they were the same age. Se-yeon was hesitant, explaining that a 14-year veteran couldn't easily speak casually to a rookie, but Jinho urged him to just go for it. Finally relenting, Se-yeon casually addressed him with a simple, informal "yeah." After a moment of awkwardness, Se-yeon complimented Jinho's acting in a drama he had seen, and Jinho hoped they could work on a project together in the future. The next day, trudging through the jungle, Se-yeon mused that he should have known their comfortable night at the resort was too good to be true. He grumbled about the production team's cruelty in preparing such a difficult second mission so soon. Samuel chimed in, complaining that they had only been given a map and some water for the grueling trek. Jong-mun, studying the map, announced their current position to the weary group. He concluded that they were not even halfway to their destination and would have to make camp, which made Jinho wonder how he could be so sure without a compass. The chief joked that it was simply a cheat-like skill he possessed, as he was born to be the chief of the jungle. As Se-yeon was remarking how suited the two of them were to the jungle, Jinho calmly pointed to a massive snake, or as he saw it, a huge source of protein, on Se-yeon's shoulder. Se-yeon let out a piercing scream as Jinho advised him to stay still, though the actor was more horrified that he had distinctly heard the word protein. Unseen by the cast, the director of the long-running Friday program Reel, Going to the Jungle watched everything from a monitor. He reflected on his pride in making celebrities suffer, offering viewers a satisfying dose of schadenfreude by showing top stars humbled in the mud. His most popular creation was the Extreme Survival Special, where he devised brutally difficult scenarios, like stranding stars on a poison-filled island, that sometimes even frightened him. The intended result was to see these celebrities broken and miserable, begging to be sent home. His script demanded that they should be suffering immensely at this point. Instead, as he watched the monitor feed, a hollow, disbelieving laugh escaped his lips. He stared at the screen, utterly bewildered and questioning what was happening to his show. The contestants looked healthier and happier than his own staff, whose mouths were watering at the cast's feast. His perfect scenario was in ruins. He pinpointed the source of his frustration, realizing it was all because of Lee Jinho. The director fumed that a guest was supposed to be clueless, not some kind of 21st-century Tarzan who could navigate the jungle with ease. He slammed his fist down, declaring that this situation could not continue. Back with the group, Jinho suddenly predicted an incoming squall based on instinct and suggested building a shelter, leaving the others to stare at the perfectly blue sky in confusion. As he tried to explain it was just a wilderness instinct, the director's voice called out his name from nearby. The director approached and asked for a private word with Jinho, who answered with a questioning yes. With a serious expression, the director told Jinho that he couldn't stand it anymore, leaving the rookie completely baffled by the sudden and intense confrontation. Jinho's mind raced as he wondered what he could have possibly done, his first thought being that he might have accidentally eaten a protected animal. The director's voice cut through the jungle air, calling out Jinho's name with an unnerving intensity. Unsure of what he had done wrong, Jinho's mind raced, concluding that the safest course of action was to apologize first. To his astonishment, the director suddenly bowed deeply, begging him to become a regular member of the cast and offering a sincere apology. Jinho could only stare back, completely dumbfounded by the bizarre turn of events. The director explained that in all his years of filming, he had never encountered a guest so perfectly and naturally suited to the jungle environment. He earnestly pleaded with Jinho to give the unexpected offer his most careful consideration. The words echoed in Jinho's mind as he processed the possibility of becoming a regular cast member. He internally questioned if this was actually a good opportunity for him. The thought of securing a permanent spot on a major variety program, surrounded by a cast he already got along with, was certainly appealing. He then realized it would also be the perfect way to satisfy the constant urge to wander that his unique skills had instilled in him. A fleeting image of a past, less fulfilling life crossed his mind, a stark contrast to the vibrant world he now inhabited. He reflected on the idea that finding work perfectly aligned with one's natural talents was perhaps the ultimate goal in life. As if in response to his thoughts, the soft chirping of jungle creatures began to fill the air around him. The chorus of animal calls grew, a symphony of sounds that seemed to welcome his decision. He made a swift, fluid motion, feeling increasingly in sync with his wild surroundings. Finding a clearing, Jinho stood with his arms outstretched, absorbing the dappled sunlight as if embracing the very soul of the forest. Nearby, a mother monkey calmly held her baby, and a pair of toucans observed him from a branch, showing no fear. In that moment, the wary calls of the animals ceased, not because of some supernatural ability or out of fear. They had simply and completely accepted his presence as a natural part of their world. After filling his heart with the profound thrill of becoming one with nature, Jinho's focus gradually sharpened back to reality. With another decisive movement, he turned his thoughts away from the jungle's embrace. He resolved to return to his life and responsibilities, knowing he had numerous other schedules and couldn't invest all his time here. 2 months later, the show's production team introduced a surprise mission, restricting the cast from using their clothes to carry items. They offered a flimsy excuse that clothes were a form of civilization, a forced attempt to artificially raise the show's difficulty. But as soon as the rule was announced, Jinho effortlessly wove an eco-friendly bag from the surrounding plants. The female members of the production staff erupted in delighted laughter at his clever solution. One staffer gushed over how amazing Jinho was, playfully wondering if she should officially become a fan. Another staffer immediately countered, declaring her unwavering loyalty to a different celebrity named Leo, which sparked a friendly debate. The first staff member turned to her colleague, demanding to know the reason for her preference. The second staffer argued that truly precious celebrities were rarely sent to grueling shows unless the program was the most popular one on Friday nights. She reasoned that he was only rolling in the dirt for the variety show, and that he was likely preparing for a new drama in his normal life. In her mind's eye, she pictured Jinho being pampered like a prince, having his nails professionally groomed. Meanwhile, in a starkly different reality, martial arts director Kim Hong-gun bellowed at Jinho to get up from the floor. The director sternly lectured him, explaining that breakfalls had to become instinctual to prevent serious accidents during action scenes. He emphasized that this was especially crucial for the difficult role of Mui that Jinho was preparing for, before asking if he was hurt, to which Jinho quietly replied he was fine. Enraged, the director demanded to know why he was still lying on the ground if he was truly uninjured. Jinho was then subjected to a grueling and repetitive series of drills, practicing front, back, and side breakfalls over and over. Later, slumped in the passenger seat of his manager's car, Jinho was the picture of complete and utter exhaustion. He complained to his manager that the director was being unreasonable, having him do nothing but practice breakfalls for days on end. His manager, Deputy Young, explained that such intense training was unavoidable, given that his character Mui was a ruthless assassin. Jinho insisted that he didn't care about the lead role, it was the character of Mui that had truly moved his heart as an actor. He began to explain his fascination with the role, describing Mui as a cold-blooded assassin who was far more complex than he appeared. His passion was evident as he declared he would have chosen the role even if it were an extra with only a single line. Despite his explanation, Deputy Young still expressed concern, wondering aloud if the training was excessively harsh. Jinho mentioned that had received some candy from the female staff, prompting his manager to joke that perhaps he should suffer a bit more. Jinho protested that any more suffering would surely kill him, revealing he was already performing 300 breakfalls a day. Just as he said the words, he suddenly trailed off as a critical thought struck him. He had a shocking realization: performing 300 breakfalls a day for a week was the exact first condition for unlocking a new martial arts skill. Changing the subject, Jinho asked Deputy Young about his previous 5 years as a road manager and if he had frequented action training schools. He then inquired about the real reason actors learn martial arts for action scenes beyond just preventing injuries, a question he himself had wondered about before. Deputy Young explained that since actors have limited time, action acting was usually just about practicing the specific choreography for a scene. He then paused, recalling something profound that a martial arts instructor had once told him. The instructor had claimed that the difference between an actor who truly knew martial arts and one who didn't was like heaven and earth, as it created a visible line of action on camera. Deputy Young elaborated that the quality of an action scene was determined by how well an actor followed that line, otherwise their movements would look flashy but shoddy. Hearing this, Jinho's resolve hardened, and he made the firm decision to acquire the skill for himself. He sincerely thanked his manager, leaving Deputy Young completely bewildered as to what he was being thanked for. The very next day, Deputy Young nervously approached the martial arts instructor with something to say. He spun a lie, claiming that Jinho had practiced enough and confessing that his own harshness had been born of petty jealousy over the actor's popularity. The instructor accepted the seemingly heartfelt apology and readily agreed to ease up on the intense breakfall training from that point on. Deputy Young secretly fantasized about the perks of managing a star, imagining himself being recognized and adored by female fans. Unseen by his manager, a notification appeared in Jinho's vision, confirming that the condition of performing 300 breakfalls had been met. Jinho let out a ragged breath, pushing his body through the immense fatigue. His hands trembled as he pressed them against the floor, struggling to push himself up for yet another repetition. In his living room, a now chiseled Jinho executed a perfect handstand, demonstrating the incredible results of his relentless training. His mind drifted to a memory of a young disciple complaining to his master that his arms were too thin to endure the training. He recalled the master's wise response, questioning how the boy had managed his entire life with those arms and promising that at the peak of martial arts, a new state of being awaited. The master had made an incredible promise: one day, the disciple would be so comfortable that he could fall asleep while holding a handstand. The memory of the young disciple's absolute disbelief at such a claim echoed in his mind. Back in the present, Jinho contemplated that seemingly impossible state of comfort and mastery. Suddenly, the memory was shattered by the sound of a blood-curdling scream from another time and place. In a chaotic flashback, a man shouted in utter shock that the person they thought was dead had just opened his eyes and was, in fact, alive. As the memory faded, a new skill unlocked before him, the strongest disciple in history, accompanied by the profound martial arts adage that a master should neither kill nor save their disciple. At home, a young woman named Kyungmi was called over by her mother to eat her meal. But as she sat down, her eyes widened in surprise at the sudden explosion of activity on the Genius Fan Cafe. Her mother gently chided her, asking her to put her phone away while she was eating. Kyungmi stared at the screen, her expression frozen in utter disbelief. She abruptly jumped from her seat, telling her mother that food was not important right now as she desperately needed to record the program featuring Lee Jinho. The internet had erupted over Jinho's physique after his handstand abs challenge went viral, with fan cafes alight with posts praising his washboard abs. Meanwhile, Deputy Young spoke to Jinho on the phone, both apologizing for the video's unexpected spread and excitedly asking him to buy meat with their new earnings after his subscriber count skyrocketed. Jinho was asked if he had developed those abs specifically for the drama, to which he gave a vague but affirmative reply. The conversation then shifted as his manager criticized his skin, prompting a confused Jinho to ask what was wrong with it. Jinho momentarily wondered if his skill, where there's a will, there's a way, could have an expiration date, as the complaint about his skin continued. The bizarre complaint was that his skin was actually too smooth, preventing the rough makeup from sticking properly, which made Jinho sigh in relief. A stylist then passionately lectured him, insisting he needed to make an effort despite sleeping only 1 hour a day and using harsh cosmetics. Jinho sarcastically muttered that he couldn't exactly sand his face down, while nearby, the lead actor Leo coolly asked his own manager for a pair of earplugs. At that moment, the drama's director spotted Jinho and eagerly called out his name. The director approached him with a beaming face and expressed his immense gratitude. He assumed the handstand challenge was a deliberate move to promote the drama and thanked Jinho for securing a massive audience before it even aired. In a flashback, the director recalled the crushing pressure he had felt, worrying if a TV drama with a historically massive budget could succeed in the age of streaming services. His anxiety was rooted in the harsh reality of the industry, where dramas with budgets in the billions often ended with 0% ratings. On set, a crew member was diligently editing a promotional video on a laptop. The director instructed the editor to ensure that their drama's official hashtag was always attached to any video they created. The filming of a scene began, with the narration describing the historical figure Lee Song-ji entering the royal court. The scene's plot unfolded, revealing a prophecy about a jewel that belonged to a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox. This prophecy promised the entire nation to whoever obtained the jewel, setting the stage for the Gumiho's tragic tale. The grand title card for the drama, Song of 1,000 Years, filled the screen. Back in the scene, a character warily asked an approaching figure to identify themselves. Another character looked on in shock, recognizing the newcomer as the feared Lord Baekhyun. A pair of guards, dressed as mere servants, tried to deny the man's identity, insisting that Lord Baekhyun was currently asleep. One of the men let out a choked gasp of pure terror. Another guard screamed out a warning that the monstrous entity known as Mui had appeared. A frantic cry went up to protect Lord Baekhyun at all costs from the deadly intruder. A chilling close-up revealed a single, intense eye glowing with an unnatural blue light. A figure clothed in blue was struck by a devastatingly powerful and focused blow. One of the onlookers cried out in disbelief that the attacker had completely vanished. Another character stood bewildered, wondering what on earth had just transpired. A menacing silhouette of a swordsman, his eyes still glowing, launched an attack on another man. The aftermath of the battle was shown on a blood-splattered rooftop, illuminated by a bright full moon. A close-up shot lingered on a bloodied hand, its grip fiercely tightened around the hilt of a sword. The lone survivor, a swordsman in a conical hat, stood silently surrounded by the bodies of his defeated foes. The director's voice finally broke the silence, yelling for the cameras to cut. The crew immediately erupted in praise for the flawless take, agreeing that no reshoot was necessary. A staff member asked Jinho in awe if he had truly performed the aerial stunt without wires, to which Jinho calmly confirmed he had not used any. The confirmation was met with a moment of stunned, reverent silence. An actor in a traditional black hat turned to look back, his expression one of deep contemplation. Another actor then approached Jinho, eagerly asking if he was holding his sword correctly. Jinho patiently adjusted the man's grip, advising him to swing with bold, powerful motions. Soon, Jinho was swarmed by other actors, all pleading for tips on how to jump over walls, perform sword demonstrations, and fall without getting hurt. When a staff member tried to intervene, the actors insisted the martial arts director was too busy and they wanted to learn directly from Jinho himself. One actor reasoned that their collective improvement would ultimately elevate the quality of the drama for everyone. Jinho began to offer a suggestion to the lead actor, Leo, but was quickly cut off by a senior staff member for backseat directing, forcing him to quietly apologize. In the background, two crew members commented on how unusually nice Jinho was, noting that most actors would hoard their skills to stand out. Elsewhere, a more critical conversation was taking place, with people questioning why an actor with such rumors surrounding him was even cast. They gossiped that no matter how good a rookie was, it was suspicious for him to be in a super-luxury drama with such a massive budget. A brief memory flashed, showing a man with kind eyes and dark, wavy hair smiling warmly in an outdoor setting. In the present, a hand tightened its grip on the hilt of a sword with renewed determination. A voice filled with defiance declared that he would never be a fake to a specific, unseen person. The scene shifted to a tense standoff, as a figure in a dark coat slowly approached a man dressed in a formal white robe. The man in white demanded to know the identity of the person approaching him. The dark-coated man sneered, commenting on the noble's stench of fox that couldn't hide the reek of blood. He confessed that this was the first time he had felt the overwhelming desire to draw his sword without a direct order from his master. He accused the noble of being a beast merely pretending to be human, an insult the noble dismissed as a comparison between the high and the lowly. The two warriors finally clashed, their glowing swords meeting in mid-air against the backdrop of the full moon. Two swordsmen, their faces obscured by large hats, expertly parried each other's deadly strikes. With immense force, the two men locked their blades together, sending a shower of sparks into the night. A tight shot showed one of the combatants gritting his teeth, his face a mask of extreme exertion. Sparks flew violently as their unseen swords clashed again with incredible speed and power. In a final, dramatic close-up, the swordsman's determined reflection was captured in his opponent's wide, terrified eye. The intense confrontation ended with one of the men letting out a final, agonized scream. A crew member frantically called out, asking if actor Jinho was okay after the intense scene. A senior staff member then furiously berated the lead actor, Leo, for swinging his sword in such a reckless and dangerous manner. Leo could only offer a short and humbled apology in the face of the outburst. The staff member continued his tirade, stressing that an apology couldn't fix a broken shoulder, which would halt all filming and ruin the schedule. He then sharply ordered his manager to call an ambulance, a command the manager hastily obeyed. Sometime later, an ambulance sat parked on a city street, its presence a stark reminder of the night's near disaster. The director made the call to end filming for the day and reschedule the shoot. Jinho started to speak to his manager, but the manager gently cut him off, assuring him that he already understood. A stark memory of the incident replayed, showing a face contorted in a silent scream of shock and pain. The chaotic on-screen action depicted a swordsman confronting an adversary who was forcefully holding another person down. Back in the present, Leo's manager desperately insisted that the entire event had been a genuine accident. He explained that if Jinho's injuries proved to be serious, the actor would have to be replaced, inevitably leading to a scandal for one of them. He laid out the two damaging narratives that would emerge: either Leo committed assault disguised as acting, or Jinho's lack of skill led him to get greedy and cause his own accident. The manager cynically added that because of the lobbying rumors surrounding Jinho, public opinion would likely favor Leo. Jinho suddenly spoke up, cutting through the noise to ask if his skills truly seemed so weak that people would believe he needed to lobby for a role. He then scoffed dismissively at the very idea, calling the lobbying rumors complete nonsense. Startled by his abrupt movement, his manager cried out in concern for Jinho's shoulder. Jinho, however, brushed off the concern, declaring that his shoulder was completely fine. His manager remained bewildered, muttering that a hit like that would normally cause a severe rotator cuff tear. Jinho quickly claimed that he had been wearing safety equipment, though he knew perfectly well this was a lie. In a completely different scene at a hospital, a small child happily greeted Jinho with the playful nicknames Guitar Mister and Digestive Cat. The little girl explained that her teacher allowed her to stay at the hospital while her dad worked because she had made friends and was liked by the elderly patients. She then innocently blurted out that her teacher and dad liked each other, causing the flustered teacher to gently shush her. Later, at his agency's office, Jinho asked his team if they were already in the process of moving. His manager confirmed that thanks to Jinho's recent success, they were able to move to a much bigger place that they owned instead of leased. The manager then urged Jinho to work hard so they could buy a whole building, prompting Jinho to jokingly complain about a sudden pain in his shoulder, but the manager flatly reminded him the diagnosis said he was fine. When the manager suggested expanding by hiring more models, Jinho comically rejected the idea, threatening to quit what he called an unethical agency. The manager then reviewed the upgraded contract terms, informing Jinho that 180 million won would be deposited into his account every 3 months, causing Jinho to lament his life as a corporate slave. Sensing there was more to discuss, Jinho prompted his manager to continue. The manager revealed they had been receiving a large number of inquiries from people asking for Jinho's financial help. Jinho found this odd since he was already donating, but his manager conceded that 99.9% of these new requests were almost certainly scams. However, the manager warned that ignoring them completely could lead to a negative public image, with fabricated stories from supposed former classmates painting him as uncaring. This led the manager to pivot, asking Jinho to be completely honest about whether he had ever made a single mistake during his school days. He stressed that they needed the full truth to prepare countermeasures for any potential scandals that could arise. In response, Jinho simply presented his phone, stating that it was the same one he had used since he was a student. He confidently told his manager to take the phone and run a full forensic analysis on it if he didn't believe him. Jinho assured them that the only thing they would find was evidence that he had been a true and dedicated gaming addict. A nearby staff member with short dark hair listened with a smug, satisfied expression on his face. This same staff member later reported his findings, apologizing for his failure and expressing bewilderment that every single person he interviewed gave the exact same answer. He explained that every classmate and acquaintance only confirmed Jinho's obsession with games, a fact so consistent it made the investigator humorously question his own life choices. The manager then updated Jinho, stating they had already handled the minor stories online but noted that the recent lobbying scandal remained a tricky issue. He advised Jinho to simply let time pass and not engage with journalists on the topic, just as he was interrupted by the little girl from the hospital calling for the Guitar Mister. The scene flashed back to the film set immediately after the incident, where Leo was offering Jinho a heartfelt apology. Jinho tried to downplay the event, saying these things happen when you get immersed in acting, but Leo adamantly insisted that it was all his own fault. As Leo lamented not being more careful, Jinho cut in again, firmly stating that it really wasn't Leo's fault at all. He then delivered a shocking statement, confessing that he had taken the hit from Leo on purpose. Jinho internally recalled his reasoning. He saw that Leo's movements were dangerously realistic and knew his advice would be ignored with the martial arts director being so busy. He had become convinced that if things continued as they were, with many more action scenes to come, someone would eventually get seriously hurt. He then explained aloud to Leo that he took the hit deliberately to serve as a wake-up call and a learning experience. Jinho finished his fabrication by assuring Leo he had prepared for the impact, wasn't hurt at all, and that no compensation was needed, which left the other actor completely stunned. After a moment of silence, Leo processed the words, thinking to himself that Jinho was an incredibly tough individual. Jinho, feeling awkward, quickly apologized if he had offended him and made his exit, all the while thinking to himself that he had completely messed up the conversation. Overhearing the entire exchange, Leo's manager repeated Jinho's claims in sheer disbelief as the little girl waved goodbye in the background. Leo watched Jinho walk away, his mind reeling from the unbelievable confession he had just heard. He finally came to a new conclusion about the man he had misjudged, recognizing that Jinho possessed an incredibly admirable character. He was baffled, wondering why Jinho would not only forgive him after being so openly disliked but would even lie to cover for his mistake. In a flash of insight, a potential reason for Jinho's strange behavior suddenly dawned on him. He realized Jinho's actions were to protect the drama itself, understanding that an assault scandal involving the lead actor could get the entire high-budget project cancelled. An overwhelming wave of embarrassment washed over Leo, ashamed that he had treated someone with such deep professionalism as if he were just a nepotism hire. Sometime later, a news headline declared that actor Leo had officially ended the lobbying rumors, calling Lee Jinho the finest actor he had ever seen and dismissing the rumors as baseless. Reading the article, Jinho was genuinely surprised that his plan had worked, as he had fully expected to be attacked for his on-set stunt. At home, he changed the subject and asked his mother how the drama's production was going. His mother informed him that only 2 episodes worth of filming remained, while in the background she and his father argued playfully over using the dishwasher. Jinho mentioned that the director already wanted him for another project, but he planned to take a break from dramas, which caught his mother by surprise. He explained that he simply had no time, with his schedule already packed with other work, including filming Seiya's music video that very day. His mother offered to help free up his schedule, but he gently refused, telling her not to worry and reciting the old wisdom about earning money while you're young. In the kitchen, his father, clad in an apron and gloves, had given up the argument and was now washing the dishes by hand. A quiet, thoughtful silence briefly settled over Jinho as he sat alone. Lost in thought, he mused to himself that perhaps it was time for him to get a pet. As if on cue, the faint, distinct sound of a cat meowing drifted in from outside. The soft, plaintive cry of the unseen animal continued, seemingly getting a little closer. Again, the sound of meowing echoed, more insistent this time, breaking the evening quiet. A final, soft meow punctuated the air, hanging there as if waiting for a response. The day of the music video shoot began at a large, industrial warehouse under a bright, clear sky. On the way there, Jinho posed a seemingly random question to Park Jae-joon, asking for his preference between cats and dogs. Unimpressed, Jae-joon curtly dismissed the question, telling him to be quiet. Jinho pressed for a reason, prompting Jae-joon to complain about his malicious subscribers acting like dogs before he curiously asked why Jinho was bringing it up. Jinho then quietly confessed that his mother had seemed lonely lately, a revelation that caught Jae-joon completely by surprise. He explained that because he was so busy, he was often leaving early and returning at dawn, which reminded him of his school days. He clarified that unlike before, he was now a public figure, and his mother had become so worried about misspeaking that she avoided social gatherings, which Jae-joon noted was a very wise move. Upon hearing the reason, a sudden idea sparked in Jae-joon's mind. He enthusiastically endorsed getting a dog, praising the species as man's best friend for its friendly, loyal, and smart nature. Jae-joon even suggested it would be an act of filial piety, with a dog-like son and a son-like dog taking care of his mother. Shifting the topic, Jinho asked what he meant by malicious subscribers, though Jae-jun tried to wave it off as unimportant. Jae-jun reluctantly explained that some obsessive fans who fostered imaginary relationships would get jealous and frequently disrupt his broadcasts, a problem he had been cleverly managing. He recalled the recent chaos in his live chat, where viewers relentlessly speculated about whether Jinho was secretly dating his co-star, Lee Seo-lee. The online harassment had even escalated to the point of one fan threateningly declaring they would kill him if he dared to date anyone. Because of this, Jae-jun sternly warned Jinho to be careful during the music video shoot and to avoid any overly flirtatious behavior, which made Jinho wonder what he meant. At that exact moment, a cheerful voice called out Jinho's name. It was Lee Seo-lee, who brightly greeted him and commented on how early he had arrived on set. Watching the interaction, Jae-jun muttered to himself that this was precisely the kind of overly familiar attitude he had just been warning him about. Sometime later during the shoot, the director's voice echoed across the set, signaling a cut. The crew buzzed with positivity, noting that this was Jinho's second music video and predicting that the album would surely be another major hit. Two staff members briefly discussed using vitamin cigarettes as a prop but ultimately decided against it due to the high cost of the required CG effects. As part of his on-set persona, the SNS promotion manager Park Jae-jun, Jinho mentally prepared himself to get immersed in the scene for his second shoot with Seo-lee. Suddenly, he began coughing repeatedly, leading a crew member to ask if he had a cold, to which he vaguely agreed. The scene he was about to film was meant to portray a man standing heartbroken and alone in the rain after letting his love go. To truly capture the difficult emotion of static loneliness, Jinho intentionally isolated himself in a quiet corner of the filming site. He mused on the unique challenge of acting in music videos without dialogue when a soft, distinct meow suddenly broke the silence. Startled by the sound, Jinho looked around and wondered if he had just heard a kitten. His eyes then fell upon a tiny creature, and he noticed its thin tail resembled an interdental brush. To his surprise, the kitten didn't run away but instead chirped at him, as if it was asking him to follow it. Intrigued, Jinho let out a soft, humming sound in response to the small animal. He called out for the kitten to wait, deciding he should first go buy it some snacks. As he moved to follow, a low and menacing growl suddenly emanated from the darkness of the alley. The deep, threatening growl sounded out a second time, louder and more insistent than before. Meanwhile, back on the main set, the crew wondered about Jinho's prolonged absence until Jae-jun received a call from him, urgently requesting a box and gloves for the alley behind the building. In the alley, a powerful white paw with sharp claws dug deeply into a wooden plank. Jinho then made another urgent phone call, this time asking a colleague named Deputy Young to find a nearby pet crematorium and ossuary. He also told the deputy about the kitten he had found and asked if someone could please watch over it for a little while. Jinho promised that he would come to take the kitten as soon as his filming for the day was complete. Back in front of the camera, Jinho channeled the recent events into his performance, perfectly portraying a man standing alone with a somber expression under the artificial rain. A symbolic image of a sad, white, wolf-like creature materialized and then faded, representing the profound sense of loss his character felt. His acting was convincing as he fully immersed himself in the overwhelming loneliness of the scene. Later that evening, after the shoot had wrapped, he arrived at a 24-hour animal medical center. While there, he called his mother to let her know he had finished work and was on his way home. Taking a deep breath, he then cautiously asked his mother if she would perhaps like to have a cat. His mother's shocked gasp echoed through the phone in response to the unexpected question. When he arrived home with the tiny creature, his mother recoiled, insisting it was a mouse and pointing out its tear-stained eyes and patchy fur. Jinho firmly corrected her, stating it was a cat, and even tried to coax a meow out of it to prove his point, but his mother remained unconvinced. She expressed her concern that the animal was sick and could spread disease, but Jinho quickly reassured her that it had received all its vaccinations and would get healthy with proper food and medicine. His mother admitted she felt sad for the orphan creature, but her hesitation about keeping it was palpable, and the kitten let out a tiny growl as if sensing her uncertainty. A moment later, however, the tiny animal began to purr softly in Jinho's arms. Its gentle, rhythmic purring continued, filling the quiet tension in the room. His mother fell completely silent, her expression softening slightly as she watched the kitten. The next day, she finally relented and agreed to let it stay, but only under a very specific condition. Sometime later, Jinho's car came to a smooth stop in front of a building. His mother's condition was that he had exactly 1 week to prove the kitten was a good fit for their home. She had warned him that if it scratched or bit anyone even once during that time, he would have to send it to a new home immediately. Unbeknownst to his mother, however, Jinho had a special skill that might just help the situation. He had driven to a pet ossuary, a serene final resting place for beloved animal companions. Inside, he located an urn meant for an animal whose name was listed simply as food. A framed photograph on the memorial showed a beautiful white and orange cat sleeping peacefully. The cat's former owner, a man dressed in a dark suit, stood nearby with a deeply solemn expression. Jinho had left a respectful note for the deceased cat, addressing it as Hyen's mom since he didn't know its real name. He politely asked in the letter if addressing her in such a way was acceptable. His note continued by mentioning the old legend that cats are blessed with 9 lives. He then made a wish, asking that if she had more lives to live, she would visit her kitten Hyen, but if this had been her last, she could pass on without any regrets. As he finished his silent prayer, a faint, gentle smile touched Jinho's lips. He then made a heartfelt promise to Hyen's mother, vowing that he would take the best possible care of her kitten. As Jinho whispered his final goodbye, the kitten in his arms let out a single, soft meow, as if in response. At that moment, a system notification confirmed the activation of a skill called Dog Bowl Evening Star, which carried the benevolent wish for all animals to be happy. The narrative opened with the lore behind a skill named Dog Bowl Evening Star, described as the star that rises when a loyal dog awaits its evening meal. This tale told of a particular dog that did nothing but faithfully wait for this very star to appear in the sky. Curiously, when its owner actually presented it with food, the dog would refuse to eat, choosing instead to simply act adorable. This perplexing behavior led its owner to believe that the dog was nothing more than a fool. Until the very day it grew old and passed away, the dog's routine remained unchanged, always waiting for the evening star. It was only after the dog's death that its owner finally came to a profound realization. He understood that the dog had never been watching the star in anticipation of its dinner. Instead, the loyal animal had been waiting for him. The skill's true meaning was thus redefined, representing the star that appears when one deeply misses a canine companion who has passed on. A system notification then revealed that the condition to unlock this skill was to have sincerely mourned an animal's passing. Back in the present, Park Jae-joon gave Jinho a thumbs up, confirming that the camera was recording. With everything set, Jinho turned his attention to the small white kitten, Hyen. He gave a clear and simple command for the kitten to sit. Following its perfect execution, he then instructed it to lie down. An impressed onlooker asked if she could also try training the kitten, and Jinho happily agreed. The woman then extended her hand and asked Hyen to perform a shake. When the kitten complied perfectly, she praised its intelligence, which prompted another person to eagerly request a turn. An observation was made that Hyen's feisty, tiger-like behavior seemed reserved only for the father, sparking a theory that she must have met scary men on the streets. The mother gently told Hyen to let go, reassuring the kitten that the dad wasn't a bad person, which earned a confused little meow in response. A moment later, any tension dissolved as the kitten began to purr softly. Everyone was amazed by how well Hyen listened to Jinho, attributing it to the kitten recognizing its savior, though it was secretly the effect of his skill that allowed him to be loved by and communicate with all animals. Deciding to include the charming footage in the vlog, Jinho's video subsequently shattered all previous view count records, proving that family and animal content were guaranteed cheat codes for success. A few days later, on the bustling set of a drama, a fellow actor tentatively approached Jinho for a word. He shyly inquired how Jinho had managed to train his pet so effectively. The actor, Leo, then attempted to demonstrate his own struggles, trying to get his dog, Chikung, to offer its paw. He repeated the command with increasing frustration and volume, yet the dog remained completely indifferent. Leo acknowledged his lisp might be part of the problem, mentioning that he had seen Jinho's vlog and was impressed by how he trained his cat. After observing the interaction, Jinho began to formulate a theory about actor Leo's dog, Choco. He carefully explained that the dog likely viewed itself as being of a higher rank than its owner, a statement that left Leo utterly stunned. Jinho pointed out that the dog only looked at the treats and rushed forward without any of the usual cute, appeasing behaviors one would expect. He concluded this was because the dog had never been denied what it wanted, warning that this could lead to a biting incident and prompting a panicked Leo to ask for a solution. A system notification reminded him that while his skill could win an animal's favor, it couldn't change its core personality, just as Hyen had decided on her own to stop biting the dad because she felt happy and soft-hearted. This meant that even if Jinho trained an animal, it would revert to its old ways the moment he left if it didn't fundamentally want to obey its owner. Jinho advised Leo that his standing with the dog was too low for a simple fix, suggesting a professional trainer or an appearance on a show like The Dog Whisperer, which made Leo recall had actually received such an offer. This entire conversation about television appearances seemed to jog his manager's memory. The manager suddenly brought up the name of a popular show, Criminal Crime. He then clarified that with the recent announcement of the show's 4th season, Jinho had received a formal offer to appear as a guest. Criminal Crime was a hit mystery game show where the cast took on roles as culprits and suspects to solve a complex murder case in each episode. The manager insisted that appearing on this kind of variety show presented no downsides for his career. He argued that regardless of how well Jinho performed, the appearance would build his public image and provide excellent promotion for his upcoming projects. Jinho fell into a moment of deep thought, seriously considering the proposal. Sometime later, as he arrived at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office, he felt an old, familiar nervousness creep in, despite having done nothing wrong. His thoughts drifted to his relative, and he found himself wondering how his uncle-in-law was doing. He was transported back to a memory from years ago, when his uncle-in-law expressed deep gratitude to his father and wished to repay the kindness. Since his father needed nothing, his prosecutor uncle-in-law had instead turned to a young Jinho and promised to grant him any one wish. The boy's eyes had widened in disbelief as he asked if the incredible offer was truly real. His uncle-in-law had affirmed it with a solemn oath, swearing upon the very honor of the prosecution. Jinho had then made his surprising request. He wanted permission to see case files at the prosecutor's office. He boldly asked to review 1,000 of them, cheekily reminding his uncle of the unbreakable promise he had just made. Visibly flustered, his uncle had muttered about anti-graft laws and the questionable nature of his own offer, but felt he had to honor his word. He had simply chuckled and called Jinho his incredibly bold nephew. Back in the present, staff members who heard he was visiting came to greet him, and he politely introduced himself as the nephew of Chief Prosecutor Seo Woo-ho. One of them asked if he was preparing for a new role, but Jinho explained he was just trying to learn things in advance before a script was even finalized. His uncle-in-law assured everyone it was no inconvenience, mentioning that Jinho had done this plenty of times before. He granted Jinho access, with the strict condition that he only reviewed closed cases and leaked no information, an arrangement Jinho gratefully accepted. At that moment, a system window detailed a new skill called Sherlock's Descendant, revealing its first unlock condition was to read 100 mystery novels. The second condition required him to correctly guess the occupations of 1,000 people, which brought back a quick memory of him successfully identifying someone as a singer. The system then brought up the description for the third and pivotal unlock condition. It was revealed to be the very task he had completed years ago thanks to his uncle, to review 1,000 cases at the prosecutor's office. He recalled the variety of files, covering everything from theft to military service violations, and how over 70% were short cases that resulted in no charges. It dawned on him that his uncle-in-law had been incredibly considerate by pre-sorting only the shortest cases to make his monumental task more manageable. With 3 conditions seemingly met, Jinho knew that it was the final, unknown unlock requirement that posed the real challenge. His train of thought was broken by a voice calling out for someone named Producer Park. The speaker followed up by asking the producer if she was heading home for the day. The woman being addressed turned and offered a polite greeting to her superior, whom she called Chief. Jinho's focus shifted to a man standing nearby, who carried himself with a stern posture while dressed in a simple white shirt. His analytical gaze then fell upon the woman, instantly noticing her disciplined and controlled body language. He observed that her current plain appearance would be completely transformed with the application of makeup. His sharp eyes also caught signs of acne that suggested health problems, which contrasted with the faint, expensive scent of perfume on her skin. He then noticed the distinct stiletto heel marks on the floor, an unusual choice of footwear for a prosecutor who was expected to dress conservatively for work. Jinho considered the notoriously heavy workload of prosecutors, where a single case could bury them under a mountain of paperwork. He swiftly deduced that this woman was an outgoing person who enjoyed alcohol and was likely planning to apply full makeup for a night out right after work. A sense of amazement washed over him as he realized he could perceive all these details with such clarity, even before fully unlocking the Sherlock's descendant skill. His perception went even deeper, allowing him to sense her immediate disdain for him through her unfocused gaze, the tensed veins in her neck, and a subtle change in her tone. The chief inquired if Producer Park had any plans for the evening, to which she replied she did not. Pleased by her availability, he invited her to dinner, explaining that his nephew-in-law was treating them to Japanese cuisine. He insisted she deserved some expensive food for her help with the case files, a phrase that immediately caught Jinho's attention. Jinho suddenly realized these were the very files for his skill's 3rd unlock condition, which the chief praised for being exceptionally well organized. The truth dawned on him, it wasn't his uncle-in-law but Producer Park who had sorted the 1,000 cases, a revelation that seemed to surprise even her. This newfound understanding explained her earlier cold gaze, and a wave of awkwardness washed over Jinho. He pointed out that she was the one who helped, but she insisted she had only just learned of his involvement. She tried to politely decline by claiming a lack of time, but Jinho adamantly insisted that he truly wanted to treat her. Sensing her hesitation, he offered a more refined alternative, suggesting wine if she didn't care for soju or sake. He noticed her resolve begin to waver, correctly deducing that the mention of wine had piqued her interest. To seal the deal, he elaborated on the many fine wines that pair beautifully with Japanese food, promising to spare no expense. Internally, she eagerly accepted the offer, unable to resist the allure of an expensive, high-quality treat. However, she outwardly demurred, stating that she felt it wasn't her place to join, which prompted a disappointed response from the chief. Having made her decision, she announced that she would be taking her leave for the day. The chief warmly bid her farewell as she prepared to depart. Jinho mused that even his powers of deduction had their limits, before his uncle-in-law prompted that it was time for them to go as well. Later, at a crime scene, the uncle-in-law remarked that he had been wondering about the reason behind Jinho's recent string of expensive meals. He wryly concluded that it was all a bribe for this very moment, as Jinho assured him he would only look around. His uncle-in-law sternly warned him that even with a suspect in custody, leaving any trace at the crime scene could lead to jail time, a caution Jinho calmly accepted. Jinho then stepped across the threshold into a room marked by a chaotic array of footprints. In that instant, a system notification materialized before his eyes, announcing the final unlock condition for his skill. A soft gasp of realization escaped his lips as the message registered in his mind. The condition required him to examine an actual crime scene, and suddenly, he found he could visualize the past events with perfect clarity. The skill description explained that Sherlock's descendant projected the crime using all gathered information, with reading novels serving as learning and guessing occupations as observation. It continued to clarify that his review of the 1,000 case files had fulfilled the case study requirement. Finally, this field investigation was the practice component, making him marvel at the logical progression and brilliant design of this god-tier game. He turned to Prosecutor Park, who had evidently arrived with them, and confirmed that the phantom-like reenactment was something only he could perceive. Jinho then asked her to confirm her earlier assessment that the apprehended suspect was a first-time offender, which she affirmed was correct. She explained that the chaotic footprints suggested an amateur, noting that while the suspect had no prior burglary convictions, he was known for causing other kinds of trouble. Their relationship with the homeowner was particularly hostile, to the point where the suspect would become enraged merely by headlights shining near the house. Jinho found this strange, questioning how a nervous first-time offender would have had the leisure to relax during the crime. He gestured towards the sofa, asking if such an anxious individual would have calmly sat down to rest in the middle of a burglary. Prosecutor Park countered that the marks could have been left by the homeowner, but Jinho observed that the impressions were far too recent for that. He added that the elderly Korean homeowner would be more accustomed to sitting on the floor, suggesting the sofa served primarily as a decorative piece. Upon closer inspection, she had to agree, noting that besides those distinct marks, the sofa showed almost no other signs of regular use. But Jinho wasn't finished, indicating that there was even more evidence to consider. He directed her attention to the movement path, which at first glance appeared to be a random mess of stamped footprints. However, he detailed how the intruder, despite supposedly not knowing the layout, had moved directly to the master bedroom before searching the living room for more valuables. Prosecutor Park countered this point, arguing that it was common sense to assume valuables would be kept in the main bedroom. Shifting his focus, Jinho reminded her that the crime went unnoticed because the burglar operated in complete darkness, using no lights whatsoever. He then posed a hypothetical question, asking her how she would proceed if she were a novice burglar attempting the same crime. She began to roleplay, stating she would first ensure the area was clear before picking the lock and cautiously entering. Continuing the scenario, she pictured herself confirming the house was empty and stepping into the darkened living room. Faced with the pitch-black interior, her immediate instinct would be to use her phone's flashlight for illumination. But then she immediately recognized the flaw in that plan, realizing the light would instantly give away her position. With no other choice, she concluded that she would have to navigate by carefully feeling her way along the walls. As she spoke, Jinho's vision replayed the scene, a dark-clothed figure entering the room, leaving a clear trail of footprints behind. His sharp eyes caught a critical detail as he questioned why none of the footprints seemed to overlap. Prosecutor Park looked down and confirmed his observation was indeed correct. Jinho then laid out his conclusion: the culprit had moved confidently through the center of the rooms, never once touching a wall, like someone perfectly accustomed to darkness. He connected this to the arrested suspect's known sensitivity to headlights, identifying it as a common symptom of night blindness. While acknowledging a proper test was needed, he posed the critical question: could a person with such a condition possibly navigate a dark, unfamiliar house without any light? The realization dawned on Prosecutor Park as she quietly affirmed his deduction. With newfound conviction, she declared that the entire case needed to be reinvestigated immediately. A final message from his skill flashed in his vision, reminding him that the most crucial clues are always hidden from view. Sometime later, his uncle-in-law called him, his voice filled with praise for Jinho's brilliant work. He confirmed that the real culprit was a habitual offender, prompting Jinho to ask if the falsely accused man had been properly released. His uncle explained that the original suspect was arrested too, as stolen goods linked him to a separate daytime burglary, much to Jinho's surprise. Regardless, his uncle-in-law expressed immense gratitude, as Jinho had saved both the police and the prosecution from a major embarrassment. He wanted to repay Jinho but was wary of the trouble he'd face for bringing a civilian to a crime scene, though Jinho assured him it was fine. Jinho humbly gave credit to his uncle-in-law for bringing him and to Prosecutor Park for taking his observations seriously. His uncle brushed off the humility, insisting he would speak to the higher-ups before abruptly ending the call. As he set his phone down, Jinho wondered if by higher-ups, his uncle meant his own direct supervisor. His mind began to wander, imagining the possibility of receiving some kind of secret reward for his assistance. He considered the precedent for anonymous bounties, but his thoughts were interrupted by his phone buzzing. He was surprised to see it was his manager, Damien, calling him on what was supposed to be his day off. Confused but curious, he answered the incoming call. His manager immediately informed him that the prosecutor's office had been in contact, jokingly asking if Jinho had committed tax evasion. After Jinho dismissed the absurd suggestion, his manager revealed the incredible news: they wanted to appoint Jinho as a crime prevention ambassador. Damien admitted he had no idea what Jinho had done to earn such an honor but expressed his ecstatic approval and immense pride. A memory surfaced, making Jinho wonder if his uncle-in-law had known about this when he first mentioned appearing on a crime show. Lost in thought, he marveled at his uncle-in-law's influence, wondering just how high up the chain of command he had gone. The crime show segment began, setting the scene on a luxurious yacht for the fictional engagement party of a wealthy chairman's granddaughter. A dramatic opening sequence announced the start of the murder mystery. The show's narrator explained the inciting incident: the esteemed Chairman Choi had gone missing just moments before he was scheduled to give a speech. Sensing something was amiss, a character named Mrs. Park, accompanied by Secretary Jang, decided to check the chairman's cabin. Upon reaching their destination, they found their path blocked by a firmly locked door. After forcing the door open, they made a grim discovery: Chairman Choi was already dead. With the crime officially established, the investigation portion of the show commenced. Jinho, playing the role of the lead detective, began his interrogation with Mrs. Park, who claimed she was alone in her cabin with no one to verify her alibi. When pressed about her reasons for checking on the chairman, she gave a shockingly callous response, stating she went to see if his bad heart had finally given out. Secretary Jang was next, explaining that he had been resting before heading to the banquet hall to supervise the preparations. The chairman's granddaughter tearfully recounted how she had been choosing a dress before going to the hall around 7. Her fiancé, Kim Jae-hoon, provided a nearly identical story, stating he had also left his cabin for the banquet hall at the same time. Jinho astutely questioned why the engaged couple occupied separate cabins, to which they explained it was a deliberate choice before their wedding. The investigation turned to a crew member, who stated he was painting on the deck until 5:30, well before the estimated time of death. He mentioned his background as an art school graduate and named the engaged couple as witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The crewman then strengthened the son-in-law's alibi by confirming he saw him resting in his cabin, a move that made Jinho question if it was a ploy to appear innocent. One of the other cast members leaned in and secretly told Jinho she believed the crew member was the real culprit. Jinho playfully remarked that it wasn't much of a secret, but she insisted she was only confiding in him as the detective. Getting deeper into her role, she excitedly announced that she even had evidence to support her accusation. She directed his attention toward a small clue found on the floor next to the deceased chairman. The evidence in question turned out to be nothing more than a few scattered bread crumbs. She argued that only the art student crew member would carry bread, as it could be used as an eraser substitute. She further reasoned that the family had no motive, as they were all aware of the chairman's frail health and impending death. Jinho considered the possibility that the crewman had corroborated the son-in-law's alibi simply to earn the detective's trust. He began to run a mental simulation of the crime, operating under the assumption that the crew member was indeed the killer. The actress eagerly asked for his assessment of her theory. Seeking his approval, she asked if her deduction was correct, prompting Jinho to playfully congratulate her on her amazing insight. He maintained his professional demeanor, however, stating that he needed to investigate further before reaching a final conclusion. In truth, Jinho found the increasingly complex scenario to be a genuine struggle. He privately mused that the case was so convoluted that even a master detective would have trouble solving it. Elsewhere, another actress quietly glanced at the card defining her secret role in the game. Her instructions were clear: she was the culprit, and she would lose if the detective managed to identify her. The show's producers understood that the ultimate television moment would be seeing the infallible detective get a deduction wrong. They were determined to capitalize on their star guest's appearance and milk the segment for all the drama it was worth. Back in the game, one of the suspects publicly rejected Mrs. Park's alibi based on the evidence presented. Mrs. Park bizarrely retaliated by refusing to accept the son-in-law's engagement to the granddaughter, a nonsensical argument that others surprisingly found compelling. Another cast member broke the fourth wall, suggesting that Jinho should have been cast as the fiancé since he had filmed a music video with the actress before. The actress became flustered by the on-air comment and quickly implored the actor playing her fiancé to say something. The actor, Ji-hoon, began to stammer in agreement as he searched for the right words. He ended his thought by humbly admitting he felt he was far inferior when compared to Jinho. His odd and unexpected statement left the rest of the cast momentarily baffled. Jinho expertly steered the conversation away from the awkward tangent and back to the case, refocusing everyone on the breadcrumbs. With everyone's attention captured, he prepared to reveal his own findings. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing that the son-in-law was the child of a company president who had taken his own life because of Chairman Choi. The group was stunned by the revelation, immediately theorizing that the murder was an act of long-simmering revenge. The son-in-law deflected the new suspicion by revealing a gold watch he'd found in Mrs. Park's handbag, leaving her shocked that he had searched her belongings. He claimed it was an exact match to his deceased father's watch, a statement which left Mrs. Park stammering and unable to respond. The accusations continued as the conversation shifted to Secretary Jang, asserting he was not free from suspicion either. His accuser questioned why he would carry a framed military photo, pointing out that an officer in the picture looked just like the late President Kim. Caught off guard, the secretary feigned ignorance, wondering aloud how the photo could have possibly gotten there. Another player then presented a bundle of thank you letters written to President Kim, which had been found in crew member Kim's room. The crewman had a simple explanation, admitting the late president had sponsored his college education. Attention then turned to the final suspect, as it was revealed that a knife was missing from a set in the granddaughter's cabin. She offered a weak excuse, explaining that cooking was a hobby but claimed she had no idea about any missing knives. The cabin descended into chaos as the cast began slinging accusations at one another. The potential murder weapon became the focus, with shouts about the missing knife echoing through the room. A sudden hush fell over the cast as Jinho held up a hand, commanding their silence. The air grew thick with anticipation, filled only with the sound of the suspect's nervous breathing. Jinho let out an exasperated sigh as he processed the tangled web of lies and misdirection. As he lowered his hand from his face, a familiar blue glow emanated from his eye, signaling the activation of his skill. He saw through the theatrics, realizing the cast was deliberately burying key clues under a flood of absurd theories. While the actors were lost in their roles, the camera crew zoomed in, capturing the silent intensity that now radiated from Jinho. From his heightened perspective, it appeared as though every single person was lying. But then, he remembered the single most important rule of the game: only the true culprit was allowed to lie. The profound implication of this rule hit him with the force of a lightning bolt. His mind raced back to his initial briefing, focusing on that one critical constraint that governed the entire game. He gazed at the other participants, a sudden, clear understanding of their elaborate deception dawning on him. The game master excitedly announced it was time to reveal the final voting results. The tally began, showing one vote had been cast for Kim Dong-min and another for Park Ji-yeon. The count continued with one vote each for Kim Jae-hoon and Lee Seo-lae, building the suspense for the final verdict. In a shocking twist, the results showed that Detective Lee Jinho had abstained from voting entirely. The cast wondered aloud if even the master detective had failed to crack the case, a notion Jinho silently dismissed. He knew with absolute certainty that he had solved the mystery perfectly. When confronted about his silence, he explained that circumstances had prevented him from revealing what he knew. He recalled how the others consistently interfered whenever he got close to the truth, deliberately leading him down false paths. With everyone's attention now fixed on him, he prepared to finally name the true culprit. The scene then shifted forward in time, showing the cast relaxing in a waiting room after the shoot. One of the actresses approached Jinho, asking him how he managed to figure everything out. She clarified her question, wanting to know the specific moment he realized they were all accomplices. Jinho added that he had also deduced the involvement of the entire production staff. A bit flustered, the actress began to explain the elaborate deception. Jinho revealed that their coordinated movements seemed unnatural when he assumed there was only one culprit, like buggy graphics in a video game. Another actor chimed in, relating the idea of flawed programming to a detective's skill before eagerly changing the subject. An actress complained about the extreme measures taken to deceive him, while another explained they were only following the producer's orders to make the show more challenging. Lee Seol-ae claimed she was too powerless as a celebrity to refuse the director's request, prompting a disbelieving scoff from her colleague. He immediately countered her excuse, reminding her that she was already considered a top-class celebrity. Seol-ae fell silent, quietly acknowledging that he was right. Her thoughts turned inward as she lamented that despite her success, the gap between her and Jinho never seemed to shrink. A memory surfaced, contrasting a man's nervous gaze with a woman's calm and steady expression. The fleeting image of a warm, smiling woman with brown hair then flashed through her mind. Seol-ae's inner voice admitted to being consumed with envy over his achievements, vowing that she would one day catch up. She agonized over why her relentless hard work and willingness to do things she hated never paid off. Despite her constant struggle to climb higher in her career, her goal remained out of reach. She despaired, wondering why she could never even come close to his level. Her insecurity was amplified by memories of cruel online comments that accused her of leeching off his popularity, which contradicted her deepest desire to be seen as his equal. She recalled the sting of hearing industry insiders casually dismiss her as being beneath a certain brand standards. This motivated her to accept any job connected to him, even grueling ad shoots, just to raise her own profile. In a moment of vulnerability, she questioned her very reason for becoming a celebrity in the first place. A quiet scene showed a white cat sleeping peacefully by a sunlit window, a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a piercing scream of frustration echoed through a home. A woman's voice was then heard, angrily shouting for Lee Jinho. She demanded to know how many times she had to tell him the same thing. His mother scolded him for making strange-smelling concoctions in the house again. She expressed her concern that the smell might trigger a relapse of their cat Hyen's asthma, prompting Jinho to clarify he was just boiling soy sauce. He then cheekily tried to get the cat's approval for his cooking by activating a bizarre skill called Dog Bowl Evening Star. The skill's activation caused a painful reaction from his mother, who immediately ordered him to get out of the house. The scene shifted to the sleek, modern exterior of a large, window-filled house. The owner, a friend of Jinho's, wryly commented that even though he had given him the password, he was visiting far too often. Jinho casually explained he had nowhere else to go since he was frequently kicked out of his own home. He elaborated that a recent shift in the household hierarchy had left him at the bottom. He then asked if he could boil his soy sauce there, only for his friend to joke that his rank wasn't any higher in this house either. A nostalgic image showed the two of them as young boys, laughing together while one held a small poodle. His friend asked about his work schedule, to which Jinho replied that he had the day off. The friend suggested they go out for a meal, and Jinho was about to agree when a thought made him hesitate. Jinho recalled his friend getting a work-related call earlier, but the friend brushed it off, calling the schedule boring. A sudden realization began to dawn on Jinho as he processed his friend's strange behavior. Just as he suspected, his friend Leo excitedly invited him to join the very same schedule he had just dismissed. Jinho tried to refuse by citing his high hourly rate for holiday work, but was instantly won over by the promise of sweet and sour pork at a famous restaurant. Their destination was revealed to be the impressive headquarters of JH Entertainment. Upon entering a studio, Jinho's eyes widened in awe as he recognized an expensive Gibson electric guitar. A staff member informed him that the CEO had left it out specifically for him to try before their recording session. With uncontainable excitement, Jinho picked up the instrument and began to play with pure joy. Inside the control room, two men watched his impromptu performance intently. Young Jin Hyuk, the CEO of JH Entertainment, was blown away, remarking that with his eyes closed, he would think he was listening to the legendary Taewon. When his companion asked if Jinho was really that good, the CEO simply stated that the proof was in what they were both hearing. The CEO expressed deep regret for not signing Jinho back when he had the chance, now fully realizing his immense talent. After finishing, Jinho entered the control room and told the CEO how much he had enjoyed listening from the studio. He then gushed about how incredible the guitar was, internally starstruck to be meeting the famous CEO in person. The CEO, impressed by his musicality, asked if an impromptu tempo change during the song had been intentional. Jinho confirmed that it was, explaining that he had made the adjustment because he heard the CEO singing along. He elaborated that a technical mishap with the control room microphone had allowed him to hear the CEO's humming through his headset. He revealed that he had altered the tempo on the spot to better fit the cheerful, campfire-like vibe of the CEO's humming, leaving the executive speechless. The CEO's companion praised Jinho's amazing sense and quick improvisation. Completely flustered by the revelation, the CEO could only stand in embarrassed silence as the man beside him roared with laughter. The sound of his companion's boisterous laughter continued to fill the small control room. Once the laughter subsided, the CEO regained his composure and called out to Jinho. With a newfound respect and excitement, he formally invited Jinho to record a song with him. Jinho could only stare, completely stunned by the CEO's sudden and unexpected proposition. The CEO, young Jin Hyuk, immediately pivoted to his companion, Leo, tasking him with writing a band song, but Leo instantly shot the idea down, reminding everyone he was not a songwriter. After a playful insult from the CEO, Leo cheekily suggested that Jin Hyuk should write the song himself, prompting a nervous Jinho to try and intervene. Jinho cautiously asked for clarification, seeking to understand if they were genuinely discussing a recording session. He pointed to himself in disbelief, questioning his own involvement, which the CEO emphatically confirmed. Jin Hyuk then unveiled his full plan for the year-end award ceremony, casting Leo as the vocalist and Jinho as the lead guitarist, which only elicited another firm refusal from Leo. When asked for his reasoning, Leo explained that his primary issue was his long-professed lack of confidence in performing the rock genre. He then paused dramatically before revealing his second, and far more pressing, concern. Holding two powder puffs to his face, Leo adopted an expression of pure, theatrical horror. He frantically pointed out Jinho's flawless complexion, worrying that standing next to such natural good looks would make him look comparatively plain. The CEO teased Leo, asking if he was finally feeling intimidated by the man he once dismissed, while their companion laughingly apologized for his previous judgment. The companion acknowledged that an actor's visuals were on a different level and then slyly asked the CEO for Jinho's contact information, a request which was happily granted. Watching the exchange, Leo humorously cursed the CEO under his breath, comparing him to a cunning fox. As he left, he vowed that their next encounter would end very differently. Elsewhere, a different conversation was taking place, with two men discussing the incredible success of a recent drama. One of them detailed how its popularity had surged beyond ratings, turning its filming locations into massive tourist destinations, calling it a monumental success. They agreed that such an achievement would surely be recognized at the year-end award ceremony, a sentiment that director Damien shared. As someone arrived, the director noted the time and declared that they should get moving. In another scene, Jinho was surprised to see his mentor, who he thought had a clear schedule, but the mentor admitted that had only been the initial plan. The mentor then hinted that a very special customer, one who never needed an appointment, was about to arrive. At that moment, a loud, familiar voice bellowed Jinho's name through the shop. Jinho's face lit up with recognition as he joyfully called out the name of the famous designer, Tim Jones. He asked what had brought the designer all this way, and Tim declared with a flourish that he had come to create a suit for his muse's award ceremony. Tim passionately praised Jinho's drama, insisting the judges would be blind not to give him an award, a fiery opinion he had also shared with his massive following on social media. When Jinho expressed his anxiety about potentially not winning, Tim dismissed the concern as completely irrelevant. The designer clarified that the award itself was unimportant, what truly mattered was having an excuse to craft new clothes for Jinho. He then expressed his deep gratitude, marveling at how Jinho had perfectly maintained his model-like physique since their last fashion show. Tim dramatically lauded the immense effort Jinho must have endured, while Jinho privately mused that the only thing he had been cutting was pork. Jinho played along, declaring he was always ready to wear a Team Jones creation, which sent the flamboyant designer into a state of pure bliss. Seized by a sudden wave of inspiration, Tim ordered his assistant to contact the entire drama cast, grandly announcing he would design all their outfits, leaving the assistant speechless. He then expanded the offer to 2 other TV show casts, an enormous undertaking that prompted the assistant to protest, only to be silenced when Tim turned his serious gaze upon Jinho. Tim explained that this extravagant gesture was only necessary because Jinho had failed to wear even one of his outfits during his recent television appearances. Jinho meekly explained he was saving the fine clothes for a special occasion, an idea Tim scoffed at with a crude remark about the pointlessness of hoarding beautiful things. The designer described the agony of watching the broadcasts, constantly imagining how much better each scene would have been with his clothes, a familiar rant his assistant had heard many times before. His point made, Tim commanded his weary assistant to start making the necessary calls at once. At long last, the day of the year-end award ceremony arrived. A wave of excitement surged through the waiting crowds as the first of the celebrities began to arrive. Observers on the red carpet gasped in recognition, identifying the stunning gowns and suits as part of a coordinated Team Jones collection. Members of the press buzzed amongst themselves, speculating on the astronomical cost of having a top designer custom-make outfits for so many stars. They agreed it was a priceless spectacle, like a private fashion show, an event so major it had even drawn journalists from overseas. A man in a sharp suit strode confidently down the red carpet, moving past the line of black vans that had delivered the stars. From inside his own vehicle, Jinho looked out the window, his eyes drawn to an actress posing elegantly for the flashing cameras. His gaze followed a particular woman in a stunning white dress as she made her way gracefully along the press line. While he waited for his turn, his mind drifted through a series of memories, from standing on a brightly lit stage to sitting alone at a quiet table. The stream of recollections continued, showing him a brief image of a happy family and then a moment of solitude with a glass of wine. He then recalled the strict days of his military service, which was sharply contrasted by a warm memory of watching TV beside a woman. At the same time, online fan communities were alight with comments and posts, all eagerly anticipating Jinho's appearance. Far from the glitz and glamour, a small fox-like spirit slumbered on a pillow near 2 people who sat quietly on a sofa, holding hands. Jinho was jolted from his thoughts by his companion calling his name, trying to get his attention. His manager gently chided him for spacing out and told him it was his turn, to which Jinho quickly affirmed he was ready. The instant he stepped out of the vehicle, the crowd erupted into a unified chant of his name. The passionate cheers for him grew louder, a roaring wave of support from his dedicated fanbase. He paused for a moment, taking a breath as he prepared to face the adoring crowd. Cries of encouragement burst from the throng of fans, all of them passionately wishing him luck in winning an award. A subtle, self-assured smile formed on his lips as he absorbed the incredible energy around him. With a smooth and practiced motion, his polished black shoe made its first contact with the famous red carpet. Immediately, a frenzy of camera flashes exploded as photographers yelled from all directions, desperate to get his attention. As he walked, it felt as though the ghosts of his past selves walked with him, including a younger man in a suit and backpack, determined to succeed. Another image of a more casual version of himself in a simple jacket flashed in his mind, representing the long road he had traveled. A more painful memory surfaced, one of him in a white coat, head bowed in shame over a past failure symbolized by a soccer ball. He then pictured a moment of deep reflection, seeing himself looking pensively over his shoulder. All these memories culminated in a final vision of himself with his back to the past, facing a future so bright it was almost blinding. Snapping back to reality, his eyes locked onto a fan near the barrier, and he began to walk toward her. He saw that her sign contained a personal message, thanking him because his lecture had inspired her to get into university. Deeply touched, he reached over the barrier and gently placed a hand on the young woman's head. Leaning in, he quietly congratulated her, telling her that she had done a wonderful job. The student looked up at him, her eyes wide with shock behind her glasses, utterly stunned by the unexpected personal acknowledgement from her hero. This interaction suddenly triggered a crucial memory for Jinho, and his eyes widened in realization. He called back to her with one last piece of advice, reminding her not to forget to wear a suit on her university entrance ceremony day.